Watch. Yeah, folks. too. Appreciate it.
Good morning. I'd like to open up the Metro North meeting for the month of May. We have some public speakers. First on the agenda is Randy Kluxman.
Good morning. Unfortunately, dangerous situation lurking below the viaduct on Park Avenue was unknown last week, and the results were disruptive to what had become a normal commute for our riders. One neighbor who commutes on the Hudson Line told me that he was lucky to find a car service to bring him back to Tarrytown to get his car, but it cost him $125. Once again, Metro North and its employees stepped up to the task, and by week's end, the regular weekday schedule was restored. On behalf of our riders, thank you. I also want to thank Kathy Rinaldi for her very rapid response in implementing my suggestion for the cross-honoring of Hudson Line tickets for Orange and Rockland County riders on New Jersey Transit's Port Jervis and Pascagoula Valley Line. While it has been determined that this event was not the fault of Metro North, I hope that you have been in contact with all appropriate New York City agencies that are responsible and urge them to strictly inspect all other facilities that are adjacent to Metro North properties and take corrective actions to prevent anything of this type ever occurring again. I also urge you to speak to Connecticut DOT if you have not already done so to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren Getz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Orrin Getz, and like Randy, I have to compliment Metro North. It deserves a much credit for the quick response of getting full service restored to Grand Central Terminal following the fire under the Park Avenue Viaduct last week. Also, you did the right thing by getting New Jersey Transit to honor Hudson Line tickets on the Pascack Valley and Port Jervis lines during the service disruption. I think, though, in the future, Metro-North should request that Amtrak help out by honoring Metro-North tickets on the Hudson Line and the New Haven line for service into Grand Central, into Penn Station, should the service into Grand Central be disrupted. They may be able to help you out, see what you can do on that. Also, last week, the Federal Railroad Administration and New Jersey Transit held public scoping meetings here in Manhattan and in New Jersey concerning the environmental impact statement for the Hudson Tunnel project. A scoping document has been prepared for the environmental impact statement for the Hudson Tunnel project. Written comments are due by May 31st. The Rockland County Executive, Ed Day, has stated we have not yet heard that the MTA and Metro-North have done anything to get involved in the Hudson River project. We need the MTA to get involved on the Hudson River project, and we don't want you to, unfortunately, skip out like you did on the access to the Region Corps. We really need the MTA to be deeply involved on this project. It is really critical for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Murray Bowden.
That's I can't see the clock. My name's Murray Bowden. I wind up doing interesting things. I'm looking at the list of members of this committee. James Sidor was appointed here in 7/2/94. His term expired on 6/30/2010. Why are you still here? If you've been off and haven't been reappointed in 6 years, maybe you ought to leave. You've been here so long, you accept everything that's going on. Part of the 10 sculptors who have show up in Bethel, Connecticut, been up there a couple of times. Right in the middle of Bethel, Connecticut is a Metro-North crossing. When you look at that crossing, there's a gate and flashing red lights and a traffic light, one right next to the other. Why do you have traffic lights? Why don't you have just traffic lights and not a duplication of a system that was created 100 years ago? Because on the Willis Avenue Bridge, you have the same gate controlled by traffic lights. On the Henry Hutchinson River Parkway at the bridge in Co-op City, you've got the same gate controlled by traffic lights. Boston, everywhere's where there's a traffic, where trolley cars are like rail. You know, railroads, only light cars, controlled by traffic lights. So I am creating an online database of things that are wrong and are not being corrected and causing a potential for liability, because when you get sued, you have been warned that you're creating a hazard by not using traffic lights only. What's going on? I asked about why you blow the whistle at high-level stations. 100 years ago, when there were no stations and there were no electronics, you blew a train whistle up the track so people could hear you and get off the track. I asked why you continue to blow them, because there is no federal regulation, only a New York Central regulation from years and years and years and years ago to blow the train whistle. I live in Hartsdale. I hear the train whistle. I'm in the Botanical Gardens on the other side in the Peggy Rose Rockefeller Garden, and I hear the train whistle. Why are you blowing the whistle at 125th Street? You have electronics on there that says, train coming on track 3. So why do you blow the whistle half a mile up the street? Look, things have been going on and you've accepted them for too long. When is this board, when is this committee going to take responsibility and say to him, why are you blowing the train whistle? It's symbolic. of what you don't take care of. It's a small, small part. And if you can't fix that, how are you going to fix the rest of the stuff? You're buying married pairs. Why are you buying married pairs on a car? You're wasting money on every train you buy. New York City Transit finally is buying an open car. I've been talking about it for years. Why are you still buying married pairs? What a waste of money. And you permit him to do that, and he doesn't answer the questions that I ask you? It's your responsibility sitting at that table. Mitch got himself reappointed. How come you can't get yourself reappointed? And if you can't get reappointed, you don't belong here.
Mr. Bowden, would you
I'm sorry.
conclude your remarks?
I'll do whatever I want. When you follow the rules, I'll follow the rules. You break them, I break them.
Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the June meeting, please? Second? All in favor? Any against? Carried. 2016 work plan.
There are no changes to the Metro North work plan. You have it in your book. Do
Okay.
you have any questions?
Tell your report.
Under my report right now, one of the things that I have to report on is that on May 17th, we had a Park Avenue viaduct fire. And the massive 4-alarm fire that broke out at street level under Park Avenue Viaduct at 117th Street on Tuesday evening forced us to suspend service into and out of Grand Central Terminal at approximately 6:45 p.m. Tuesday night's explosion is not what defines Metro North as a railroad. Our response to it is what does. After consulting with the chairman, Ronnie Hakem, Darrell Eric, we also spoke with the Long Island as well, and Pat Nowakowski, we were able to make accommodations to allow Grand Central Terminal customers to the subway, where they were able to make subway connections to the Hudson Line at the Yankee Stadium and Marble Hill, the Harlem Line at Wakefield, and the New Haven Line at Woodlawn. New York City Transit agreed to cross-honor Metro North tickets for the duration of this event. It was not till approximately 3 a.m. in the morning on Wednesday morning that we were able to get enough temporary repairs into the infrastructure below the Park Avenue Viaduct to allow a limited operation through the area. By limited operation, we knew we could only let one train go across that particular junction at a time. So even though we had 2 tracks, it was going to be a one train at a time operation. Our crews were quickly able to install the first of 6 temporary steel columns to support the structure. This allowed those 2 tracks, the outside tracks 3 and 4, with a 30-mile-an-hour restriction on the viaduct. We determined that the best that we could operate would be a Saturday schedule, and that going in this direction at least provided a better opportunity than trying to marry with the subway system going in and out, which we had done the night before. When operations began Wednesday morning, it quickly became apparent that we would see many more customers than a Saturday schedule could accommodate. So extra trains were dispatched from Grand Central and from outlying northern and eastern terminals to provide relief on all lines to ensure that safety was not compromised by overcrowded platforms. This strategy enabled us to serve more customers, but due to the operating constraints we faced, it also created a tremendous train congestion. Train delays increased to 90 minutes to 2 hours, and at the tail end of the AM peak period, we were not fully alleviated until the early in the PM when no trains were released from Grand Central for approximately 1 hour, enabling us to clear the stacked trains. Throughout Wednesday and into early Thursday AM, our forces continued to work around the clock, rapidly installing 4 more steel support columns, and we were able to place 1 more track back in service. This enabled us on Thursday to operate an enhanced Saturday schedule, providing customers with additional trains through the peak hour periods and representing 75% of our ridership capacity. By Thursday evening, we installed the last of 6 support columns, and we were able to put the last of the 4 tracks back in service. So by Friday, only 2.5 days after the explosion, we operated a regular weekday schedule with minor delays of 5 to 10 minutes. Those delays were primarily due to the 30-mile-an-hour speed restriction that we still have on the tracks. These same restrictions are anticipated to remain in effect through the earlier portion of this week. Now that all the temporary repairs have been made, our engineering department will also be meeting with our engineering consultants to determine the course of action that we will be taking to make permanent repairs to the structure. The efforts of roughly 130 employees working around the clock on this site enabled us to restore our service in record time. This was an extraordinary effort on behalf of our customers, and it is what defines our railroad, and I'm proud to say that I lead such a dedicated and skilled team that was able to go and accomplish this. With respect to our customer communications efforts, on Tuesday night, we had managers in Grand Central Terminal, Yankees, East 153rd Street Station, Wakefield, and Woodlawn until 4 a.m. assisting customers and observing and reporting on conditions and responding to the terminal issues all night on Tuesday. We had extra ushers positioned in the information booth at Grand Central and posted delay messaging followed by service suspensions on the big boards. Once we determined that we would not be able to provide service and identify the service plan, we began communicating the plan to our customers, handing out between 600 and 700 sheets of instructions to get to the subway. Grand Central cleared out relatively quickly after that, and in addition, we kept our call center open all night, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights to assist our customers. Beginning Tuesday night, we provided alternate service information via our website, email alerts, station announcements, social media, and press release. On Wednesday evening, in addition to our employees assigned to Grand Central Terminal, we brought others in on overtime and supplemented with management volunteers, and we tracked calls throughout the incident. Fire Chief Leonard for the New York City Fire Department recognized the superb efforts of Metro-North forces at the scene. And when speaking with him and Deputy Commissioner Turner, they noted the excellent working relationship between Metro-North and the fire department and expressed every confidence that this relationship will continue. We also had strong levels of support that were given to us by the Commissioner from the state of Connecticut. And we were in constant communication with the state of Connecticut as well because of how it impacted our New Haven line customers. So going forward, we will continue working with the MTA, the New York Police Department, NY Fire Department to determine what can be done to prevent such a scenario as this one from happening again. Our safety department has already inspected underneath the entire Park Avenue viaduct up to the 138th Street lift bridge. MTA's property manager has also undertaken inspections at other sites throughout our territory, and we will be working with the fire department from the city to take corrective actions going forward. I'd now like to turn to the regular business unless you have any questions related directly to that.
Thank you for that update. I want to congratulate you for the hard work and the leadership to get us back so quickly with such an unexpected event on which we had no control, obviously. But I have a few questions. I don't know if this is the best time or if there's another suitable time, and I'd love to hear more about how it was caused and the other sites and all those good steps it sounds like you are taking to minimize the impact of any others or eliminate the possibility of any other similar situation. And I'll probably do that in another forum because I think that we have a full agenda and there's no real need to do it now, but I want to let you know I do have a series of questions and I don't know when the best time for that is. I don't know if it's another committee or how.
Because, and if you followed the papers through the weekend, you know this is an active investigation by the fire department in New York City. So I would say until their investigation is done, I would rather, as we get updates, I'll be happy to keep the board informed on those updates, but I wouldn't want to go into that type of discussion while their investigation is still ongoing.
No, that's fair enough, but I think the notion of the other sites and other steps that we can take, not only at Metro North, but LIR and Transit, would be one area I'd want to talk about, and there's no need for now. The other area would be the notion of cost reimbursement for an event like this. I'm not sure if that's fully been explained, the terrific work and that massive amount of work that came under our nickel, I assume, significantly more than a nickel, and what steps we have to undertake with either the landlord or the tenant or both to keep us whole from being the victim and our customers whole from being the victim of this.
I'll respond to both of them. The first part about whether or not we're looking at it as an MTA system-wide, the chair is already having that done. There is already, all agencies are going over this right now, and I'm sure you'll get a report on that. To the other part, we are tracking all of our costs on this, and legal is involved, and as the time frames come forward, I'll be coming back to the board with what our total costs were on this. We're tracking every cost that was involved, and we'll see what the remedy is as we go forward.
Okay, so to be continued. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chuck?
I too join in congratulating Metro North and the MTA for a superb job. I have a number of concerns here. This is an area in which I lived, which I travel through periodically, but frequently. Underneath that viaduct is the historic La Mercada, which is the market that is done regularly. And the concerns that I have are the following. One, not too long before this event, there was an explosion in the immediate vicinity of that site, an explosion that also caused Metro North to have to shut down and inconvenience passengers for hours on end. Underneath that site and going up to 138th Street underneath that viaduct have long been trucks, abandoned property, garbage, and what have you, that has gone on for years. To this day, no one really enforces it, even though the City of New York, through its Economic Development Corporation, leases that property and has the sole responsibility for its maintenance. The police department of the City of New York comes in only in the event of an emergency, and the ECD does not a damn thing about it. It is a miracle that the trucks and abandoned property there have not previously ignited and caused the same problem. And so when our lawyers start to take a look, I would urge them to take a look at the possibility of suing the City of New York for gross negligence. There's another issue, however, that I think this emphasizes and really points out. On Wednesday, not only were the trains shut down into Grand Central, but the streets of Manhattan were in gridlock for virtually the entire day. Buses could not traverse, trucks could not traverse, ambulances could not move, demonstrating once again a lack of foresightedness on the part of the City of New York, and the fact that New York and the borough of Manhattan in particular become so constrained that in an emergency there is no plan, there is simply catastrophe. It seems to me that we need to take a good hard look, not just at MTA, which is doing it, but the City of New York has got to take a look at transportation that is real, that deals with emergencies like these, and they're not unique. When the ice falls off the Washington Bridge, same damn thing happens. When the Washington Bridge is closed down, or when any other transportation center is closed down. seems to me that this is a wake-up call. A wake-up call that recognizes, A, that the mass transit facilities provided by the MTA are the heart and the life and the bloodstream of the city of New York, as well as of its environs. And that we need to make those kind of infusions into it that provide it the opportunity to grow and to be able to provide better service. But of equal importance, it is a wake-up call to the city of New York that it has a responsibility that cannot be ignored as it has been ignored, and I thank you.
Beck.
I'd like to continue with the regular President's report. On the safety front, the Office of System Safety has announced its latest initiative to keep safety in the forefront for every employee by rebranding the Safety Stand-Down Days to Safety Focus Days. The next quarterly Safety Focus Day is being held on Wednesday, June 1st, and will encompass participation from all Metro-North employees. Justin will share more in his report in the upcoming Safety Focus Day. Last month, service reliability was at 95.9, which is above our goal of 93%, and is a good indication that our April 3rd schedule change is working well. Trains operated above the goal during all service periods in April. Year-to-date, customers have been delayed 41% less than during the same period last year. West of Hudson operated at 96.7% for the month of April. Fleet availability remained good with a consist compliance of 99.7%. And finally, our mean distance between failure in March operated above goal at almost 270,000 miles between failures. Customer complaints continued the system-wide downward trend and were down 18% in April from April of last year. However, it should be noted that complaints in April are up 30% from March, primarily due to complaints regarding the expansion of our Quiet Car program. Although this looks like a large number, it equates to an increase of 157 complaints from March to April. Complaints in this area are now trending downward as customers have become accustomed to the new program, and we have improved communications about the program, including signage in the Quiet Cars. This year, our crews are continuing our station rehabilitation and upgrade program with improvements taking place on the Upper Harlem Line, at Patterson, Pauling, Harlem-Wingdale, Harlem Valley-Wingdale, Dover Plains, 10 Mile River, and Wassaic stations. In addition, 2 of the West of Hudson stations will be done, Campbell Hall and Port Jervis. There is a long list of work depending on what each station requires. Enhancements include repairing the platform expansion joints and edge boards, fixing the ADA safety warning strips, renewing the Watch the Gap stenciling on the platforms, repairing the right-of-way fencing and installing new wire benches, upgrading and recycling containers, replacing station and directional signage, repairing gutters and drain pipes, inspecting and repairing roofing, polishing shelter house glass, replacing scratchiti film on all windows, and replacing damaged ones, and applying a fresh covering of the traditional cedar green paint to the station exterior. The electricians will also replace old lighting with LED lighting to reduce energy consumption. And as always, the work is scheduled for minimal impact on our customers' commutes. On May 9th, we teamed up with the New York Blood Center, NYBC, for the 4th annual Employee and Community Blood Drive and Bone Marrow Drive in Grand Central's Vanderbilt Hall. Hundreds of Metro-North employees, customers, and nearby residents rolled up their sleeves, including myself, and contributed to this much-needed effort. The drive generated 275 life-saving donations, significant because these donations helped replenish New York Blood Center's blood inventory, with each unit of blood giving hospital patients in need a fighting chance. NYBC also received 14 bone marrow donations. The NYBC extends its appreciation to everyone involved, and I also want to thank all those who participated in this worthy cause. In addition, Metro-North will also be hosting additional blood drives at 4 of its facilities over the next month. Do I have any questions?
Justin?
Good morning. The safety report can be found on page 19. The 12-month rolling average for customer accident rate is down nearly 45% compared to the previous 12 months. The 12-month rolling average for employee lost time injury rate is up 7% compared to the previous 12-month rolling average. We've received 54 new C3RS reports in March. In addition, the peer review team reviewed 115 reports, of which 102 qualified for C3RS. As Mr. Giletti stated, on June 1st, we will be holding our second quarter safety stand-down, which has now been rebranded Safety Focus Day. A safety stand-down typically follows a major safety incident and is used to communicate with employees details of the event and how to prevent it from reoccurring. This rebranding will now allow us to utilize safety stand-down for its intended purpose, should we need to in the future. The topics to be covered during the Safety Focus Day include job safety briefings, C3RS, and Healthy for You, our new health initiative. In addition, June 10th and 11th is International Level Crossing Awareness Day, ILCAD. These days are designed to increase the awareness of risks at grade crossings in an effort to change driver and pedestrian behavior. We will be at various crossings throughout the system on both days promoting safety at grade crossings. This concludes the safety report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions, actually one request and one question, Justin. The first, and this I guess I look to David as well for this one. I typically think of trends requiring 3 data points and not 2. And so I would very much like us to move towards having a 3-year, 3 12-month periods we show for this data point, meaning the performance indicator. Right now we show April 14 to 15, 15 to 16. It's very hard to tell when you look at 2 data points if it's a trend or just as a blip. So if we can go back to having at least 3 years. I know in our previous version we used to have, I think, 4 years we showed as a running trend. It would just be helpful because I can't tell when I see 1 year different if it's actually a trend or just a blip. So that's one thing. Second thing, I think as many of us on this side of the table have raised questions, and they're more of questions of interest in education, not questions of criticism on C3RS. I think we all, certainly I would love to know and understand the nature of the corrective actions as we come to learn them. Right now I'm surprised, but maybe I shouldn't be, that of the reports that meet C3RS program criteria, effectively 1% around that lead to corrective actions being developed. So in the case of 2015 of 212, 3 merited something being done. And this year so far, 2 out of 140 merited. Again, I shouldn't, maybe I'm being sound pejorative when I say something to be done, but when I read total corrective actions being developed, that sounds like something is going to be done about it, and then everything else I suspect meant did not require corrective action. So it would be great to, as we continue in this process, with all the respect of confidentiality and appreciation for the labor of sharing this, be great to understand what those things are. And 2, I don't know if 1% is a reasonable expectation. I'm surprised it's that low. I would have thought 99% would not be ones you would not need to do corrective action on, but maybe I don't know. So those are my 2 things.
In terms of presenting the corrective actions, they'll be part of the safety committee, and we're working on a report right now. In terms of your question regarding the number of corrective actions, what actually happens is there's a bucket. So there could be, although there could be 200 reports, maybe there's 4 buckets, and 1 corrective action would take care of that entire bucket. So that's why the number is so much smaller.
So to that point, again, with all the respect of confidentiality, can we know what those buckets are? I don't mean right now. I don't have a desire to know this second, but it just, again, this is meant to be our canary in the coal mine technique for understanding all the things that are going to happen in the future. The commentary I've made for 2 years has always been, I know the big accidents we know of now. We never talked about sleep apnea until it happened. We never talked about, we were not talking as a board about grade crossings till Valhalla, and now we'll be talking about flammable materials along the right-of-way for right-of-ways or areas we don't own, which we weren't talking about before. Now we're going to be talking about that for some time, I'm sure. So this is our canary in the coal mine. It would be great to understand what you're learning.
Mitch?
Excuse me. It's become clear on the grade crossing issue, which you mentioned earlier, and I've had this conversation with David, that the issue seems to be on both railroads. Not that people go around the gate, but that people are on the tracks when the gate comes down. And so, and obviously, for whatever reason, can't get to the other side, because obviously they would prefer to go forward. The gate, they're on the track, they assume nothing is happening, the gate starts to come down, and nobody moves. Well, that's not true. The train moves, the car doesn't move, because, as I say to everybody, the train always is the one that's going to keep going. So I guess, from our questioning, it's an issue of how do we convince people, to the best of our ability, that you don't go on the track unless you can get to some part beyond the track clearly without stopping. And whether that means new signs or new pavement markers or whatever it is, some yellow line on the other side of the street that says, don't cross here unless you can get to the yellow line, or whatever it is. I leave that to the experts like yourself to come up with. But it's becoming clear in your reports and the Long Island reports that that seems to be the problem.
So currently, along with MTA Safety, we're working with CTC consultants to come up with some engineering methods that we could utilize to help raise driver awareness and help keep them off the track. So hopefully we have something to present in the very near term in regards to that too.
Now, and I was going to ask the chief this, how does that relate to, because obviously we have seen, and rightly so, a significant increase in the number of summonses being given by the police department for grade crossing infractions, which is great. Am I to assume that that's what happens also from a police officer's perspective, that that's what he sees? Or are there other things that people are doing that result in the infractions being given?
No, I think you're correct. The investigations have found it's driver inattentiveness, and they're normally past the first crossing, then the second one, then it goes down, and they can't proceed out. Again, it's normally driver error. There are times what we have found is they can get out for some reason. We don't know why. They tend to go in reverse as opposed to go forward. Even if they can go forward, I think they panic. But we're working with both safety departments. Education's the key. We have an educational program which we work with both railroads. When education, then the next step is enforcement, as we mentioned here. We do it, and then third step is engineering. And hopefully, a combination of those three will bring them down. But the awareness is definitely out there. When we're not summoning, we are handing out pamphlets and reminding people, not to enter the crossings.
Okay. Thank you.
Mitch, with respect, I think there's a fallacy in the approach that you outlined, and it is this. The fellow who gets past the gate is in the middle and the gates come down. He didn't know that gate was coming down. He didn't know when he went on it, nor would he know, unless prior to the gate coming down, there is some form of early warning signal, either audible or otherwise, that says in X number of minutes the gate comes down. The only alternative to that is to bring the gates down even sooner. That may not be a good answer, but it's an answer. But the question is, some form of early warning signal is essential if you're going to stop that person starting down that road.
One would not go forward on an active railroad line unless one could get to the other side without stopping. Now, I understand they may not know whether the train is coming in the next 20 seconds or the next 20 minutes. I understand that. And maybe we have to try to do a better job to inform them of that. But notwithstanding that, one would think that somebody would not do it, especially now when they don't know when the train is coming. And even if they knew the train was coming in 3 minutes, or 2 minutes, or 30 seconds, or the gate's coming down in 30 seconds, one would think that stopping on an active railroad crossing is not the best place to stop. So, having said all that and understanding your point, and I'm not arguing it, I think I agree with it completely, we clearly have to do a better job of getting people to understand that stopping on the train tracks, regardless of whether the train is coming in the next 10 seconds, 20 seconds, or 20 minutes, is not the optimum place to stop. That don't go past the first line until you can get safely to the second line. I understand you never know, but that's the point. If you stop on the tracks now, you never know when the next train is coming. So from my perspective, from a safety perspective, and I'm sure from a law enforcement perspective, we all don't want people stopping on the train tracks regardless of when the next train is coming. That's not the best place to stop.
Is that Murray Bowden's whistle can blow before the train
Well,
comes,
that-
little
that-
warning.
Yes, we've been through that discussion, yes.
I want to interject at this point because there is an active, as you know, the MTA has taken this on as an issue, and David will be dealing with this in the safety briefings and coming back to you with the report. And some of the things that I don't want to leave the discussion open on is, first off, the lights come on long before the gates come down. But what has happened is people do not treat those flashing lights as a stop, and they proceed across. And the other thing, and we've had this discussion before, is your statement that people don't drive through the gates is not accurate either, because people do drive through the gates. So at the end of the day, we're looking at all solutions that are on here, and I would like to defer the discussion because there's experts that are involved in this, and we're looking at some alternatives, and I'd like to handle that with the Safety Committee as we go forward. Thanks.
Good morning. For the month of April, Metro North had an increase of 2 incidents, 13 compared to 11. The notes are on page 21 of the book. We did have 4 robberies compared to 2. 2 of those were closed by arrest, one in Yonkers and one in Poughkeepsie. The 2 open ones, one is White Plains and one is in Yankee Stadium. As mentioned, we're continuing our grade crossing enforcement. We did issue 171 summonses in the northern region year to date. During the incident last week, we had additional police coverage to help Metro North with the crowd conditions, and we worked hand in hand with them as well as with the fire department. We're continuing our homeless initiative. This year to date, we've sent 113 individuals to shelters in the Metro North area, 30 of the individuals to hospitals. 29 summonses were issued and 9 arrests have been made, and we will continue that throughout the year. I'd just like to mention on June 8th, our canine facility is opening. It's a state-of-the-art facility with indoor, outdoor training capability. We have kennels for overnight lodging, and we have room for vet techs, so we can keep our canines the best trained in the country as well as the healthiest. And I'd like to thank Metro North that spearheaded the construction efforts for this project. I do appreciate everything that they did, and I want to thank the board for their support, particularly board members Metzer and Sador for all the support throughout the project. And I hope to see everybody on June 8th, if there's any questions.
Chief, I'd like to do 2 things with you. Have your folks had an opportunity, do they have the opportunity to swing around underneath not just the viaduct on Park Avenue, but the various other places where we have tracks that go at an elevated posture, just to be sure?
We actually recently assigned a police officer to what we call the right-of-way task force, and we work hand in hand with Metro North. We can work proactively and go through the tracks, the viaduct, as well as up the entire right-of-way. We do respond to complaints that come from the other customers and/or Metro North, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll go anywhere we feel that, safety is an issue, or if there's crime complaints.
Let me make a suggestion to you that is pursued by the fire department of the city of New York. Where the fire department sees, through the course of inspections in areas that it does not have direct jurisdiction over, a potential violation of law or a potential safety hazard, it writes up a very brief reference report to the appropriate city agency to get the appropriate city agency going. Seems to me that we could have those kind of references made by MTA police. If they see trucks that are parked underneath the viaduct and elsewhere, to either the police department or the Economic Development Corporation, giving them a reference and putting them on notice.
We can do that, and we will work with Metro North to that end.
The second question I have with you, and is I don't want to raise people's prurient interests, but in your report, you have a dramatic increase in public lewdness from 10 instances last year to 67 this year. Why is that?
We've, most of those incidents were actually, we have 81 public lewdness arrests, and you're correct, it's up. Our arrests overall are up 20% from 413, at 413 now from 332 last year. We have an issue both, to a less degree, on the trains, but some of our off-train locations, some of the stations and terminals, we have issues in the bathrooms. I won't get into the descriptions of those incidents, but we do have enforcement efforts in place, and when we see violations, we make arrests. It's not something where we're going to warn and admonish, and or summons, we are making arrests in those incidents.
My reason for highlighting it is there was a time not too many years ago where those kind of incidents caused real problems in terms of the public perception of subway safety and the like. This is the first time I've seen it in all these years over in the railroad side of it. And I congratulate you for being on top of it, and I urge you to be even more vigorous in your enforcement of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Okay, Joe. Information items.
The Diversity in EEO report, the first quarter report is in the book, and we're available to answer any questions. Seeing none under procurements. Jim?
Yes, there are 6 procurement actions in a total amount of $24,840,000. There's 1 non-competitive procurement, Cato Engineering. There are 5 competitive procurements, 1 competitive request for proposals, multi-clip company, DBA Vortok for a pre-wired house for a train fault detector. 2 are miscellaneous service contracts, Axiom Technology and Stewart and Stevenson Power. The remaining 2 are contract modifications, Automotive Resources and International and RZS Solutions. There are no ratifications. I make a motion to recommend these programs and procurements, and I need a second. Okay, discussion.
I have problems or questions concerning 3 of them. Let me first turn to Automotive Resources, which is on page 41, and couple it also with RZS. In both instances, a contract was let some years ago, and that contract apparently has been satisfactorily performed. But rather than have the issue rebid, we're just extending and expanding the contract. You know my views concerning competitive activity. This seems to be a somewhat anti-competitive activity. Why?
I can answer your question.
Sure.
As far as our ARI goes, that's a continuation of the existing services. That's a unusual change in requirement because of the unusually large amount of MOW use of our automotive and equipment that's necessary to support those endeavors. So that's not that's just additional services over and above that was originally requested.
Why couldn't that be bid?
That these services are, in fact, as we complete in 17, will be rebid by the BSC through a all-agency procurement. So this is, in fact, just to bridge that time period.
I understand it, but why couldn't it be rebid now? This portion of it, it's new, it's different.
I'm going to respond that what happened was we were
I
so...
recognize they may
Yeah.
be doing an absolutely terrific job. If that's the reason, that's a good answer. But say it.
Yeah, no, then you are correct, that is part of the answer, but the other part of it is you also are aware how much we are hitting, particularly Metro North, on the MFW work right now. So what happened is we did get together with the BSC. We know when they're going to go out with the fully competitive bid, and this is just to get us to that point, because right now we can't slow down what we're doing in terms of what's going on.
What do you do with RZS?
Go ahead.
RZS Solutions is something that's been around for a while, but in fact, they are the original supplier of the alarm system, and the technology that was developed under the original contract, this is just additives to that original design. The effort that would have taken to go back and redesign and put it out for solicitation wouldn't have allowed us to meet the abbreviated time period to get these upgrades put in place.
Do you think somebody could have said that in these documents? Do you think we could be transparent enough to tell the public? That's my complaint. On those two, I have one more.
And I will take it that this is the time to make things transparent. That's why I take your points, and I'm glad to be able to respond to them and let you know. I mean, this is an autonomous alarm system that needs to be re-put back into place, and the reasons are obvious. But I appreciate the question because it gives us an opportunity to, if it doesn't appear transparent, to make it transparent.
Joe, I thank you. I appreciate it. Let me take you back to Axiom. Now, that may be good, bad, or indifferent, but here's my question. The publication there was in the New York State Contract Reporter, the minority publications El Diario, and Daily Challenge, and on the website. This is a specialized activity. Why is it we cannot vary the publications to deal with specialized equipment, specialized bids in specialized journals, thereby to get an even broader approach to possibly enticing others in to come in and bid? I ask you to consider that for the future. This is an illustration, in my view, as to why that might have been helpful to get more into the game. As I understand it, only one bid was received. My hunch is that not too many people who read the Daily Challenge are capable of being able to provide this kind of equipment.
Knowing how specialized this is and that we're only going for the one alternator on it, I would say to you that it's probably more of a situation that everyone's waiting for the bigger bids with more parts that are to it, and that's why to gear up for just one piece. But again, this is something that we need to do, and we're doing everything we can, but I take your advice on getting it out to more locations, and I will discuss that and we'll review it.
It's not a big deal to get
Yeah,
one of
I
those.
understand.
If I could, just before we let this go, it's my area of responsibility. For each and every one of these, my staff is challenged to not only do the public advertisement and in the larger procurements, and if warranted, we do put it in railway age, we do put it in progressive railroading, but my staff is challenged to go out to the industry because they're educated in the industry.
Say it!
Point well taken.
Sorry, can you just finish what you were saying? You didn't, I think you had a little more to say. So your staff goes proactively out to certain vendors. You identify vendors who can make these things, and you go out there and you call them and say, hey, company X, we'd love you to bid on this thing. Are you interested? ? Is that what you're doing?
In each and every case, we make sure that, and my staff has to provide that to me, that they in fact did that outreach to validate, because I don't want to bring a sole source and then find out, lo and behold, that people can. And so that's been an ongoing practice at Metro North. And I will make sure that's noted in next month's.
Actually, sorry to add, I think my colleague is asking you a little more specifically that if you reached out, I don't even know who provides this equipment, let's just say Nortel, are they even still in business, Nortel? I don't even know who would do this, Nortel, Verizon, et cetera. It would be great if you listed maybe who those you proactively reached out, because I think that's in fact what you're looking for is understanding who got invited. Whether they want to participate or not is a different matter.
Any other questions on procurement? All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Joe, monthly reports.
The monthly reports on Metro North's operations, financial, ridership, and capital program are included in the committee agenda book, and all the officers are here available if there's any questions that you have on these reports.
Joe, I think I owe it to you to make a point. Some months ago, I and some others commented about the on-time performances of the railroad, and you told us at that time, give me time, give me the opportunity to get it improved and to make the changes. You have done that, you're doing it, and I congratulate you.
The only thing I want to add to that is that, as I've said before, I appreciate the accolades coming towards me. It's a team, okay, and we have a lot of dedicated employees. You've seen it now in response to an emergency situation, but we have a great team of employees that are out there, and I really feel the need to emphasize the collaboration, even when we had this emergency, that every agency called, okay? Every agency called to help out, and on top of that, all of our people come out. I don't have a problem with people not responding, and everybody is there. So we have a great team, and I appreciate it, and I hope that the board appreciates it. But thank you for your words.
Sue?
I have two questions. The first has to do with ridership. I'm seeing a bigger drop in ridership on west of Hudson, both lines, than I can come up with reasons for. Is there a reason for that?
We actually noticed that. We looked into that, and we also asked our colleagues at New Jersey Transit what they thought. There's some speculation that due to the threat of work stoppage at the time that month, that many of our normal customers ceased to purchase their normal commutation tickets, so they didn't buy the monthly tickets for fear that service would go away. And instead went to non-com or other opportunities until that ceased.
I had forgotten about that, but I did have some people surrounding my neighborhood ask me questions and say they weren't going to buy their commute.
Right. There's a
It
little
was
bit of
very
uncertainty.
scary for west of Hudson.
Right.
The other question I have has to do with the communication and signals PTC comment that the Federal Communications Commission issued a proposed order granting spectrum modifications for Fairfield, New Haven, O&D, and what exactly does that mean?
What that actually means, it's good news for the MTA and Metro North and our customers. The availability of spectrum has been very tight in the market. We were forced to go out commercially to procure that. The FCC basically granted our request to swap spectrum that we previously purchased for spectrum that's more suited to our needs. And as part of that arrangement, we're also going to be leasing some of that spectrum to New Jersey Transit to allow them to implement PTC on their property.
So we're no longer on the secondary market in those counties?
We're no longer on the secondary market in those counties. We still have a little bit of administrative work to get the deal signed by the FCC, but they basically reviewed it, approved it, had it out for public comment, and we're in the final stages of getting that fully completed.
Thank you. That is good news.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, our next meeting is a joint meeting with Long Island on Monday, June the 20th at 8:30 a.m. I need a motion to adjourn. Yes.
I'll hold my questions. I looked at the clock and the glaring eyes of some of my colleagues, and I'll hold my.
Jonathan, we're on or close. What do you want?
Is that an invitation for me to
Go right ahead. Go right ahead. You got a question? Go right ahead. Long Island will wait for you. Anytime.
Well, that was for me, Chuck. Not us. No. Let me see his face. Okay, I would like to end the meeting with just some follow-up questions, as I've had time to consider what the rest of the day would be like with other committees, and we did, I thought, have a few minutes. So with my indulgences and sort of apologies, if I could get some questions on the table that maybe, I don't expect answers now, but in recent meetings we've had, in another committee, we had some heated discussions over leaks and over reports and internal investigations. And I think part of the heated nature of those discussions went to the fact that there were a lot of questions that were discussed, and the answers led to more questions, which led to more questions. And ultimately, the chairman stepped in and initiated a report, and it seems to be, that system seems to be working very well in terms of getting questions answered. So if I could just throw some questions on the table, and the proper time, just trying to learn how that was done in the public session, the proper time for the answers will be sooner rather than later, but it doesn't have to be now, of course, especially in the middle of what you're just been going through and what you're going through. So it goes back to, with respect to the incident last week, and some of these may be legal, but I'd like to have a better understanding of some of the facts from the board. And I greatly appreciate the notion that other areas are being studied and investigated, and with safety first for other places where the situation might be relevant, and I laud you for that. And I understand that the notion of getting reimbursement, these two of the questions I asked earlier, are going to be explored, and I understand that. But with respect to just some questions I would like answered as we go through the facts, just to help guide you to, so you know some of the things I'll be at least looking for, and I'm sure, I was teasing a little, I'm sure our board members will have additional ones. But I would like to better understand the contractual privity of the ownership and leasehold relationship for the parcel up on 118th Street. I'd like to understand the obligations that the landlord, which I understand was EDC, had with respect to inspections and with respect to any cleanup that would be required. I'd like to understand the status of the prior violations, what was being done by the landlord and the city, whoever is responsible for that, given the privity of contract. I also want to confirm what our obligations were contractually in that situation where we're not either the landlord or the tenant or even the agent, but it's a very interesting situation where actions or the lack of actions by others could so adversely affect hundreds of thousands of people and cause such a dangerous situation. And there were one or two others, and I'll supplement them in the interest of time. I'm trying to speak quickly, but hopefully also in a measured tone without some of the heated issues that were so central to the transit discussion when we had a couple months ago. So I'll supplement that, but those are some of the ones that I particularly will be looking toward, again, sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Chuck?
This will take less than 20 seconds. The property underneath is leased by the City of New York to an entity called the Economic Development Corporation, which claims on
I get that. I
occasion-
actually am an expert in those structures and
which
financing.
claims
so-
on occasion to be independent of the city of New York when it suits its convenience, and at other times is part of the city of New York. But since it says it's independent, it's clearly subject to suit.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor? Any against? Thank you.
How are you? Good. Okay, if we could get started. Everybody could take their seats. And we'll call the May meeting of the Long Island Committee to session. We have 4 public speakers this morning. Start with Murray Bowden.
Morning. The minutes for the last meeting are incorrect in one spot. The following board members were not present. Andrew Saul hasn't been on the board for quite some time. You might cross his name off. I tell you that only because I pulled this off the internet last night, and I want you to know I do my homework. Mitch, continuing your discussion of those crossing lights, if I might. The red flashing lights that you referred to when you wanted to know why people go by, it's completely legal to cross that. The manual says when you come to a flashing red light, you stop, look around, and if you think it's okay, you proceed. But that's not what you want people to do. You wanted them to stop. And the only way to make them stop is to use a traffic light with a red light camera behind you. So the accidents that are happening on the Long Island Railroad are because you're enabling them. They legally cross the area because you give them permission. So if you stand here and say we're trying to stop people from crossing, that's hypocritical. There's only one way to stop them from crossing that track when a light goes on, and that's with a traffic light. Look it up. I have. And you cannot say, we don't want people to cross because a train might be coming, because it is completely legal to cross. Now, if you want to stop the crossings, because you had another accident recently, you put traffic lights in. Why do you use the other ones? Nobody has answered that question. Use that because they used it 100 years ago. You never updated. So if you want to discuss people crossing and you want to stop them from crossing, even if the gate isn't down, you must, as required legally, to use a traffic light. Now, why do you use the old ones? I keep asking that question. Nobody answers it. Part of the reason is the people in Washington, the man who is the head of the Railroad Committee and the National Committee, has a financial interest in keeping it the way he is. Everybody's afraid to confront an outdated manual. It's full of errors. They know it. They can't fix it. You're accepting outdated information without saying, hey, maybe we ought to change it. What's your responsibility? My responsibility is standing up here, and some people think I look foolish, but there's a lot of people who use your system who say, Murray, continue to do that, because nobody else does. You think it's so easy to stand up here and say, you guys are making mistakes? There's a record of me on there. It's a searchable record. My name is Murray Bowden. I was born in Yonkers, New York on June 11, 1933. And when I'm called to testify, did I tell you you are creating a liability for the MTA, I will be able to say yes. I warned the Long Island Railroad Committee that they are enabling people to kill themselves. This is a world of searchable databases. Somebody's going to get around to searching the database and saying, were you told of the liability you're creating for the MTA by not using traffic lights and to continue using flashing red lights? This is about money. This is about getting sued. This is about prior information. whether or not legally it's there, the judge is going to say, hey, you were warned. How come you didn't fix it?
Next is Kevin Sexton.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Sexton. I'm the General Chairman of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, a labor organization representing locomotive engineers on the Long Island Railroad. I'm here this morning to speak in support of the Long Island Railroad's initiative to retrofit the MP15AC locomotives, commonly referred to as a 1500 or an E15. The MP15AC fleet is well beyond its life cycle. The Long Island Railroad utilizes these locomotives to move disabled equipment, railroad ties, ballast. They remove snow in the winter, and during the fall, they're used for leaf crushers and sandite service. Though its past performance was a testament to robust design, crews struggled to keep these locomotives in service to meet the demands required that ensure reliable train service. Locked axles, traction motor anomalies, and erratic action from the antiquated braking systems are just some of the issues crews encounter with the 1500s. The fleet service to the public, employees, and Long Island Railroad certainly noteworthy. However, the 1500s do not employ modern technologies, onboard diagnostic capabilities, exhaust emission standards, and crew ergonomics. A 30-year-old cab design, lack of a climate control system, and no form of electronic fault detection systems has proven to be an environment which fosters fatigue. Simply put, the MP15AC is in need of replacement or retrofit. A new or retrofitted locomotive provides a seamless integration between the engineer and train controls, which will combat operator fatigue. Modern technologies such as PTC, wayside fault detection, and brushless traction motors monitors will substantially improve performance. Providing an overhauled locomotive with wayside monitoring detection technologies and integrated cab diagnostics enables mechanical personnel to quickly identify and mitigate operational issues. For the aforementioned reasons, the BLET urges the committee to support a replacement or complete retrofit of the 1500s. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Orrin Getz.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is Orrin Getz. I did give some information passed out to you, President Nowakowski, Chairman Powley, and also to you, Commissioner Merdla. I thought you might find it of interest. First thing is in the minutes, my name was misspelled. It's spelled G-E-T-Z, not G-O-E-T-Z. But one of the things that I did pass out was an action item on the New Jersey Transit Board meeting that was approved on May 12, 2016. And what it is, it's for the New Jersey Transit Grid. This is a microgrid that provides emergency backup power to move trains out of Penn Station should the commercial power system fail. And it's quite a comprehensive system, and I think the Long Island Railroad should look into what New Jersey Transit's doing, and you should come up with a similar system to move trains out of Penn Station should the commercial power system fail. And it's not should it fail, it's when it will fail, because it's failed over and over again, and we all here can remember the last time it did. And so I would suggest the Long Island Railroad look into this matter. I've also provided a copy of the Journal News concerning railroad crossing safety, including it's a good picture of the Pascagoula Valley train on a railroad crossing to show people what our equipment looks like west of Hudson, so you should become familiar with it. But also included is an article that explains the railroad crossing bills that are in process up in Albany, and I think it's important to know what they are and possibly support them to get them passed. I know that you are very concerned, Chairman Powley, about railroad crossing safety, and it's good to know what is going on in Albany on these matters and see if we can get the proper legislation put through. Also, at the last meeting, you had stressed the need for federal funding to improve railroad crossing safety. I agree. Well, I read that $25 million of federal funding for railroad safety, that includes railroad crossing safety, is available, and that the FRA is accepting applications from railroads for competitive grants. I sent an email to the MTA Chief Safety Officer concerning the status of the applications for the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North for this federal funding. Perhaps you can follow up with Mr. Meyer on this matter. I think it's important, and we should get a response of what what Long Island Railroad Metro North have done to secure this federal funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is William Henderson.
Good morning. I'm Bill Henderson, the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, and I'm here to deliver remarks on behalf of the LIRRCC Chair, Mark Epstein. Over the next 2 days, Long Island Railroad will be holding 6 scoping meetings on Long Island to address proposals for the Long Island Railroad expansion project. As you know, these proposals are aimed at adding a 3rd track to the main line of the Long Island Railroad, and this has been an objective of both for years of both the LIRR and tens of thousands of long-suffering commuters. Proposed work also has the added benefit of eliminating 7 at-grade crossings between Floral Park and Hicksville, which improves traffic flow on the area streets and roads and removes from our communities the very real risk of tragic collisions between trains and motor vehicles. The need for the improvement is clear from both the limitations that the LIRR faces in normal operations and the huge delays that result when any problem on the tracks disrupts service between Floral Park and Hicksville. An issue such as a stalled train, malfunctioning crossing gate, or track defect means major delays not only for mainline riders, but for the entire system, as mainline delays cascade across the LIRR. In addition, the MTA will expend a total of over $10.6 billion to complete and furnish rolling stock for the East Side Access Project. But the railroad and its riders cannot realize the full benefit of this project without eliminating bottlenecks on the main line. It's inconceivable that we would spend this amount of money on East Side Access and leave major potential benefits on the table. We know that the board understands the problems that the LIR has with mainline capacity, operational flexibility, and redundancy. We know that you want a modern LIRR where riders can travel in both directions even during rush hours. We know that you want a system that truly supports the economic well-being of Long Island, rather than just meeting minimum requirements for service. Riders need the members of the MTA board to be thoughtful and steadfast advocates for the expansion of the main line to 3 tracks. We'll be at the forefront of those calling for this critical work to move forward, and we hope that you will be there with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That completes the public comment period. Approval of the minutes with those 2 minor changes as recommended. Move to approve the minutes. Second. All in favor? Aye. Pat, are there any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay, so we'll go right to your report.
Thank you and good morning. Number of items I want to cover with you this morning, and the first Bill just talked about a little bit, and that is this week we are beginning public sessions to review the scoping document for the mainline expansion project that was published on May 5th. These meetings will be held at a variety of locations, and I'll go through them with you in a second here. And it is an opportunity for anyone, be it riders, communities, anyone who is interested, to provide us input on things that they think we need to consider as part of our evaluation of this project. And Bill just used the term that I know he's familiar with, and that is you can find our scoping documents and any other information on this project at our website. Our website is amodernli.com. So please visit that site and you can see all our information out there. In terms of those meetings, they are tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow's meetings will be held from 10 to 2 and 5 to 9. That's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. At Hofstra University at the Mack Student Center Student Theater, located at 1000 Fulton Avenue in Hempstead. And we also have tomorrow another location that we're doing meetings. They will be held in New Hyde Park from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Inn of New Hyde Park, located at 214 Jericho Turnpike, New Hyde Park. On Wednesday, we will again hold sessions. They will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Yes We Can Community Center, located at 141 Garden Street, Westbury, and Wednesday evening from 6 to 9 p.m. at Aunt Tun's Caterers, located at 244 West Old Country Road in Hicksville. For those able to attend, again, we're looking for input on the project, and we also want to share information. I talked about the website, but another thing that we have done at the Mineola Station, we have opened up a project information center, so people can stop by and get information on the project there. We've talked about this project when it was, since it was first announced, and one of the things that the governor charged us with was doing unprecedented outreach on this project, and I'm happy to report that we have been doing that the entire time. We have met that challenge. We're now over 100 meetings that we have held with community representatives, community groups of all different types throughout the corridor and actually outside of the corridor. So it is a project that means a lot to the future of the Long Island Railroad, as Bill talked about. It is something that we at the Long Island Railroad have long desired to add to our system. To have the governor's support for this project at this point in time has been a great benefit to us in moving this project forward. So we're very pleased at where we are with this project at this point in time. A couple other things to mention. One, week before last, we did a ribbon cutting out at Wantagh Station. You had previously approved that procurement, and we have done a ribbon cutting. The construction work at that station is already underway. We do a half of that station platform at a time, and it was followed a model that we did at Massapequa just recently, and is now complete. It will bring a lot of benefits to that community. It will make that station ADA accessible for the first time. It will have an art aspect to it, and it'll be a total rebuild of the station there in Wantagh. Under the area of ridership, we had another good month in the month of April. We're about 1.7% above April of a year ago, so our ridership continues to do very well. A couple events that help bolster that is one, the Islanders' march into the NHL playoffs was very successful, and we carried 40% of the gate for those games held at Barclays Center. And also, obviously, the kickoff of the Mets season at Willets Point, City Field, has been great early, despite some of the weather we've put up with. We get good ridership for the Mets games. I would be remiss talking about ridership if I did not mention the kickoff of the summer season. As you know, the Long Island Railroad has a little bit different from most transportation services, in that our summer months we carry the highest ridership of any month of the year on our system. When most people are on vacation and schools are closed and that type of stuff, and ridership typically goes down, ours expands. And it expands because people use the Long Island Railroad for leisure travel. One of the most notable symbols of that is the Cannonball train. The Cannonball train goes off this Friday for the first time. It will be a 12-car train that will take people out. I can tell you that the reserve seating on that train is almost sold out for the summer, but there are still some reserve seatings available. The rest of the seating is on a first-come, first-served basis for the open, unreserved cars. Also, we have coming up in a couple weeks, and unfortunately it won't be a Triple Crown opportunity, but we will have a rubber match between Exaggerator and Nyquist. So we're looking forward to that. We will have the same service level. We're going to anticipate that we have a complete sellout at Belmont, although history does not suggest that'll be the case. We will be prepared, and we will provide that service, and we will get the people to and from that event in the same manner that we did last year. So we've been meeting with the Belmont folks. Our security folks have been meeting with their security folks. We will have a coordinated security plan at the event. So it's an event that, as you know, we learned our lessons from a couple years ago, and I think we did very well last year, and I anticipate we'll do well again this year. Mobile ticketing. We have a pilot ongoing on mobile ticketing. It has just been for a select few customers. It is sort of a beta test to debug the system. It has been done on our Port Washington branch. We are nearing the end of that. We have gotten good feedback from that. We've been able to tweak some different items to move that forward. And the next step will be in June, later in June. We will go forward with just the Port Washington branch being fully available to riders on that branch for mobile ticketing. The reason we're doing it that way is, you know, we have over 1,000 conductors and assistant conductors that all need to be trained on the nuances of the system and how it'll work. But we are very hopeful to roll out maybe by the end of the summer the system-wide implementation of mobile ticketing on the Long Island Railroad. One item that's a little bit different for us this year, and I know it's been placed in front of you, and we'll go through it in the procurements, but that is a procurement that we had to walk in. It is an important procurement to us. It is for the double track project for signal equipment. So you will find that in front of you. We did email it out on Friday. I apologize for the walk-in, but we literally concluded negotiations Cindy Friday. So it is something that we very much need to move forward, and we appreciate your doing that. And the final item I wanted to mention is I'm pleased to introduce to you the new general counsel of the Long Island Railroad, and that's Mark Hoffner. Mark is seated right there. Some of you may know Mark. This is actually a repeat engagement for him at the Long Island Railroad. He was our general counsel in the time frame of 2007 and 2008. So Mark, welcome aboard. Glad to have you. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, sir, and welcome Mark back. Michael, Capital Construction? Oh, go ahead.
Lori.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're got to put it in the report. Go ahead, Lori. Safety report? I apologize.
No worries, thank you. Good morning. So we're reporting on our safety performance through the period ending in March, and that can be found on page 79 in your book. The week of April 25th, we held a number of notable safety outreach events. Our corporate safety stand down, which like Metro North is being rebranded to Corporate Safety Focus Day, took place for the second quarter on April 27th, and it focused on situational awareness, spring housekeeping, and personal protective equipment. Over 4,000 employees participated in conversations throughout the day on these critical proactive safety essentials. Also over that same time period, over several days that week, we did safety, health, and wellness events during various tours at Penn Station, Hillside, Ronkonkoma, Babylon, Richmond Hill, and Bethpage, where many of our transportation, engineering, mechanical, and station personnel are headquartered. In addition to educational displays and back school and safety literature, we had a scratch-off raffle contest. 6 employees won Fitbits to help them achieve their health and fitness goals. And finally, our second Customer Safety Awareness Day was conducted at Penn Station on April 26th in partnership with New York City Transit, New Jersey Transit, and Amtrak. Avoiding slip, trips, and falls continued to be the main focus of the event, as this is the biggest driver of customer injuries throughout our system. As far as the safety performance metrics, as I said, they're on page 79. It's important to note that in March we actually did receive 21 new C3RS reports, but they weren't downloaded until the month of April. The reason being that the peer review team spent much of that month actually field testing and doing site visits and outreach on some of the corrective actions as part of their due diligence. And I'm happy to answer whatever questions you may have.
Questions from any members? Chuck?
I was intrigued by a comment made by Murray earlier that the flashing red lights do not mean stop, and that you can, if you want, proceed after stopping. Is that correct? And if so, how do we fix it?
I think when you see a flashing light, you're supposed to stop, look, and listen. It's not an absolute stop.
But you see, the point made earlier in the Metro North meeting was that when the gates come down, there are people who are caught in the middle. And the secondary point was, but we have these flashing red lights to warn them. Seems to me that when you have this warning vehicle, namely the red lights, that should mean stop, period. Don't go. And it seems to me that the safety group and the Long Island Railroad and Metro North ought to take a good hard look to implement some process in and by which red light means red light, stop, period.
Chuck, if I can, a flashing red light at a roadway does mean stop and then proceed on your safety. But at our crossings, these flashing red lights mean stop. They do not mean stop and proceed. Murray, please.
Let me make a point.
Okay.
Let me make a point.
But let me add to that point first, okay? In addition to that, we put gates down, which barricade the crossing. So you either need to drive through the barricade or you need to drive around the barricade to proceed through it. So we covered both ways. It is not just a matter of flashing lights. It is also a matter of we use gates to barricade the crossing.
I have no problem with that. I compliment you on it. I applaud you on it. My point is simply this. The public has got to know a red light, whether it flashes, and I have a problem with flashers of all kinds. But I say to you that the red light means stop, and it should mean stop. And we ought to get that out. And if it requires some amendment to law so that the police department can issue appropriate violations, so be it. But I think maybe the legislators ought to know if they have to do anything about it, and we ought to be able to do it.
And if I did add, Chuck, as you know, we've brought a consultant on board. We're doing active coordination with New York State, with a number of communities throughout our system, and we're actually going to be modifying some crossings to try different things and see what success we have with those different treatments, from things like don't block the box, which so people do not enter the crossing area and that type of stuff.
Pat, I'm not faulting you one iota, or the things you have done. What I am simply saying, if somebody says to me, stop doesn't mean stop, and a flashing red light doesn't mean stop, and you can go through, that raises a question, and somebody ought to be prepared to say, stop means stop. Chief?
Just one more thing to clarify on that issue. Flashing red lights aside, if you cannot traverse through the crossing, it's a violation in and of itself. So whether the light is flashing or not, if there's no lights flashing and you cannot traverse to the other side, and you do so and you do not make it, that's a violation in and of itself. And that's a big part of the education campaign.
Many times when people cross, They have no clue as to what the heck's coming down the track. It may be a curve or the like. I know, I got caught once.
But I think, as the chief points out, and listen, I'm not going to extenuate the discussion. We all understand the reports that are going on and the reviews that are going on. But one would hope, and maybe that's our problem, is we give people too much credit, that, as the chief said, you know, it is a violation of New York State law to go when you can't cross the rail lines completely. That's a violation in and of itself. So one would assume, even if there's no train coming and no lights going and no grade crossing thing coming down, stopping on an active rail line is not the best thing to do, whether the lights are going on or the grade crossing's coming down in the first place. You may be able to proceed, but you have to proceed in a way that is safe for you and your occupants in the car. Is that a fair statement, Chief?
That's correct.
Now, if we have to reinforce that in other ways, the safety committee I know is looking at that with the consultant, and we will do that. But one would hope that that by itself would help in this conversation, but maybe we need to do more. Ira, did you want to add something to that?
I don't know why we're having this discussion, but I could be wrong. But a flashing red light at an intersection means stop and proceed if it's safe to go. Flashing red lights at a railroad crossing, as I understand it, and I don't know the law off the top of my head, means something else. And if someone wants to, they could clear that up, who actually knows, or...
Well, it means it means that the gates are coming down.
Well, no, but I'm sorry, but if there are railroad, we don't have them, but there are railroad crossings with no gates. And all they have is flashing red lights to protect them. But that means a train is coming and you are not to cross that crossing. That's what those flashing red lights mean. They mean two different things in different places. Now, maybe that's some ambiguity that has to be addressed. I don't know, but it's a violation either way. I mean, either whether the gate's there or not, you're not supposed to go across the tracks if there's flashing red lights. Someone, the speaker here, gave an impression that somehow the flashing red light at a railroad crossing means you could stop, look, you say, hey, I don't see a train, I can go across. I don't think that's true. I just want to make sure that's clear.
We can clarify, but I don't think there's a distinction with the flashing red lights in the VTL. I think that's what the issue is.
It's been a long time since I took the road test.
Right.
David, did you want to add something, or are we good at the moment? We're good? Okay. We now done with the President's report? Okay. Michael, Capital Construction?
Good morning. Just like to report that the East Side Access, we committed today approximately $8.5 billion out of a 10.17. It's 83% of the money has been committed already to contracts. Out of that, we have actually expended $66.2 billion, about 73% of the 8.5 committed has been expended, and we continue to award contracts. I'm going to start with a report in the Manhattan side of the East Side Access, the South Structure contract. We are going to be issuing a substantial completion, actually, as of the end of April. As far as the North Structures, the contract is continuing the work, and we, at this point, they are actually on track to finish based on whatever new schedules has been put in place. The facility fit-out, this is the concourse fit-out, the contractor now is excavating below temporary deck at East 48th Street between Medicine and Park. And is also, that includes excavation of an escalator pit in the area in front of one of the buildings on 48th Street. The milestone number 1, that is the Terminal Management Center, communication closets, and a couple of rooms, is on plan to be completed in June. And the remaining milestone number 1 includes some electrical work that will be completed later than that. It's on schedule at this point. In Queens, the contractor, we had some issues on the contractor for the Queens structure, CQ32, where we had event facility at 23rd Street that was built prior to that, and when we started to dig around it, we found out a lot of unforeseen conditions in the vicinity of the new vent shaft. We had to redesign the vent shaft, and it's ongoing right now. And that work is going to be starting as soon as we complete our investigation and design. The contractor on the CH057, and this is a contract that there's some activities right now, and the abutments on 48th Street Bridge, and this is a bridge that actually is pretty close to the neighborhood, and the work on demolition work is on plan to be completed by the end of May. Then we'll start the construction of the abutments. And as far as the westbound bypass tunnel, the first component of the tunnel shield was delivered already. It was supposed to be done the week of May 16. And the work is actually, at this point, is proceeding, and the parts have been coming to the site and being assembled. The systems, the delivery of major electrical equipment, including transformer and primary switch gear, is expected to be completed this month, and the installation is expected to commence immediately after the delivery. I would like to actually turn it over to Peter Connor for the safety report.
Eastside Access continues to improve its safety. It has a, to date, 2.17 versus 3.2 unrecordable and lost time. And their lost time injury has gone down to 0.59 as opposed to 1.75. It has been by a large success due to a leading indicator strategy where we have switched from reactive to proactive strategy that has borne some very good results for us. And that's all I have to report.
Any questions on Eastside Access report? If not, police report, Chief.
Good morning once again. For April, the Long Island Railroad was up 2 incidents, 12 compared to 10. We're down for the year 39 compared to 44. We did have an increase in assaults, 3 compared to 1. There's 1 open case in Hempstead. The other 2 were in Penn Station, and arrests were made on those. As mentioned, Cannonball starts Friday. We are prepared for that, as well as we've been meeting on Belmont for June 11th. We've mentioned the grade crossing issue at length. We have issued 557 summonses in the eastern region this year for grade crossing violations. If there's any questions.
Any questions on the police report, Ira?
Yeah, on page 30, the incidents, I just noticed there's an increase in public lewdness. I was just wondering what that's accountable to. Is it like parallel to the transit system?
Right, as mentioned in the Metro North meeting, most of those incidents are outside the train. They're at our stations and terminals, and it's something that we noticed, getting complaints about it, and we've just been taking aggressive action. Unfortunately, a lot of it happens in bathrooms. So we have directed patrols at certain locations.
I mean, do you think, is it just a matter of reporting? People are more apt to report it now because of the publicity, or do we think that it's an increase?
I think it's driven through social media, actually. Individuals meet at a certain location. So we're monitoring all aspects of it.
Now, forgery, I was always wondering about this. Is that mostly people with false ticket media?
False tickets, yeah. They're either photostated or sometimes a little more sophisticated.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks.
Any other questions? If not, we have one action item on page 31 and 32. Pat?
Yes, the Long Island Railroad has had a project labor agreement for 7 projects in the past. And that project labor agreement with the building trades out on Long Island we desire to amend it and add 2 additional projects to that agreement, which the board had previously approved. So one is the Phase 2 of the Main Line second track, and the other project is the Post Avenue Bridge replacement in Westbury.
I'll make that motion. Is there a second? Any questions on that item? If not, motion to approve. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay. Information items.
In terms of information items, 2 items in there. One is the EEO diversity report. It's in the books. It will be reviewed and discussed this afternoon at the diversity committee, and I encourage anyone interested to attend that. Second item is our summer schedule. I mentioned the beginning of summer service today, and our ongoing track program on the railroad.
Any questions on those items? Go ahead, Ira. Just, all right, you're,
Okay. On the additional service, the additional service, I guess between Babylon on the Montauk branch, the extra trains to provide service to regular customers as opposed to the weekend customers, will that service will connect with express trains to Babylon? I assume it didn't.
The Patchogue to the ferry?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it says extra trains make stops at Bayshore, Sayville, Patchogue, and provide relief of crowding on through trains to Montauk.
Yeah.
There'll be extra service to Patchogue.
In essence, we're putting extra service to Patchogue so people can get to Fire Island. And we are creating an opportunity for them to catch another train that doesn't go all the way to Montauk, and hopefully that will relieve some of the crowding that we're seeing.
Is that just using existing service? Or is that, my impression, I'm not really clear on what this does. Is it like a shuttle service between Babylon and Patchogue with connecting trains at Babylon?
There's 2 different pieces to it. One train, I believe, just runs from Babylon, and the other one runs from Jamaica. So it's a trip. The first trip is in the morning, goes from Jamaica out to Patchogue, then it doubles back to Babylon and connects with an existing train and meets that, and will take people out to Patchogue.
Okay, and that existing train, the latter one where it comes back and picks up the train, the Babylon train, I assume is an express train from Jamaica.
It's an express train to
okay.
Babylon.
Right, yeah, okay, all right, thanks.
anyone else on that? I will congratulate the railroad for adding additional service to the East End. I get that complaint all the time. The more we add, the better it is in that regard. And this is a very good way to start the summer season with increased service. Procurements, page 50.
We have 6 items in this month's procurement package in the total amount of $203.6 million. There are 2 items in the non-competitive section in the amount of $1.8 million, and 4 items in the competitive section totaling $201.8 million, one of which is the walk-on item which Pat had referred to earlier. That will be the last item addressed in the package today, and an update to that item was distributed to everybody this morning before the meeting began. Of the non-competitive items, the first one is an award to AFA Protective Systems for a 5-year period in the not-to-exceed amount of $160,915 for continuing lease maintenance, monitoring, repair, and upgrade of the fire alarm system located at Long Island Railroad's Jamaica Station building. The second non-competitive item is for the procurement of switches under a sole source contract to Ansaldo USA in the fixed amount of $1,611,402, and this is for the procurement of 46 M3 switch machines, which would be used at the West Side Yard in replacement for those that were damaged during Superstorm Sandy. The balance are 20 A5 air pneumatic switch machines, which would be installed by Long Island Railroad Signal Department at Jamaica and Babylon in order to bring those areas up to a state of good repair. Of the competitive items, the first one is a request to use the RFP method in connection with the remanufacture and delivery of 24 work locomotives. There are 2 different types that we're looking to replace. We have 19 MP15 work locomotives and 5 SW101 switch locomotives. all built by EMD in 1977. These locomotives are used for track maintenance program, and we found that the spare parts are becoming hard to come by. We've engaged the services of a consultant to take a look at our alternatives for replacing this equipment, and it's been recommended that we pursue remanufacture. The next competitive item is a firm fixed price contract to Railroad Construction Company, Sinalta Construction Corporation joint venture in the amount of $56,665,899, which also includes an option for ASIMS, which is a snow melting system which is used in connection with the platforms. This is in connection with the Hicksville Improvement Project. The Hicksville station platforms and the amenities at the station were built in 1961 and have undergone more than 50 years of heavy usage, exposure to harsh weather conditions, and are well past their useful life. This work would replace the platforms and generally bring the station up to a state of ADA compliance. This project, it should be noted, is governed by the PLA with the Buildings and Construction Trades Council of Nassau and Suffolk County. The next competitive item is an award for a public work contract to Skanska Pasilico joint venture in the amount of $59,675,000, which also includes options to provide design-build services for a new second track to be constructed on the main line Ronkonkoma branch from Central Islip to Farmingdale. The construction of a full second track to Ronkonkoma will eliminate the current Long Island Railroad operational limitations by increasing service reliability and on-time performance along the main line from Farmingdale to Ronkonkoma, and will also provide for faster recovery time following service incidents, also allowing the railroad to provide frequent off-peak service in both the east and westbound directions. As a result of negotiating with Skanska Pasilico, we were able to coordinate with the next award, which I will describe, which would be for the signalization of the mainline second track, and to coincide termination of both of these contracts so that all of the work would be dovetailed and completed by the end of 2018, actually by October of 2018. The final item is the walk-on item, and this is a public work contract to Ansaldo USA in the fixed amount of $44,851,750, also including options to design and furnish signal system components for the new second track, Farmingdale to Ronkonkoma on Long Island Railroad's main line. Work under this contract will include final design, fabrication, delivery, and system integration, and testing of new pre-wired signal components, including central instrument locations, otherwise known as SILs, huts, cases, and ancillary equipment to support Phase 1, which is west of Central Islip to Ronkonkoma, currently funded and under construction, as well as Phase 2, Farmingdale to west of Central Islip, for which funding is included in the railroad's proposed 2015 to 2019 capital program. We did a preliminary outreach to a number of firms in the signal industry that have responded to Long Island Railroad's bids over the years. We ran our schedule by them, and we ran our general description of the scope by them to see if we would have a competitive base. We received just one proposal from Ansaldo. However, we did have interest expressed by a new firm called Diverging Approach, which we were happy to receive. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their team together, and because they were new to doing business with the MTA, they were asking for over 2 months of a proposal extension, which we could not grant. So therefore, we are recommending award to Ansaldo in connection with this project.
Thank you. First, motion to approve. Second, now, discussion. Jonathan.
Could you briefly, just to follow up on the comments, the theme from the prior meeting, I don't know if you heard or not, but the notion is that non-competitive, the explanation for why non-competitive needs to be clearly articulated. And I note that, so I have that question on the two non-competitives, if you could briefly explain them.
Okay.
And then I have one quick question on the walk-in.
Okay. The alarm system, the AFA alarm system, they were the original, it was the first time I believe we started using leases for this type of equipment, and they were the design, furnish, install, maintainer under their lease. They had a 5-year contract going back to 2002 with 2 5-year options, which were both exhausted. There was no buyout provision under the lease. We wanted to buy the system out and then put it out and see if we could either get some competition or perhaps even do the work in-house. The buyout price was not cost-effective. So we were able to negotiate an upgrade to the system, which would bring it up to a much better condition, you know, in the agreement that we would extend the lease for a 5-year period for them to maintain it after the upgrade was done.
So that will make it 20 years. Or am I misunderstanding?
It would, but it's essentially a new system now, and we got good value for the value of the upgrade. And we will now have a buyout price, which will give us options at the end of this final term with AFA.
It sounds like under the circumstances, you've done a reasonably good job of getting the upgrade and having different terms. But the notion that was raised by my colleague, Mr. Merdler, earlier, and I don't mean to speak for him, of course, but is that without competition and without clearly explaining it, we wouldn't know that. And without the explanation, we wouldn't know it, and without competition, we're not, I think, doing what we should do. So the notion of one process leading to 20 years of a contractual relationship is a bit troubling, notwithstanding the relatively small amount. With respect to Ansaldo, if you could explain that one.
Well, these switches, in some cases, are a very old design and are embedded in our infrastructure to the extent that we really don't have many cost-effective alternatives. We would have to essentially take whatever inventory we've retained of components that work with those switches, and we would have to basically get rid of that and re-procure new equipment if we were to use a new firm, as well as design new infrastructure to accommodate new switches. That all combined would be a much more expensive option than continuing to use Ansaldo.
For an 18-month term?
I believe so, yes.
And then what happens in a year and a half? They come back for another?
Well, I believe one of the switches, the air pneumonic switch.
Yeah, no, if I could.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by an 18-month term. These switch machines
Of the
will-
contract.
The ones that they're replacing are 50 years plus. So once these things are installed, that's probably the delivery time on the materials. But
It says right here, contract term 18 months.
that's for the delivery of the switch machines. Once
okay.
they deliver, they're
Right,
done. It's
right.
up to us to install.
All right, then quickly, the walk-in on Ansaldo, that's the same company, as I assume, right? So
Yes.
my only question on that is not the importance or the RFP process, or perhaps even the paucity of respondents, but I was wondering if we were surprised by that, and if we did everything we could to avoid it, and what you thought of that.
Yeah. There's only really two major suppliers in the signal business. And traditionally, the Long Island Railroad has been limited to one. And it's not because we don't try. Actually, when I first got here, I brought both of the firms in and let them know that, in my experience, I've utilized both firms. And as far as I was concerned, the Long Island Railroad was open for business. And that I encouraged them to submit. Unfortunately, right now, there's a lot of demand in the signal business, and they can sort of pick and choose where they go. And this procurement was put out and asking anyone and everyone to come in and propose, and we wound up with one proposer at the end of the day. So it's something I firmly believe in the competition. I'm trying to encourage the competition. But I can't tell them what to do.
Them being the private sector.
Yeah.
But did we do everything we could to reach out? Did we contact potential?
Yeah, when
It just seems bizarre that a $45 million contract would only have one bidder. And I don't mean to suggest we slow up the important work. It's just really shocking. That is not a de minimis amount, and
It's
it
not.
doesn't seem to be, follow-up type that we're all kind of stuck with
I
the old
agree-
vendor situation.
I
So
agree
it's
with you.
perplexing to me.
When I found out what was the history, I very much encouraged them to participate, and we've had several bids since, and they have not participated.
Well, okay, I wonder if we could have internal discussions with the Metro North and particularly the New York City Transit people who have had similar situations and been able to through one way or another, not to the perfection, but it seems a little better than this, drum up some competition. So I asked that maybe we, at the outset, at least minimally consult internally under our family of organizations to see if we can begin some real competition.
We can do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to finish up, who is the other signal company?
It is Alstom.
Where's Siemens in all this?
They typically do not get involved in this. They are involved in things like PTC. They're involved with things like CBTC on the transit side, but they have not traditionally been involved in the automatic train control signaling systems of all the commuter railroads. Have we reached out to them? Not for this type of thing. They're on the bidders list, I believe.
yes.
So they receive every solicitation, but they never come in.
Let me focus, if I may, at some length on item number 3. I need to ask some questions of background. That's on page 55 and 56. The statement is made on page 56. The alternative diesel project is no longer being progressed. Now, I take it at some point in time, this board voted funds for the alternative diesel program, correct?
That's correct.
Did this board at any time vote to not progress that?
No, that's why it's noted in this. When you say the board voted, it's a project that was included in the 10 to 14 program. So in voting for the 10 to 14 program, that was one of the included projects. When projects, for whatever reason, are not done, that's why we noted on the staff summary that it's an item that is a change from what was originally in the project.
Not in this context. In this context, what you've done is you've said, I need money to do this other thing of the work trains, and here's where I'm going to take it from. The question is, when was the decision made not to progress this?
The decision made, obviously not till we move forward with the procurement. I mean, this is just this is a request to use an RFP process. This is not something that's concluded.
Let me be clear as to where I'm going, and then continue with this line of question. I think this is a mistake. I think the people on the east end of Long Island are entitled to service, and by abandoning them and raiding the DMU fund, you are abandoning the people on that island, portion of the island. The legislators from that portion of the island have made it clear. I think this is a mistake, and I will vote against it at all levels. But let me proceed with my question. At what point was this board, prior to today, told you were going to abandon the diesel project?
That has not.
It's not. All right. Now, don't you think if we vote for something, that at some point we ought to be told a decision's been made not to go ahead with it? And that the public ought to be told? And that the people on the east end of Long Island say, you're going to continue to get the same lousy service because we're going to take away the trains for doing it?
Chuck, and a couple things. In terms of the impact on the east end, which is, as Mitch noted earlier, it's long been a concern of the constituency out there, is that we need to provide more service. This was identified as a way to try and run more service out there. What was proposed was the procurement of DMUs, okay, and run in a scoop service. We have tried numerous times to find a DMU that would be available. That said, the service we've run out there today is a scoot service that basically runs back and forth to the east end of the island. Having different equipment to do that would not do anything to add more service. You still need to run the trip from one to the other, and having this equipment or having our existing equipment doesn't change that. It's about running more trains. I was out there last week and met with elected officials on the east end to let them know this was on the agenda. for consideration this week. I advised them in person what we were doing. We've committed to work with them to try and address this from what their request is, and that is, what can we do to improve service? Mitch noticed there was a number of items, be they minor, adjustments to the service that we have put in this schedule. We committed to meeting with them and their planning people and that type of stuff to see what could be done, exactly what were the service shortcomings that they saw on the East End. For example, on the Greenport, they'd like to see additional weekend trips run for longer periods of time. So they're the types of items that they brought up. We've committed to do that. We understand that this has nothing to do with DMUs. It has to do with running more service. And there is nothing that we have today that prohibits us from doing that with the equipment that we own today.
Are we then in a position where you are saying to the people on the East End, and specifically to the legislators from that portion, that you will do those things you can, notwithstanding this use of funds, to provide them optimal service, even though the trains that would have done it are not going to be there?
Let me respond to that. As the person on this board who represents the people on the east end of Long Island in Suffolk County, I've had numerous conversations with Pat about the additional service to the east end. And I don't care if we put people, whatever we put people on. It doesn't matter the context of how we do it. All that matters is that we do it. And that's the conversation I've had with Pat. That's why I am supporting this change in the usage of the funds, because I believe that the additional service is being provided now, and you saw some of that in the summer schedule changes, will continue to be provided. I met last week or 2 weeks ago with railroad officials and the supervisor of Southampton, who gave us some ideas on additional service. All of that is being evaluated, so I am convinced that additional service for the East End is forthcoming, and not just for the summer season, but for a much longer period of time, if not the entire year. And I am confident enough in that I am going to vote for this proposal.
Mitch, I do not in any way seek to deprecate or
No, I understand.
your excellent representation. All I can tell you is that legislators out there have reached out, and what I want to do is to hear from the Long Island Railroad management that they will continue to do things to provide optimal service possible for the people on the East End.
Absolutely.
And you have
now
my
that, and you need to understand, obviously, I need to bring that back here when we had service for your
That's
approval.
fine.
But
that's fine. Can I go on to a couple of others? On item number 1, upon the penultimate line on page 51, upon contract expiration, title to the complete FAS will transfer to the Long Island Railroad at what cost? I assume you have a number that you've already agreed on, haven't you? Isn't that a number we ought to have gotten here?
Actually, I believe it's no cost. It's a system that was put in by competitive bid, my understanding, in 2002. And as that, they actually are the owners of the system, the fire system. And at the end of this next 5-year period, they are just going to give it over to the Long Island Railroad. We don't know right now whether we would accept it or we would go out with a competitive bid for a new system at that time. Right. Okay. I don't believe there's any price, but I understand.
No,
On this issue,
are we on the fire issue?
Yeah, on this
Go ahead,
contract, my impression of reading this was that it was included in the price. If it wasn't, then we'd have to approve that as a separate item.
yeah, I think you're right. I think
My impression of this is, we're extending this whole maintenance thing, and
Yes.
part of this is to buy it, because originally we had hoped to do some kind of purchase thing. My only comment on
Right.
this is, it seems that we start, and this happens frequently, I would say, we start out with we bid, we get a contract like this. Someone installs something, they maintain it for a while, and then we come to the end of the maintenance contract and we say, well, they're the only person we could contract with to continue the maintenance. It just seems that we become married to somebody, and then the board has to approve something it's no choice. So I don't, what would have been good to see is at the beginning of this, to say, well, we expect this equipment to last this many years. Let's sign a real long-term contract with this company, because we're not going to be able to divorce ourselves from them. I just would wonder why that's not done more often. I know there's this escalator contract actually in capital construction that's being changed. That was the idea behind that, the East Side Access Escalator thing, that we have this very long-term contract, almost for the life of the escalator, and then we wouldn't have to be approving things that really there is no choice. We'd approve it in advance. I'm wondering why that wasn't, why that's not done more often.
We don't do a lot of leases typically. I don't know why this one went out as a lease. But I do think that this firm is the OEM of the equipment that was put in. I think the name of the equipment was something like Northwell, and it was a company that was bought out by AFA. So during the term of the lease, they're the only ones who can maintain it. We don't have an option to have anybody else maintain the system. But I just believe that when we had asked them for a buyout price, it was so cost prohibitive, and we didn't believe it was a good value for the age of the equipment. And so in exchange for that, they gave us the upgrade, and the price that they proposed for the upgrade was also negotiated significantly downward. So we felt that not only were we bringing the system up to a state of good repair, but in exchange, in the negotiation, we permitted them to continue maintaining it for 5 years.
So, I mean, in the long term, even with 20/20 hindsight, we think we got a pretty good deal here.
Yes, we do, because we got the upgrade out of it, and it actually made it into an almost new system.
Okay.
You will, however, let me know
I will.
or the board
Yes,
know.
I will.
I have one more question. If I am reading item number 2, which is the other Ansaldo one, correctly, it seems to me that what we are dealing here with is sort of a self-fulfilling wish, because we have to maintain spare parts against contingencies, and we try to maintain an inventory that is adequate to the task. We now lock ourselves into using these folks because we've got all this inventory. Am I missing something?
No, I mean, inventory is a necessary thing that we must maintain, because otherwise we can't be prepared when the system goes down. I mean, it's not an exorbitant amount of inventory, considering that it's made up of a number of different components that all work together with the switches. But,
Because the impression I get is that one of the reasons advanced for going with Ansaldo on this is we have some $225,000 worth of parts that would otherwise, if somebody else took the job, might be rendered valueless. Am I right?
that's a part of it, but then it's also, you have to pay for a brand-new design, you have to procure all new equipment, you have to replace everything you have. That all combined is a much larger figure.
That gives me a problem, and let me tell you what it is. It may well be that if you had a bidder who was anxious to get into the business, they would accommodate that in terms of the price they offer. Now, Ansaldo may, as Pat has noted, be one of the few active people out on the island, and they are people who do a great job, and therefore we want to work with them because we know we can get results. But on the other hand, the tension here seems to be between inventory and another round of contract. And I am concerned that we do not provide sufficient opportunity for competition. And if inventory is the excuse, then we ought to look to the possibility that we have too much inventory on hand.
But I should note that we do advertise all of our sole source procurements, and nobody came forward to say that they offered anything that would work in that territory.
Any further questions? Ira?
On the Ansaldo, well, in general, both of them. Well, actually, let me get specifically to the one that was the walk-in for it's double track. At the end of the second paragraph, says there are additional options for extended warranty, spare parts, and maintenance. Do you have the information about how much they would be? And
Yeah, I think it was $2.9 million.
that's an option,
Yes.
which we're going to, I mean, from this previous discussion, I think we have to exercise it. There isn't really, this looks like a no-choice situation. I mean, we're setting up here, not that we even have a choice now, because there's no other bidders.
I'm not sure that that's a fact that we would necessarily
Well,
exercise that option in full, because we have found in the past that although this is something we asked for as part of the overall procurement to give us a quote for those services,
Right.
there have been many times that we didn't end up needing to use that extent of spare parts. So that's always something that we consider before we go into exercising those options.
But if, okay, the current situation is, and we just had a contract on the agenda now for Ansaldo, and we're buying their equipment because we have to buy it from them. We can't buy it, no one else makes equipment that's compatible with their other equipment. Why do we think, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years down the line, we won't have to use their equipment to replace this equipment, or 30 years? I don't know how long it's going to last, but.
I'm not saying we think that we wouldn't have to use their equipment, but I'm just saying to the extent of the value of that being $2.9 million, we may not deem that we're going to be spending $2.9 million on that extent of spare parts.
Oh, it's the amount?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant that we have to use them. We'll negotiate, in other words, that's,
Yes,
the
we would.
amount in this contract is still negotiable.
Yes, well, when it comes time to exercise the option, it would be.
Right, okay. The other question I have is, what is the warranty on this present, the equipment being installed?
Generally 1 year. What is the term of the warranty? 5 one-year options.
I'm sorry?
5 one-year options.
That's the warranty?
The
On,
base warranty, Jerry? For hardware.
oh, okay. All right.
5 one-year options.
On the locomotive, if we're done with this, the outside, I have a question about, on the locomotives, okay, I just want to make sure that it says reconditioned locomotives. I guess they're going to replace the prime mover either in ours, or we're going to buy other people's locomotives?
Our clearance envelope on our system may not be compatible with something that you buy new off the shelf. And we need to fully evaluate the market and see what's out there and see which is the most advantageous way to go.
But we're going to go for the best available technology for environmental issues and, locomotives that emit almost.
Best available.
Best available.
Yeah.
For the kind of locomotive we.
As you know, that's presented certain problems for us, so.
Yes. I do have to. And on the issue of the funding here, I'm happy that Commissioner Merdler and I always assumed Commissioner Pally had made sure that East End service was provided for. The one thing I'd like to know about that is we had this plan way back, not way back, but far enough back, that we were going to do a DMU project, and for whatever reason, whether it's availability of equipment on the market that we don't want to, or, well, I'd like to know what reason is it that we're not going to spend the money on this DMU equipment? What's changed?
The DMU equipment, and this goes back, the Bud Company actually made DMUs years and years and years ago. But more recently, there was a company called Colorado Rail Car, and they marketed a new product. It hasn't, there's just not enough demand for them to make the business model work, so they're loath to do anything other than try to sell what they have. There have been a couple purchases, one in Canada and one, we believe, in the West Coast and San Mateo. Unfortunately, those locomotives would not, those DMUs would not fit on our system. They would have to modify the vehicle to make it fit, and there's just not a large enough order to be able to do that. So it's just not something we can procure. Again, we can run that service with our existing equipment. We have diesels and we have double deckers, and that's what we use now. They run back and forth today.
I just wanted to see the explanation, the real explanation of why that project is no longer viable or useful to us, and that was the, fine, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, there's been a motion and a second to approve these items. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you all. David? MTACC?
Good morning. Capital Construction, this month's procurement package consists of 2 items totaling $4.8 million. The items begin on page 66 of your committee books. There is one competitive item which requests board approval for a modification to the East Side Access Vertical Elements contract to settle a claim for delays associated with the creation of contract CM014B and CM007, whereby the contractor incurred additional costs. The total of this modification is $4 million. This item is hereby submitted for your consideration and vote.
Any questions on this item? Motion to approve, is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
There is one ratification this month, which requests the ratification of a modification to the East Side Access Harold Structures Part 3A contract for the demolition of a decommissioned 638-foot section of 12 kV duct bank and various cables. The total for this modification is $808,000. The item is submitted for your consideration and vote.
Any questions on this item? Motion to approve, is there a second? Any other questions? If not, all in favor? Aye. Motion is approved.
That concludes Capital Construction's procurement package this month.
Starting on page 69 are the operational reports. Are there any questions from any members on any of the operational reports? Ira?
I just want to make a brief comment and congratulations to Dave Kubicek and his people, and actually all the employees of the railroad. For the last couple of months, I've noticed we've been meeting goal on, I think, just about every branch, maybe one branch is, for the first time in quite a while. So I just want to congratulate you on that. Whether people want to credit the weather, I don't know, but I know you guys have been working very hard on it, so I just want to congratulate you on meeting goal on most lines. That's all.
Thank you. That sounds like the comment before the guy made 10 free throws in a row, and you know he's going to miss the next one.
Yeah.
We're doing a lot of knocking on wood, and obviously there's a lot of work that goes into that, but every day we try to run every train we run on time.
Any other items? If not, motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Thank you all very much.
We'll be convening the Subway and Bus Committee in 2 minutes. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting of the Subway and Bus Committee to order. Mr. Marino, are there any members of the public who have registered and wish to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. We have 5 public speakers this morning. The first speaker is Omar Vera.
Hello. Good morning, New York City Transit Committee. My name is Omar Vera, and I'm here to speak today because it's the big day for voting on W train restoration. As I noted in a public hearing last month, I spoke in support of full support of this project of the restoration of W train service because New York City needs it, because the people of Astoria need it, and passengers riding along the Broadway and Astoria lines need this project. It is supported by most passengers, and it will prove to be a really great benefit for New Yorkers as a whole. And I'm just excited myself. I'm really excited about this because 6 years ago we understand that because of the financial downfall, it had to be cut, but since then, I know the MTA has reversed the number of service cuts, but they have only been buses. This is our chance to reverse a subway service cut, and it must be done soon. I really miss the W train. Most people miss the W train. It is time to return it to service, its rightful spot between Ditmars Boulevard and over here at Whitehall Street, downstairs. And I just hope the vote comes forward. Thank you all for having me here, and I thank everybody here for your hard work and efforts. Thank you all, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. The next speaker is Jason Anthony Pinheiro.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Jason Anthony Pinheiro, the author of Stay at the Track, a YouTube series dedicated to the tracks in the subway. Thank you all for voting to approve the Second Avenue subway. It is way overdue, but there's something else that I should add about the F Express service that's under consideration. Bergen Street and the lower levels should be rehabilitated for this new service in Brooklyn. And once again, I heartily encourage the MTA that instead of starting in November, the W service, it should be started in September at the same time as the schools. So thank you everyone for having me in this wonderful Monday morning, and there's more to celebrate.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pedro Valdez Rivera, Jr.
Good morning, New York City Transit Committee. My name is Pedro Valdez Rivera Jr. I'm a freelancer from Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. I'm really proud of what the MTA gonna do on the return restoration of the W train, which coming up this fall, and keep up the accelerated work on the first phase of the Second Avenue subway, which more of that later, which will come into fruition by the end of next year. I know most of the people here talk about trains, but we forgot to talk about buses and want better, frequent, fast bus service. For example, the Surrey bus service is a hit on most of the routes, especially the guiltiest pleasure, the Q70. It's about to become Surrey bus service next by the end of this year. Trust me, the Q70 bus, I used it a couple of times, it's packed. Even with luggages, it's packed every single day, 24/7. I strongly, my proposal is to make them all the Q70 buses articulate buses, so they make them run more, so they can carry more passengers for the Q70. That's number one. Number two, in terms of more select bus service routes, I live in Bed-Stuy, and I take the B38 bus. And there's a lot of people go in the back of the bus without paying their fare. So as a result, to deter fare evasion, why not put select bus service on the B38 and as a study in the next couple of years or so? And to conclude, I also went to the Rockaways, and it's a transit desert, especially in the eastern Rockaways. Why not extend the Q52 select bus, Q52 bus to the far Rockaway, which is part of select bus service, and also since Q113, 140 has articulate buses very soon, why not make a select bus service there? It's for Southeast Queens and the Rockaways. And finally, make Q10 select bus service, especially faster access to JFK Airport. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Orrin Getz.
Good morning, ladies and members of the board. I'm making a special request to Ronnie Hakem. What it is there's a law in New Jersey called the New Jersey First Act that forbids people from New York to work at any governmental position in New Jersey. And the legislators in the state of New York have contacted their legislators in New Jersey and the governor of New Jersey and have absolutely gotten no response. And now New York state legislators are intending to put legislation in retaliation to that, which would not allow people from New Jersey to work in any governmental positions here in New York. And that could be very detrimental to an organization like MTA New York City Transit, who may have people who do work in, who do live in New Jersey, and also looking for competent people just because they come from out of state. So Ronnie, if you know anybody down in Trenton and can give them some words of wise and see what they can do to repeal this act, it would be greatly helpful, because I wouldn't like to see New York State implement retaliatory legislation on this matter. So thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you, Mr. Getz. The last speaker is Murray Bowden.
In support of the forward thinking of the Transit Committee and the President. Transit and bus are the most forward-thinking people in the MTA system. In fact, probably in the metropolitan area. The new proposal for a rail line from the Bronx to Queens over existing tracks. How come nobody ever thought of that before? It's brilliant. The question is, how quickly can we implement it? And there is required new thinking. Part of the rail is owned by one company, part of the rail is owned by someone else, part of the rail is eminent domain. When we need property for public use, there's a method for getting it. You need to design a way to get control of that section of rail so that quickly, because you don't have to build anything but a couple of stations which can be put up because they have temporary stations that they used to use at the Yankee Stadium, wooden stations, to get them up and running. The time frame for implementing this should be years, months, and not decades. It's a brilliant idea. Only comes from transit. They've got the best ideas going around this area. Now you need to create the method to get control of that line so that you can get it in operation in a matter of months and not years. I want to thank the Transit and Bus Committee for being so innovative. They've been that way for years. It's continuing. Needs to be recognized by more people that you know what you're doing.
Mr. Bowden. That was the last speaker.
Thank you. Minutes of the April meeting are included in the committee book. Is there a motion to accept? Second, are there any changes, alterations, comments? Hearing none, all approved? All right, motion to adopt the minutes has passed. Are there any changes to the work plan?
No, thank you.
Then I'm happy to ask President Ronnie Hakam for her opening statements.
Thank you. Good morning. This has been a busy month for New York City Transit. As you know, we've kicked off a public outreach associated with a critically important project, which is the reconstruction of the Canarsie L line tunnels and the related resiliency and access enhancements at both Bedford Avenue Station in Williamsburg and First Avenue here in Manhattan. The chairman has actually characterized this work as significantly impactful to our riders. So we've undertaken a different kind of community outreach to provide our customers with as much information as possible. This has required an incredible commitment by staff, many of whom are volunteering their time to be available at these evening community meetings. So far, we've been out to Williamsburg and Brooklyn, over on 14th Street in Manhattan. Later this week, we'll be out in Canarsie at Rockaway Parkway. And while we've done formal presentations at these meetings, and I encourage you to check out our webpage about the project dedicated to this project, and it also includes a video which was homemade, in-house produced, that I think best explains the need and alternative approaches for this work. I think there has also been tremendous value in having staff available in small groups to answer customers' questions one-on-one that may not be they may not want to actually present a comment at a larger meeting. So it's been really helpful, I think, and I thank the staff for volunteering their time after their day jobs to participate in these evening community meetings, and this outreach will continue. I also note that we've posted on our website a long-awaited report on the F Express feasibility, in which an option will be to convert some of today's all local service to Express on the F between Church Avenue and J Street in Brooklyn. Different customers are impacted differently by this option, and by posting this report on our website, we're providing information and transparency about these options. But this option only becomes available once the capital work on the F line is completed in 2017. In the meantime, we will also be providing service information related to the work on the F, which should not be confused with the opportunities around F Express service contemplated in the recently posted report. Customers can continue to sign up for emails to stay on top of service changes related to this F station renewal program. And finally, as Darrell Arick will discuss, we are beginning to receive new buses that have both a new look and additional customer amenities, which signals more new at New York City Transit. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hakam. Whitney Habersham is going to be giving the subway operations report.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm pleased to report that the 12-month system-wide weight assessment for the period ending March 2016 was 77.7%, the highest 12-month weight assessment achieved in the past 6 months. The system-wide weight assessment was 78.6%, outperforming the 12-month average. Another positive note is that unplanned failures on the right-of-way improved by 32% compared to March of last year, reflecting our focus on aggressive preventive maintenance and inspections. The 12-month MDBF ending in March for the entire fleet was 125,613 miles, down 11.7% from the 12-month average ending in March of 2015. The 12-month MDBF ending in March 2016 was 95,578 miles for the legacy fleet, but 162,591 miles for the Millennium Fleet. I would like to highlight the performance of the Millennium Fleet in the month of March, particularly the performance of the R-142s, the R-188s, and the R-160s, each of which surpassed their MDBF goals and demonstrated strong performance. The R-142s achieved an MDBF of more than 188,000 miles. The R-188s achieved an MDBF of more than 232,000 miles, and the R-160s achieved an MDBF of more than 400,000 miles. At last month's meeting, a question was raised regarding the service KPI performance on the R line. I would like to report more comprehensively now on that issue. The service KPI is a blended performance indicator that weights weight assessment 60%, on-time performance 30%, and MDBF 10%. In Chart 13, we compare SKPI by line over the last two 12-month periods, April 2014 through March of 2015, versus April 2015 through March of 2016. The earlier 12-month period on the R line included a portion of the Montague Tube closure in 2014. During the closure, the R line was converted from one long line into two shorter lines. All else being equal, a shorter line will operate more reliably because shorter lines have fewer merges and because delays and service gaps tend to grow over the length of a line. R-line OTP and weight assessment both improved significantly when the line ran as two shorter lines, and they both declined when the tube reopened and one long R line was reestablished. For the OTP measure, there was also a statistical effect from splitting the line. Under OTP, trains count as being late if they reach their terminal more than 5 minutes past their scheduled arrival. When the R trains ran as a single long line, trains needed to complete the entire route within 5 minutes of schedule. But with the line split in two, trains only need to run each part of the route within 5 minutes of schedule, essentially doubling the line's tolerance for lateness and increasing OTP. Changes in the R fleet during the Montague closure also had an effect. During the closure, the R line's R46s were temporarily traded with R160s. The newer cars have higher MDBF and have wider doors and niches, which support faster dwell times. Since MDBF is a component of the SKPI statistic, when the R46s returned to the line, SKPI declined. The final important factor was the impact of iTrack, which is the B Division's electronic delay recording system. It rolled out on the R line over this time period as well. iTrack has led to more accurate recording of actual running times versus schedule, and therefore a greater number of reported delayed trains and lower reported OTP. This is better data and more accurate information, but it is important to note that this specific impact does not represent a degradation of actual performance on the line. Analysis of R line performance over the 2-year period underscores the significance of our ongoing efforts in several areas, including our strong emphasis on managing service evenness, investing in high-performing subway cars and infrastructure, and continuing to analyze potential modifications to service indicators, and to more accurately capture performance and inform strategies for improvement. This concludes our operating report.
Thank you. Mr. Merdler.
Let me preface my comments with an acknowledgement that under your current president and under your leadership, Mr. Havisham and Mr. Eric, you are doing things that you are doing those things you can to improve subway service, and the public should be aware of that. But at the same time, I don't want to gild the lily, and by that I mean the comments made concerning weight assessments. If I may, let me call your attention to chart number 2 on page 20. It shows that in the April-March period, the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines had greater weight assessments than they did in the prior year period. And that indeed, in the number 5 and 6, 2/3 of the time, they were on time, but the other third of the time, people were sitting out there waiting. With respect to KPI, if you look at the Borough of the Bronx's sad performance record, on page 34, you will see that it is worse than before, worse than last year, and indeed the worst in the city of New York. Now, I take great umbrage at that, as emanating together with the distinguished chair of this committee from the Borough of the Bronx and taking the number 1 line. But I must say to you, I'm not impressed by those numbers. Those numbers are bad. And those numbers reflect a frustration on the part of the riding public that they ain't getting what they paid for. Now, I know you are very imaginative, very able, and very dedicated folk at New York Transit. I'd like to see some improvement, particularly in the Borough of the Bronx, and I thank you.
Now I'd like to ask Darrell Irick to take on the bus section of the operations report.
Okay. Good morning, committee members. MDBF for bus operations remains steady and robust. The 12-month rolling average for March is slightly above 5,200 miles, or 14% over March of 2015. As you know, safety remains a top priority for us, and we continue to focus on adapting our strategies to improve safety performance. Towards that end, on May 10th, the MTA hosted key industry stakeholders to discuss best practices regarding bus and pedestrian safety and make collective recommendations for regulatory, operational, and technological improvements. The event included more than 75 researchers, representatives from major bus manufacturers, and safety experts from federal transportation and transit agencies across the country. As you may be aware, on Tuesday last week, the City Controller released an audit examining accessorized services. New York City Transit is always seeking to improve the performance of accessorized providers it engages to deliver paratransit services. We have included very demanding performance standards in our contracts with both the dedicated service and broker car service contractors who supply trips and provide flexibility for our customers. To put the controller's findings in some context, Accessoride provided over 6.3 million trips in 2015. While every customer is important to us, the 31,000 no-shows mentioned in the audit account for less than 0.5% of the 6.3 million annual trips we deliver. We continue to enhance our efforts to improve contractor performance so that our customers receive safe, reliable, timely, and cost-effective service. Finally, I'm pleased to report that 23 of the 75 modernized quote-unquote new-look articulated buses on order are currently in service on the Q10 route and the Q111, 113, and 114 routes in Queens. These are the first buses to be put in service with our new look and feature both Wi-Fi connectivity and USB charging capabilities. Notably, this marks the most significant change to the exterior appearance to our buses in nearly 40 years. The remainder of this bus order will be delivered by the end of July. In the future, all new buses will come with the new look and incorporate these amenities. We look forward to customer feedback so that we can continue to refine these technological initiatives when necessary as they roll out. And that completes the bus operations report.
Thank you. First, Mr. Merdler, then Mr. Kay.
First, I'd like to welcome those buses to the Borough of the Bronx in the near future. I'd like to focus on the paratransit to put the controller's report in perspective. And I may be a little bit off on this, and if so, I stand corrected. My understanding is that paratransit costs the MTA approximately $400 million over the course of a 1 year or 2 year period, and it costs the city of New York, by way of subsidy, either the similar number or even perhaps a greater number. So that we're talking about somewhere close to $100 million in terms of subsidies that have to be provided to paratransit, not 1 cent of which is reimbursed to those entities. Fact number one. Fact number two. What troubles me in particular is that we turn to the riding public and we say we are going to increase fares. And indeed, the last time we increased fares to the tune of trying to obtain $450 million. That was the objective. So that it is fair to say, from what the numbers that Tom Charles gave me last time, the paratransit portion of the subsidy paid by the City of New York and by the MTA exceeds all of the money we collect in fare increases. And the bottom line to that is help. Somebody has got to come, and I submit the federal government, which passed ADAA, that the federal government has got to step up to the plate and put its money where its mouth is. But I think we need to make that clear to all and sundry. We are running at a huge loss. And it's a worthwhile project, and I'm not gainsaying that.
Noted.
Mr. Kay.
I also wanted to comment on the control audit and paratransit. It's been several years since I focused a lot. I know spent a lot of time with Tom in understanding accessoride and the numbers, and frankly, in the context of the greater issue, I do agree that the numbers are small within the audit. And frankly, each month we've been looking at it, and we've seen a lot of progress. You know, I pushed really hard several years ago on getting the broker services, and I think that's been a tremendous success in reducing the cost. I think getting to Commissioner Murler's point was you can't always just wait for help. Sometimes we got to go out there. But I did find the audit a little troubling, and I guess I have a few questions on it, but more importantly, my first reaction to all this is it's always one-sided. You get one side of the story. And I was wondering why the MTA didn't have a response to the audit. It almost seemed like, there was no response. I can appreciate the press and putting it in context. I think that's important. But they do raise some issues here that I guess I was wondering what our response to that was. How come in enforcement of the contracts we don't have the AVLM in all of our cars? We thought we had that 4 or 5 years ago. How come there's a lot of manual overrides? In the context, I understand 31,000 no-shows may not be a lot, but if I remember anything from focusing on accessoride several years ago, every individual story is horrifying because they are route-bound. They have a very difficult time getting to where they are. And while we have to represent riders who may have to deal with delays with trains and buses, sometimes these delays are over an hour long. And we're really talking about our contract, which says we have to pick them up within 45 minutes. And so the argument is it 42 minutes or is it 48 minutes? When you put that in context, people have to go to doctors and there's some serious issues. So I guess I wanted to give you an opportunity to focus a little bit more on the details on some of those basic questions, because there's always two sides to every story.
So how I would say is that we don't necessarily agree with the overall characterization of the audit, but we constantly, seek improvements in our operation. I will tell you, in terms of AVLs, we did have some setbacks around car purchases and not having the AVL system. But these things are constantly ongoing. It is, as you highlighted, it's a very challenging project. And the team over there works feverishly to comply with a number of regulatory mandates. So without getting into too many details at this point, I would just simply say the overall characterization of that audit was pretty bad. But when you get into the details, we don't, as we value each and every customer's trip and experience, the numbers in terms of variance is not that high.
Right. How many cars do have the AVLM that are working?
Tom, could you jump in, please?
Yes, 97% of the fleet has the AVLM. We've introduced a new vehicle, so that bracket had to be redesigned, but
What vehicle did we introduce?
that was the MV1, and the,
The purpose-built accessorized vehicle?
correct.
And that was ambulatory or non-ambulatory, I forgot.
That's an accessible vehicle, both for wheelchairs and ambulatory.
Right.
It's not a truck, right? It resembles a large SUV.
Yeah, no, I know. And I mean, that's a whole different issue that I don't want to get into about what percentage of our accessorized users are ambulatory versus non-ambulatory. Only 3% don't have the AVLMs. So when the audit focuses on the manual overrides and not having the GPS system, my numbers are way off. They looked much, much higher than 3%. It was almost like 50% of their sample didn't use the AVLM to determine whether the no-show was a result of the carrier or the passenger?
No, of the sample, the small sample they took, they saw that there was manual adjustments.
Right.
Upon our review of the data, we saw that the reconciliation process, 33% of the trips did receive an adjustment of maybe 1 or 2 minutes. There is a software change because this was a design build project for us back in 2005, and technology has improved. So we are looking and have an enhancement to the system pending that would accept the AVLM data as is. This was actually a parallel test for us. We still have the drivers with paper manifest and trip tickets issued to the customers in studying all of the variances between the AVLM system and actual reporting time. So we're now at a point where we're looking for some adjustments to that software system.
Do we have a time frame of when we're going to try to eliminate the manual overrides? What scares me on those is, you know, the data that everyone looks at is only as good as what's behind it, and everyone's working tirelessly to make sure you get good data. Manual overrides that are done by the contractors leave it open to a tremendous amount of interpretation. And unfortunately, if you're dealing at 44 minutes or 46 minutes, that extra minute not only impact, I think the contractor gets docked, I don't know, $10 a ride or something like that. What's more importantly is the accessorized user, if they're late more than 2 times or 3 times, then they can't use the system. So that 2-minute window is a big deal. So if we can really address that manual override, that, to me, I'd love to get a better understanding of our time frame of fixing that. And then lastly, I remember this distinctly because when we did these contracts, at this point, must have been 8 years ago. Must have been when I was really focused. I think it was 8 years ago.
8 years ago, yeah.
I remember saying this was one of the scariest contracts we've ever done, and you convinced me that you can work with these guys. And in fact, since that time, we did do that. But I think we had 10 or 15, it was a crazy contract, very big. In any event, I think it's coming up due. Yeah, so my only question and thought is, and it's not really, it's something to think about. The $10, I think it's $10 disincentive and a $20 incentive for getting people there on time or no-shows, to some extent didn't look like enough money to me. $10 a ride for the amount of times in the no-shows just might be the cost of doing business on the contractors. And unfortunately, I know in the context, and I agree with you completely, we're talking less than 1% of our riders here. But these stories are very personal and they're very horrifying when you listen to them. I would hope that in our next contract we revisit that. Maybe it's the right number, maybe it's not, but sometimes the cost of doing business is $10 a ride isn't that big of a deal.
Okay. Noted.
Mr. Albert?
Yes, we've had a program to try to convert many of the ambulatory users of the accessorized program to the fixed route system. We haven't had an update on the progress of that effort in quite a while. Could we get one?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Next meeting?
Sure.
Mr. Merdler?
I just have a quick question since Tom's here. Were the numbers that I gave out in terms of the subsidies coming from the City of New York and the MTA in the ballpark, is that correct? And that effectively the fare increases last time were devoured essentially by this kind of a cost?
It's equivalent, yes.
Cheryl Kennedy in the safety report.
Good morning. Turning to the first grid on safety performance, results were as follows. With the exception of fires, all items discussed refer to rates. Subway customer accidents decreased when comparing the 12-month period of March 2015 through February 2016 with the prior 12 months. Subway fires decreased when comparing April 2015 through March 2016 with the prior 12-month period. All fires reported for the 12-month period were of low or average severity, with most occurring along the right-of-way and attributable to debris. Bus collisions and customer accidents increased when comparing April 2015 through March 2016 with the prior 12-month period. However, bus collision injuries were down for the same period. Although there was an increase in the 12-month average, March continued to follow with a decrease in collisions experienced in February of this year. The Department of Buses continues to monitor trends and implement initiatives to reduce collisions. Employee lost time accidents for the 12 months ending March 2016 increased, with slip, trip, and falls and overexertion accounting for 1/3 of the accidents. As noted in the second grid on the leading indicators, we continue to see consistent progress toward goals in the categories listed and do not foresee any issues or barriers to achieving the reported goals. That completes the safety report.
Mr. Merdler.
I have a question in terms of fires. Have there been any reports on fires?
We can't, having difficulty hearing you.
I sure do have it. Have there been any reports of fires underneath the subway elevated lines?
No, we haven't.
Now, do you know whether there are inspections made either by some segment of safety or some segment of security, Chief Monahan, or by some segment of the Transit Division of facilities located underneath the New York City Transit elevated lines? To illustrate, on the number 1 line at approximately 240th Street, near the end of it, there's a ramp that leads into the subway maintenance yard. Underneath that, as was pointed out by the president of Manhattan College, there's an alleyway and an areaway where there have been accumulated trucks and other garbage for a period of time, or making possible fires. What processes, if any, are undertaken to ensure the safety of the areas and security of the areas underneath the elevated subway lines or leading to the yards? Anybody?
Currently, we're undertaking a survey of all those locations following the Metro North fire. In addition to that, for leased locations, there is a contractor that periodically does do inspections of leased locations, but we are currently undertaking a survey.
When you find something, what do you do then?
If it's something that we can control, we'll correct it. If it's an outside location, then we may ask for an inspection by the fire department, and they can assist us.
The fire department has a wonderful little system which it uses regularly where it inspects but has no jurisdiction, which is a referral form that it either sends to you folks in the police department or to the building department or the like. Do you have any such system in place?
No, I'm not sure.
I would recommend it to you. Let me then pursue the following question. Are there underneath the elevated lines on the New York City subways at any point, or where they lead to the yards, are there any restaurants, coffee shops, or other facilities, or parking of trucks, the contents of which you know not?
That's why we're undertaking the survey, to identify those.
Will you
Potential.
report that back to this committee, the results of that survey, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you know whether the New York City Police Department does any checking there now or under the train lines?
I'm not aware of any inspections that we conduct.
Commissioner, as far as the yards, I can say that the Department of Security does undertake a formalized fence line inspection on a nightly basis. And any of those cuts in the fences of the yards are certainly reported and followed up to be repaired immediately. The under the trestle areas, we do not, but we would certainly collaborate with.
Well, who does? Who's minding the store?
We're in the process, as Cheryl mentioned, of doing a survey. And in addition, I would add that following the Metro North fire, we also conferred with our colleagues at MTA Real Estate to confirm that all of our licenses or leased areas have prohibitions in them as to the certain controls and safety of activities permitted. But again, this is something that we will be collaborating with FDNY as well.
Mr. Rosen has reported that he is actively doing that and has largely completed it.
Yeah.
But the point I'd like
To whom did he report that, Mr. Merdler?
Pardon me?
To whom did he report that?
I asked him the question earlier today.
Because I must have been asleep
I
in part of a
apologize,
committee
Mr.
meeting.
Chairman. I apologize. Jeff,
Just to let you know I'm paying attention.
You always do. Let me just make a point, if I may. These spaces, in many instances, are controlled by the New York City Economic Development Corporation, at least underneath the MTA trestle. And my concern is, I'm not understanding from any source that I've heard today or in the past week, what enforcement mechanisms exist, who goes and checks, what do they do after the event. When you have a truck parked underneath a trestle, you have no clue what's in it. And in this age of terrorism, who knows what's going to happen? It seems to me that the only good thing, if you can call it that came out of the Metro North thing, is a wake-up call. A wake-up call to take a look and make sure that our backs are protected. And all I'm asking you to do, to the limited extent you can do so, is to please not only do the survey, not only do the inspection, but report it. Put the city on notice if it's the city, and if it's the Economic Development Corporation, which sometimes says it's a part of the city, and when convenient says sometimes it's independent of the city, sue them.
I presume that's a rhetorical question. Can we get on with the crime report now that we're on you, Inspector?
Good morning. Chief Fox sends his regrets as he's out of town, attending to his forthcoming daughter's college graduation, and Chief Coogan is presently at the City Hall at the budget hearings. So I'll be presenting the numbers. I'm pleased to report that for the month of April, major felony crime was down 17.6% within the transit system, with 39 fewer incidents in 2016 than in 2015. This decline was the result of a drop in grand larceny and felony assault incidents. There were 39 robbery incidents during the month, one more than during the same period last year. With 183 reported crimes, there was an average of 5.9 major felonies per day in April. This is down from 7.2 major felonies per day we experienced in April of last year. During the first 4 months of this year, there were 34 more major felony incidents, a 4.7 increase year-to-date over the same period in 2015. During this period, we averaged 6.2 major felonies per day. Of the 755 major felonies year-to-date, 43% were committed in Manhattan, 27% in Brooklyn, 17% in the Bronx, and 13% in Queens. As crime over the past month has declined compared to the early part of the year, riders can continue to be assured that we are monitoring trends moment by moment and, as always, respond accordingly. On behalf of Chief Fox, I would like to thank Mr. Tom Prendergast, Chairman Farrar, President Hakeem, and members of this board for your continued support, and I welcome any questions and suggestions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Capelli.
Yes, sir. Chief Fox would anticipate this question, but in terms of the new robberies or the monthly reported robberies and the monthly grand larcenies, how many of them were arrests made, and how many of the people were identified as being repeat offenders?
Well, I'll give you the year-to-date picture, I'll give you a better perspective. For the robberies, year-to-date, we have 72 arrests. That's 38% of the overall robberies have an arrest attached to it. The grand larcenies, we have 78, and that's 13.4% of those have arrests. And just to, I remember last month you asked about the felony assaults. 65% of those arrests, complaints of assault have arrests.
I'm sorry, what percent?
65%.
Okay. Now, with respect to the arrests, how many of the people who were arrested were repeat offenders?
That information I don't have with me. I can get back to you.
Okay, if you could calculate that, and then if I could just pivot to the president. Ronnie, have we taken steps
We
towards?
have, actually. We've been working with the law department and security in creating a unit that is going to focus our prosecutorial departments on repeat offenders. And as you know, we're particularly concerned with those repeat offenders against our own employees. So as we get more data, we'll come back to the committee with a report on that.
Okay. Do you have any idea of how far out we're looking at getting this actually up and running for reporting purposes?
In order to have it be meaningful, I would suggest that we give it a few months. So perhaps towards the end of the summer, early fall would be an appropriate time to come back to the committee with the report.
All right. Because there are several people who have been arrested, at least reportedly arrested, and although they're innocent until proven guilty.
Just generally, when we make an arrest for one of these index-type crimes, whether it be a grand larceny, a robbery, felony assault, the commanding officer of the respective district will get in touch with their counterpart down at the district attorney's office, via email or phone call, and we stress to them, can we get high bail? Can you flag this case? And in majority of these cases, the district attorneys have been great in facilitating that and then arraigning the person and going forward with the case. And then these cases, they don't just stop with the arrests. We got to see it through the entire prosecution. So whereas witnesses get down to the district attorney's office, whether we got to drive them down there, and there's always the follow-up on this. It's not just putting handcuffs on somebody and then that's the end of it.
Yes, and I understand, and I applaud your role in this effort, okay, meaning NYPD. What I believe, though, is the MTA has an obligation as well to also be an advocate so that, because when a district attorney is hearing from NYPD, they're hearing from it with respect to all of their crimes that are committed throughout the city. And there's also, as an agent for the system, or as the trustees of the system, that it's incumbent upon this agency to say, hey, this person's been arrested for flashing or rubbing up against somebody multiple times over and over again, or their occupation is stealing people's iPhones and they've been arrested 13 times. We want to know, we're watching this, we want to know what you're going to do.
Agreed. I mean, this is our house, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just had a conversation with Mr. Henley prior to the meeting, and we were discussing a perpetrator that he was looking into to email, I think he actually emailed, somebody down at the district attorney's office who was a recidivist burglar and also public lewd having been committed in the subway. So I know they're working on it as well, and whatever we can do to help them out as well, we will.
I think, Inspector, let me just jump in here at this point. I believe what Mr. Capelli was aiming at, what I think we're all aiming at, is what is the degree of communication, for want of a better term, between the police department, among the police department, prosecutors, and the MTA, so we can all keep track of this and collaborate on an outcome that would be favorable, not merely for the three of you, but for the riding public who's got to face these kinds of things day in and day out.
Yes, Chairman. I think we can certainly work with the MTA, like the President mentioned, working together to compile, stand up the unit she's speaking of to track these recidivists. We do it on our part, but that's with the DA. We need to collaborate and make this a,
Yeah, we already are.
a try type of thing.
Jim, do you want to add anything?
Yes, we've commenced the process of opening up relationships with each of the district attorney's offices. As referred to by the inspector, as cases come to light that involve recidivism in particular, we are reaching out so far, particularly to the Manhattan DA's office, which has a prosecuting attorney who's a liaison for transit crimes. So we've commenced that process. It's going to be a institution building process, but it has commenced.
Mr. Merdler, then Mr. Albert.
Chief, you indicated you're tracking these numbers. Do you have any data that shows us the number of convictions? Obviously, arrest doesn't mean guilt. It's conviction that does.
I don't have those numbers with me, but we can track them and provide those, you know, if you like.
Okay. And Mr. Henley, if I may, sir, what are we doing in terms of communication with the Office of Court Administration to advise the courts as to the seriousness of these things and to deal with them accordingly?
Well, the plan, Member Merdler, is as we begin to track these more closely through the process, which goes from arrest to then prosecution, then to a plea or conviction. If there's going to be a sentencing, we intend to, on recidivist cases, we intend to put in sentencing letters to communicate to the court the seriousness and to ask for the correct sorts of imposition of penalties. In situations that involve pleas, we intend to be communicating with the district attorney's offices to let them know of our concerns, and in situations where it's feasible, to ask for agreements about exclusion.
Okay, Mr. Albert.
Yes. Some of us had a discussion earlier about, particularly in light of the horrible stabbing on the N train recently for an iPhone. I'm wondering if the NYPD and the MTA have approached our congressional delegation to get the 4 wireless carriers to install a kill switch on the phone so that if they're ever reported stolen, they're rendered useless. They become an expensive paperweight, and so that way there would be no reason to steal phones from people. This is a national problem. It's just recently surfaced here, obviously, but I'm wondering if we've tried to approach our congressional delegation to try to get a law passed so that the 4 wireless carriers must install this kill switch.
I know there's been talks to that in the press, but I'll check with our legal department and get back to you as far as the correct answer on that.
Because I'm sure it's not a New York only problem.
No, I'm sure it's not.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Inspector. I think we're ready to turn to Michael Chubak for the finance report.
Thank you. Preliminary March 2016 New York City Transit farebox revenue of $393 million was $4.1 million or 1.1% above budget due to a favorable $6.4 million prior month adjustment for higher pass fares in the first quarter. Year-to-date revenue was $1,066 million, which was $27 million or 2.5% below budget due to adverse weather, including the January 23rd blizzard and resulting partial system shutdown. Preliminary March 2016 operating expenses were below budget by $8.7 million, or 1.5%. Labor expenses were lower by $3.4 million. Non-labor expenses were also lower by $5.3 million, mostly due to lower energy costs. Year-to-date, operating expenses were less than budget by $31 million, or 1.8%, with the bulk of the underrun in non-labor expenses. Turning now to preliminary ridership, March 2016 New York City Transit ridership totaled 215.8 million, which was 1.6% below budget. March 2016 average weekday ridership results compared to March 2015 were as follows. Subway ridership was 5.8 million, a decrease of 0.2%. New York City Transit local bus ridership was 2.1 million, a decrease of 0.9%. Express bus ridership was 42,000, a decrease of 1.8%, and paratransit ridership was 29,000, an increase of 2.9%. We also have a preliminary look at April 2016 results. In April, farebox revenue was $359.4 million. That was $11.4 million, or 3.1% below budget.
while operating expenses in April were below budget by $34.7 million, or 6.4%, and that included labor expense underruns of $28 million and non-labor results favorable of $7 million. Thank you.
Why does ridership appear to be down?
So ridership isn't down. It is slightly up versus last year on the subway side. On the bus side, it probably is a little down. What ridership definitely is so far is under budget. We had projected a continuing increase on the subway side. So far, we're not quite getting it. We're still getting a bit of an increase, but it appears that the rate of increase in subway ridership in particular is starting to tail off.
Okay.
For the MTA bus and finance and ridership report, Mr. Irick.
March 2016 fare box revenue was $19.2 million, or 2.3% above estimate. The total MTA bus non-reimbursable expenses year-to-date through March were $4.2 million, or 2.5% below budget. Labor expenses were $4.9 million, or 4% over budget, primarily due to payroll expenses resulting from higher wage rates and unfavorable timing of reimbursable projects. Non-labor expenses were under by $9.1 million, or 21%, primarily due to timing of our overhaul program, interagency billing, and lower fuel prices. As far as ridership, MTA bus preliminary ridership for March 2016 was 11.4 million, or 0.5% below budget. The 12-month rolling average weekday and weekend ridership through March 2016 remained relatively flat as compared to the same period through March last year. And that concludes the MTA bus finance and ridership report.
Thank you. Now I'll ask Mr. Chubak to take the mic again and give John O'Grady's capital program report.
Thank you. Looking at capital program results in March 2016, they totaled $480.2 million, including the procurement of 231 articulated buses, also the installation of passenger station local area networks, also known as PS LAN, at 188 stations. Completions during the month of March totaled $31.1 million, including the replacement of power cables at the Rockaway Park Yard that were damaged in Superstorm Sandy, and also the purchase and installation of equipment at 2 bus depots, including 1 new bus washer and the repair of 2 existing bus washers at Quill Depot in Manhattan, also the replacement of a sliding gate at the Jackie Gleason Depot in Brooklyn. And that concludes my report.
That concludes the operations report. If there are no further questions, I'll ask Steve Plachocki to present procurements.
Good morning. This month's procurement package, which presents New York City Transit and MTACC procurements, includes 10 actions totaling $45 million in expenditures. I would like to highlight 3 procurement actions included in this month's agenda. The first action is the modification to the contract with Lewis T. Clowder and Associates, also known as LTK, for consulting services for the R179 subway cars. The board is requested to approve this modification, which will extend the term of the contract by an additional 16 months and add funding in the amount of an estimated $10.7 million. In June 2012, the board approved the competitive award to LTK in the estimated amount of $17.9 million, resulting from a competitive request for proposal for post-award consulting services for the R179 contract with Bombardier for 300 new B-Division subway cars. LTK was selected as it received the highest technical ranking and offered the lowest competitive pricing. Under the contract, LTK, a leading transportation engineering firm, is assisting New York City Transit with various tasks, including technical design reviews, first article inspections, production inspection services at the car builders' facilities, qualification testing, acceptance testing, and Buy America audits. This modification will permit LTK to continue to provide support in accordance with the contract requirements. This request for additional funds and extension of time results from the increased involvement LTK has needed to provide due to additional design reviews and validations not initially anticipated, and the delays Bombardier is experiencing in the manufacture of the R179 subway cars. This modification will also address the labor rate escalation for both the base term and the extension timeframe. Negotiations resulted in savings of $760,000, or 6.6%, from pricing initially proposed by LTK. The last two procurement actions I would like to highlight are contract extensions, one for building materials and plumbing supplies with Ozone Park Lumber, the second for electrical supplies with Mid-Island Electrical Supply, for a combined estimated total of $20.8 million. These contracts efficiently provide building materials, plumbing, and electrical supplies to user departments at reduced order-to-delivery lead times directly to work locations via just-in-time tailgate delivery. Savings are realized by eliminating costs associated with storing and handling of the materials as inventory items. Additional benefits of the contracts are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week delivery, and the ability to pick up materials from contractor locations when needed. As designed, these contracts facilitate immediate availability of a broad variety of materials, and as such, both of these contracts are used extensively during storm preparedness and post-storm recovery, responding to emergencies as well as supporting fast track and other significant programmatic initiatives. The contracts were awarded after an extensive outreach was conducted by procurement, which resulted in the receipt of proposals from 5 companies. The most competitive pricing was obtained through award of 2 contracts, one for building materials and plumbing supplies to Ozone, and the other for electrical supplies to Mid-Island. In addition to providing the most competitive pricing, both of these companies also received the highest technical ranking. Of particular note, Mid-Island is a New York State certified woman-owned business. Events and requirements unforeseen at the time of the contract award, such as Superstorm Sandy and other emerging initiatives, resulted in a need to add funds to these contracts in 2014 in order to meet New York City Transit's needs. These contracts have been selected for transition to the BSC. This contract action to extend the term of both contracts for 18 months will provide time for the BSC to develop a category strategy for building materials, plumbing, and electrical supplies, solicit and award renewal contracts, while permitting a transition to new suppliers if new companies are successful in receiving the awards after a competitive request for proposal process. Ozone and Mid-Island have agreed to extend the contract term, and New York City Transit was able to obtain price concessions for high-value priced items from both companies. I ask for your approval of all actions in the agenda.
Before any questions or comments, may I have a motion and second to approve the procurement package? Mr. Albert.
Does the extension of the LTK contract imply a further delay in the R-179 delivery, or just reflect that it is delayed?
It reflects that it is delayed. This captures what we already know.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ballin.
Thank you. The LTK contract, just as a point, because of the size of the change, obviously, I personally took a closer look at that, and your penultimate paragraph answers virtually all my questions, so thank you for that. And as a reward for this continued compliments that I seem to be giving you, I asked LIRR to contact you. I don't know if you heard that earlier, because they seem to need some help in broadening the scope of looking for some competition. So I ask you to be ready for that, and hopefully they do that. With respect to the Ozone and Mid-Island, I didn't see in the written, I listened to your oral remarks, which were very helpful, but I didn't see all of that in the written materials, and I was just curious
What in
as to
particular?
why. If you look at 114 and 115, the history of the look for competition seemed to have been omitted from that.
Yeah, at Transit, we always do an extensive outreach to the contracting community. This is a contract that we've had in place for many years, and as a result of an extensive outreach, and again, this covers an enormous territory, right? You know, it's got a lot of counties, Metro North is included, so sometimes some of the competition is limited by the breadth of their organization. That's one of the reasons why we also ended up awarding 2 contracts. We could have awarded one for all 3, the building material, plumbing, and electrical, but we felt that, one, we got a better deal, but also we had broader variety of coverage by awarding 2 separate contracts. There's always an extensive outreach.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Chairman, number 4 is not yet. or is it time to ask a question about corporate transportation group?
Okay.
Number 4, is that? Okay. At the bottom of 116, this is number 4.
Mm-hmm.
The savings of the additional money is comparing it to what?
It's comparing it to rides that would have otherwise gone to primary. It effectively...
Okay, it's the,
It's the difference between what I would otherwise pay on an average to have primary carriers cover these trips, juxtaposed to what we're getting here with regard to broker.
and in the end of that sentence, through the end of the contract term, does that assume that you seek and we grant the 2-year extension? Is that what?
No, this will provide an opportunity. It says, and I repeat, CTG coupled with the additional funding, that's just for the remaining portion of this contract. That doesn't include savings under the potential 2-year extension. It's just this contract.
I see, okay. And then some of my colleagues asked questions relating to Access-a-Ride earlier, and I don't think now is the appropriate time for more, and I thank them for those questions, and I'll hold whatever I have on that for another time. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? If not, I'm sorry, Mr. Greenberg.
Very briefly on the Cummins contract, it says, this is for non-warranty repairs, this contract, because warranty is covered by the warranty. But this is just for the engine, correct?
That's right.
What, if it's under warranty, what part of the engine is not under warranty?
We have an extended warranty on our buses, typically 5 years, but not all engine-related items are covered by 5 years. For instance, like a turbo or an injection or an injector pump might not be covered. So when we send it back, rather than send it to Cummins, bring it back, and then send it somewhere else. This is what
I thought the warranty was broader, that's all, but it's...
Oh, it's pretty extensive, but there are also things like hoses that could be punctured and things like that, just wear items.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Procurement package has been moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Procurement package is passed. I'll ask Judy McLean and Mark Holmes to address service changes.
Good afternoon. New York City Transit has one staff summary for board approval and one staff summary for committee information this month. The staff summary that requires board approval concerns subway service changes related to the opening of Phase 1 of the 2nd Avenue subway, which is expected to open in late 2016. The recommended service plan would provide service on the new 2nd Avenue line via a rerouted Q service. W service between Queens and Lower Manhattan, which was eliminated as part of the 2010 service reductions, would be restored to replace Q service in Astoria. The W would operate local in Manhattan, terminating at Whitehall Street. N service would operate express in Manhattan between Canal Street and 34th Street Herald Square during the day. A public hearing was held on April 7th, 2016 to share details about the recommended service plan and to obtain public feedback. Comments and responses from the public hearing, as well as details of these proposed service changes, are provided in the staff summary. These service changes would be implemented in late 2016. Beginning with the fall 2016 pick, currently planned for November 2016, W service would be restored and Q service would be temporarily terminate at 57th Street and 7th Avenue. When Phase 1 of the 2nd Avenue subway line opens, Q service would be extended to terminate at 96th Street and 2nd Avenue. Implementation of these changes would cost approximately $13.7 million annually.
Let me have please, a motion and a second on the 2nd Avenue subway plan. Questions? Mr.
I'm really happy to see this service plan. I really miss the W. I think restoration of N Express service along Broadway will benefit both riders from Brooklyn and Astoria, who have had an all-local service due to the loss of the W. However, and I did read the staff summary and I read the comments, I would like to still, I mean, I'm absolutely for this plan. I would still put in a pitch for rush hour extending the W down to, say, a Bay Parkway terminus, having the R the only train along local stations in 4th Avenue, rapidly developing areas of southern Brooklyn is just not enough. I myself have experienced really long waits for the R, and as these trains are originating in Brooklyn anyway, coming from the yard, you know, at some point, if you have the equipment and you can extend this service in rush hour only, obviously, to Brooklyn, it would really be appreciated by many riders along 4th Avenue.
As you mentioned, we don't have the equipment right now, and per our loading guidelines, we do not require the need for that extension at this time. In the future, if ridership grows and we could get new cars to do something like that.
Have you waited for an R train lately?
Mr. Capelli?
Yeah, I'm confused at that response. We don't have the equipment, we're not doing it, or your guidelines don't warrant it?
Both are true. The guidelines don't warrant it, and we don't have the equipment if we wanted to provide additional service above our guideline.
And just to follow up, since these trains are coming from Brooklyn, they're going to deadhead. I believe that when the W existed in previous incarnation, it did pick up passengers along the way.
There will be some trains that go in early from Brooklyn, and they will operate in service.
So it's just hit or miss for the rider to guess which one will do that, right? Unless we have the countdown clocks on all lines by then and we can see that.
Okay. Do we have a response to that? Is there a response to Mr. Albert's comment?
I will say the W put-ins that are in service from Coney Island until they reach Whitehall Street, it's the same scheduled trips every day. So it is on a schedule, and if you live there, you will get used to seeing an occasional W that mimics the R, and you'll take it. But it's really only on those trips.
It's the same as it was previously when the W operated. It would be the same type of service. Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. Would you please, while you're at the microphone, address the remainder of the service change item?
The staff summary for committee information is for bus service changes at LaGuardia Airport. In June, LaGuardia Gateway Partners will launch a multi-year major modernization and redevelopment program at the airport. The program will take several years and require both New York City Transit and MTA bus to detour the bus routes serving LaGuardia Airport, significantly lengthening routes and running times. In order to provide reliable service under these conditions, New York City Transit plans to route the M60 SBS and Q48 so that they no longer serve Terminal A, also known as the Marine Air Terminal. Fewer than 200 of the approximately 5,600 daily bus customers use the bus stops at Terminal A. After the change, these riders will still be able to use the Q47, an MTA local route that serves Terminal A, and they will also be able to use the free terminal-to-terminal buses within the airport to reach Terminal A.
Of this item we just heard, there was a motion and second on the 2nd Avenue subway service plan, and I neglected to take a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Abstention? It passes. Any questions on the LaGuardia Airport? Yes.
Do you consult with the Port Authority and the LGP consortium during this process, and will you?
Yes, we work with them, and we'll continue to consult with them, and there will probably be future detours as construction progresses.
So the port has signed off on this? Is that what I understand you to say?
Yes, they're aware of it.
They've agreed to the changes?
Agreed to it, and agreed to it.
Okay. And then, what, as we change these bus routes at airports just in general, but particularly this one, I guess, if it's on, but in general, in terms of safety concerns of the way the buses are being driven and the like, do we have adjusting the routes, longer routes, maybe time pressure, other pressures, construction, the craziness of the airports? Do we have safety procedures, checks, and other things in place to monitor?
Yeah, all of that was embedded in all of the discussions that we had. This was a real challenging effort that the port is going through this project, and there's a number of routes that are affected, both on transit and MTA bus, and there have been, I would say, numerous amounts of discussions around safety and the flow of buses, and as we said earlier, they will continue to change, and so that will require continued discussions as things change, as different phases of the project, we will have to continue to detour. So those discussions are ongoing.
Discussions with?
Port Authority.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Merdler.
To Mr. Allen's question, did the port sign off? Not just know about, but did it sign off on this?
Let me just take a start, and then Darrell, please add on. I don't want to imply that there's a formality that the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey goes through, but clearly we have been sharing information back and forth. Their construction, as you can imagine, and their construction plans have been a bit in flux, so Darrell and his team have been as nimble as possible to react to that through the prism of safety, customer service, everything that we can do to provide reliable service in and out of LaGuardia.
Take it from that the lines of communication not only are open, but both sides are hearing and listening.
Wide open.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mark Holmes, would you please address
Wait,
the...
Freddie, just in connection with that, since the at least the initial phase of the reconstruction effort is a privatization with the LGP entity being a consortium of private sector companies, you may want to, in addition to a typical consultation with the Port Authority, consult with the entity or entities that are going to be undertaking the construction and operation of Terminal B beginning hopefully June 1.
Agreed. My preference would be to continue to use the formal channels through the Port Authority, but at some point, if they want to and we need to bring the private company to the table, we're certainly open to doing that.
Okay. Now, Mark Holmes, please address the MTA bus service changes.
Thank you, and good afternoon. MTA Bus has one staff summary for the committee's information. In an effort to provide improved express bus access in Elmhurst, Queens, the route path of the QM12 will be revised to serve a new drop-off stop at Woodhaven Boulevard and Booth Street. This stop will serve as the outbound counterpart of a planned addition of an outbound pickup stop at Woodhaven Boulevard and Hoffman Drive. This revision will provide more frequent bus service to customers traveling to and from Midtown Manhattan who are currently only served by the QM10. This concludes the service change section of the agenda.
Any questions or comments? If there are none, I'll ask President Hakam to take up the follow-up reports.
Thank you. Moving on to Section 8 of this month's agenda, we have our regular status report on the MetroCard program for committee information. And in Section 9 this month, we have 3 standard follow-up reports which cover the first quarter of 2016 included for your information. Those 3 reports are on the Transit Adjudication Bureau, elevator and escalator performance, and the New York City Transit and MTA Bus Company EEO and diversity reports, all of which are provided for your information. That concludes my follow-up reports. Okay.
If there are no questions or comments on that, I'll ask Dr. Haradnachenu to give us an MTA-CC projects report with special emphasis on the Second Avenue Subway project. Take all the time you need.
No, I just looked to say, should I say good morning or good afternoon? It looked like good afternoon. So I would like to actually present the status of the Second Avenue Subway, as well as actually a separate small report on that. That will be done by Rich Mulieri. We are on target to meet the December 2016 revenue service date. The 96th Street Station Power Distribution is completed for system contract to facilitate level 3 and 4 testing. The facility power energization was achieved at 72nd Street on April 29th, and 72nd Street Station has made significant gains in installation of escalator elevators and tunnel vent fans this past month. System contractor has completed installation of all track work. The remaining 400 linear feet of third rail out of the 22,000 linear feet will be completed by the end of May. System contractor has also completed installation of traction power work at 96th Street Station. Going into the various milestones, the Lexington 63rd Street finishes. The level 3-4 testing overall has experienced a 30-day loss, but with no impact on revenue service date. The contractor encountered some technical difficulties with the water mist testing revision to stair pressurization procedures, as well as Energen. So that's being worked on right now. As we're moving to 72nd Street finishes, the permanent power was achieved and the work is completed. The escalator installation is on target for the end of October, and this is actually the escalators are being installed, yet the last one will actually be achieved on that particular date. The elevators, it's basically forecasted for the end of September. And the tunnel vent fans installation, again, on June 15, and none of them have any impact on the revenue service date. Including the HVAC installation that expected to be finished on mid-June. The fire life safety installation, this item was not included in the March 2016 CPAC report. However, the project considers to be a significant milestone and thereby is included in it going forward. Potential delay in delivery of the water mist component is expected to erode float up to 31 days. This is an item that actually has been changed due to an issue with the Buy America requirements. Level 3-4 testings are on target to be completed by the end of August, and level 3-5 to testing elevator escalators is actually up to November 30th. I will move to 86th Street finishes. Permanent power energization, basically has a loss of float. There were some issues with candidates in inspections that revealed some improper relays. And at this point, we do expect that by the end of the month it will be done and no impact on revenue service date. The elevator escalator installations, again, by the 21st of June, there was, since last report, there's no change, there's no impact on revenue service date. The tunnel vent installation, the HVAC installation, fire life safety, again, they were not included in March 2016. We consider them to be significant milestone, therefore are included, and we are on target to finish at the end of this month. Ancillary 1 and 2, and this is, Ancillary 1 was completed on May 12th, Ancillary 2 will be completed by the 20th. There is a 20-day loss of float, but we do not expect to have any impact on revenue service date. Level 3-4 testing will be done by August 1st. Going to the 96th Street finishes, the escalator installations, again, There's no change from last month, nor is for the elevators, and we do not see any impact on revenue service. The tunnel vent fence installations, actually, we are, in this particular case, somewhat ahead of schedule of the target date. There is no change from last month, and we expect to complete it by the 27th of May. That means end of this week. The HVAC installation, again, no impact. It will be done on time. The fire life safety, again, we expect to be done by the end of the month, and as well as level 3-4 testing by August 1st. Looking at the system contracts, communication system installation by the end of August. Communication system installation, police radio, that is mid-October. Again, none of them have any impact right now. They're not delayed, no impact on revenue service date, as well as the traction power energization that we expect to have it for all of the stations by July 11th. One of them has already been energized, 96th Street. The track work, again, I have said that is completed. The only thing remaining is about 400 linear feet of the third rail that will be also completed by the end of this month. And the signal work for all 4 stations, or for all the segments, will be done by the 18th of July. That completes actually the technical part. And Rich, are you somewhere there?
Over here.
Okay, can you pick up that, whatever we did the other day?
Well, got to go back one, Gabby. This past weekend, yesterday actually, was the 2nd Avenue Street Fair, which has been held on 3rd Avenue during the subway construction over the past few years. But I think many of you might be familiar with our Community Information Center, so we kind of take that concept on the road at these street fairs. One of the things we bring over there to draw the crowds up to our display is a portable subway simulator based on the larger machine we have at the Community Information Center. And the information table here, this is the balloon table. We got the Q-train balloons and helium tanks, and within a couple of hours, if you look down the block, that's about all you saw with these yellow Q-train balloons. So we carried the message down the length of the street fair. This is our mock-up of the Q-train, made with tents and that. And we use the inside for video interviews, actually, that we'll use at our next exhibit at the Community Information Center. And this is the information table. There was an awful lot of interest, and the one thing that really surprised me, we're so used to dealing with people's issues that they have with construction, but I think twice as many people came up to the information table and thanked us for the hard work and can't wait for service to start in December. And this is just one of the information screens that we had set up. One of the things we've been fighting for years is that that whole thing about the 2nd Avenue subway, the phase 1 being the stubway. So we're trying to educate people about the Q train and that you stay on past 63rd and can get all the way down to Coney Island and be having a Nathan's hot dog in 64 minutes. And finally, one of the other things that was very popular and drew crowds to us were the cardboard cutouts, and you could stick your head in the hole, take a picture, and look like you're building the 2nd Avenue subway. So we had, we gave out 1,000 balloons, and I think we saw about 4 times that many people. So we were able to connect with a very large number of people in just a few hours yesterday. Thank you.
Good afternoon. In our May update for the committee, we note that 2 out of the 4 target dates for installation and testing in April were met. The completion of local testing at the Lexington Avenue 63rd Street station suffered a month's delay. In our review of current project forecast dates for upcoming milestones, we have 3 concerns. The forecasts are on target for about 70% of the upcoming interim milestones that we identified in our March meeting. There's been no improvement in the forecasted elevator and escalator completions at the 72nd Street station, which remain close to impacting the revenue service date. The testing schedule itself for major station equipment has been additionally compressed by the rescheduling of the start of several local testings. Looking at some of the other reports related to our concerns, we're happy to say that the contractor's work effort at 72nd Street has certainly improved considerably. Second, the backlog of changes without formal direction to proceed continues, we feel, to present a risk to the completion of the testing program. And finally, monthly construction expenditures have increased to $39 million in April, but increases to an average of $49 million are needed on an average per month to support the completion of all remaining work by December. That's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Is there comments? Mr. Merdler and then Mr. Ballin. And then
Michael, I believe it was the last meeting, you indicated that Judlow had failed to provide enough people to do work. I think it was at the 72nd Street, and that was an impediment to completing the work in timely fashion. Several of us then asked, are you able to take steps to force Judlow to do that which it ought to be doing, including saying no more work for Judlow? Have you been able to achieve any improvement in that?
We have met, and I would like to use, instead of force, convinced the contractor to bring additional forces to the table. We are working with them. They have significantly increased their manpower at the site, and they have made up some of the delays, so they'll continue to do so, and we expect them to actually be on time.
Let us know in the event that they or any other contractor lets us down going forward.
Well, you can bet on that.
Thank you.
I wanted to try and parse through some of the language in the IEC pages. As I've learned even more recently, the lexicon and the specific language does then get quoted back. So on page 210, there's a couple of words I just want to make sure I understand the meaning of and the context of. First of all, why don't I just go in order? It'll be real quick. The forecasts are on target for about 70% of the upcoming interim tracking milestones. What number did we want? That's 75%, 60%?
I think for our future forecast, given the amount of time left to complete the job, we would like almost all of those targets to be met. The contractors are under obligation to meet an accelerated schedule, and these are the markers that we use to evaluate their progress.
Are procedures in place to achieve what you just said was your goal?
I believe that Capital has procedures in place to not only evaluate the progress toward the milestones, but to initiate corrective actions should they feel that the slippages are of critical concern.
Next, there's no improvement in the forecasted elevator and escalator completions. Was there supposed to be?
There was hopefully an an opportunity to make that improvement. It's more a fact of, this is the driving factor, the last big installation prior to revenue service, the escalators and the elevators at the entrances. And we would certainly hope with a risk mitigation policy that we would be able to improve that somewhat. That is the critical part of the project.
But you say it's close to impacting, but it's not impacting. So-
That's right, it's close. So-
Okay. Next page, the second bullet, the backlog of changes continues to present a risk. Do you have a recommendation on what to change or to mitigate the risk? Or is this just a typical risk and no concern to us?
It's not an unusual risk. It's something we've been tracking for several months and have advocated that the project be more forceful in closing out these kinds of changes. These are details that come up in the construction of the project where things have to be changed, and we feel it's important that they're closed out and specific directions are given to the contractors, particularly before the start of the major testing program, which will start next month. So it's a matter of putting staff and manpower on closing out the issues, discussing, and coming up with a formal direction to proceed on how a particular detail or a particular change or a particular item is dealt with in the construction.
Well, is there something, a project of this difficulty and magnitude presumably will always have, as you've explained before, a variety of risks and other similar words. I don't speak engineerese. Is there anything we should do in addition to what you're doing on a daily basis to mitigate the risk on this essential component of the project?
I feel that the project understands this risk and are working to mitigate it as best they can. Looking at the numbers, there still are a significant number of these changes that are outstanding without formal direction to proceed, and I think there needs to be a push to reduce the backlog significantly in the next couple of months.
Are the procedures in place for us to accomplish that?
Yes, they are.
And if it reaches the point of being a more significant risk, are the procedures in place for you to notify senior management and the board?
Certainly.
The last bullet, are we likely to achieve the increase in the average expenditures that you're suggesting are needed to support the schedule?
The situation's hard for me to forecast, but I will point out that in tracking this number, I'm buoyed by the fact that the amount of money expended on construction is increasing and shows a positive trend, and that the contractors have committed to completing their work, which means they are committed to putting the manpower on to make their deadlines before December.
Jonathan, may I actually address this particular point?
Thank you, please.
We are tracking our expenditures two ways. One is the amount of work that is being done for which we pay. In addition to that, we have an acceleration program of $66 million that is tracked differently, and it's paid on meeting milestones. So this is more of a quantum jump that whenever that milestone does happen, that increases the amount. So we're looking, in fact, the New York City Transit that is processing our payments right now allows us to process 2 payments a month, and one of them is particularly the milestone. So you will see that this is more of a quantum jump when it does happen. And it's not just an increase that happens on a month-to-month basis. It just picks up at one point.
Thank you, thank you.
Is there anything further on Second Avenue subway or anything else in the entirety of the agenda? Hearing none. Is there a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to move this meeting along, so if people who are not part of the agenda or speaking to our staff or whatever, please stop so that we can move forward. Do we have any speakers? Mr. Bowden, come on down.
Morning. I just finished last night taking the New York State online course for insurance reduction, and it's really, really bad. The data is from 2006. This is 2016. The iPhone was invented in 2007, and the information that's presented in that course is riddled with errors. And why is that important? Because that manual and uniform traffic control devices that everybody keeps referring to say the least, is garbage. Your responsibility is to act in a way that it promotes safety, saves money, reduces road rage. The issue of lines on the ground are easily resolved. Common sense. The guide signs need to point where each lane goes. New York State DOT is out of control. They're so bad, they can't get it right. To the point where I'm standing here in front of this TV camera saying, my name is Murray Bowden. I was born in Yonkers, New York on June 11, 1933, and I say it for a reason. There will be a financial liability connected with using improper lines, as I point them out to you, because this is an area of searchable databases. And this recording can be accessed and used in court saying, hey, you notified these people of unsafe conditions, which is what happened in the Metro North Committee meeting this morning, and as Mitch will tell you, at the Long Island Committee report meeting. And at the Finance Committee report, I will tell the Finance Committee that unless these committees start to follow the law as currently written, and it is your responsibility, I can only point out to you the sections of the law that are applicable. And if you use sections of the law that refer to something that happened 100 years ago, and somebody is injured, and accidents do happen regularly, that are avoidable, the financial liability created is quite large.
Okay, Mr. Bowden, if you can wrap up.
Unnecessary. Okay, you're right. I made my point. I just want to compliment Bridges and Tunnels, the people who run this organization. They listen. They actually are making changes and actually making the roads safer and actually saving money. This staff of this organization, this Bridges and Tunnel, really listens well. And they really are moving forward. And they should be complimented on every level.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? No. Okay. All right. Welcome to Bridges and Tunnels. We have minutes in the packet. Do I have a motion? Second? Discussion? Amendments? All in favor? Okay, I will now turn the meeting over to our new president of Bridges and Tunnels, a well-deserved promotion. Congratulations.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate it. We'll start with a report on operations. Jim Fortunato.
Good afternoon. The report on operations begins on page 14. Traffic was higher in March with 25.7 million crossings as compared with 23.8 million crossings in March of 2015. This represents a 7.7% increase. Snowfall in March of 2016 was 1.8 inches higher, while March of 2015 saw 17.3 inches. March 2016 gas prices averaged $1.93 per gallon, which was 55 cents lower than in March of 2015. Easy Pass volume increased by 9.0% in March of 2016 as compared to March of 15, while crossings using cash and other payments declined 0.1% for the month. Passenger car travel was up 7.9%, and other vehicle travel increased by 4.8% from March of 2015. Preliminary monthly traffic figures for April of 2016 are 2.5% more than the same period last year. Unless there are any questions, this ends the report on operations.
All I can say is if traffic continues to go up, we're going to have to need a new chart. Because the numbers are not going to focus anymore in that regard.
Yeah.
We're going off the chart in that
Yeah.
regard. It's amazing.
All right, the safety report, please. Thanks, Cashman.
Good afternoon. The report on safety is illustrated on page 28, in which we highlight some of our most important performance or lagging indicators, shown on the top table, as well as some of our leading indicators shown on the bottom table. The report includes a 12-month rolling average and highlights the following performance indicators: customer collisions with injuries, employee accident reports, lost time injuries, and contractor injuries. The customer collision rate for this 12-month reporting period increased slightly from 5.64 to 6.19. Also, the rate for injury collisions went up slightly from 0.93 to 1.02. During the same reporting period, the total number of reported employee accidents decreased from 344 to 250 total cases, which represents a decrease of 27.3%. And the rate for the lost time injuries decreased from 6.4 to 4.9, representing a decrease of 23.4%. Finally, the contractor lost time injury rate decreased from 3.42 to 2.19, which represents a decrease of 36.2%. In terms of our leading indicators, we continue to meet our goals but I would like to emphasize the number of construction safety inspections, which for this period increased significantly. Unless there are questions or comments, this concludes my report on safety.
Do most of the customer collisions, or injuries in that regard, occur near the toll booths or on the bridges and tunnels themselves?
We're currently working on, we have hired a new manager who will actually look at that to see the trends, and there's really no specific, most of our accidents are fender benders or low-impact collisions at low speed as they approach plaza and changing sometimes driver inattentiveness, but we don't see much specific trend to say that there's one area more so than others, but we'll continue to monitor and see if any trends, and we can maybe make some changes in arrangements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Moving on. All right, Customer Environment Survey, Pat Parisi.
The Customer Environment Survey begins on page 29, and some highlights for the first quarter are B&T striped 5,652 linear feet of roadway in the first quarter of 2016. B&T repaired 2,069 potholes in the first quarter. This represents nearly half of all the potholes filled for the entire year in 2015. B&T swept 3,287 miles of roadway at its bridges and tunnels in the first quarter. 89.2% of B&T's more than 7,500 roadway, aviation, navigation, and necklace lights were operational in the first quarter, slightly below the 90% result for the first quarter 2015. B&T maintained and cleaned 342 storm drains in the first quarter. Easy Pass toll lane availability remained extremely high at 99.97% for the first quarter. This ends the Customer Environment Report.
Okay, we'll move on to the Easy Pass report. On page 39, the Easy Pass market share was 86.3% in March, 1.1 percentage point higher than the year before. It's the same market share we had in February, so it ties the highest month we've ever had. A total of 20,250 Easy Pass accounts were opened in March, including 9,400 on-the-go accounts, which is more than 46% of the total, and we're now up to 756,000 on-the-go tags sold in the lane since the program began several years ago. There's no questions on the Easy Pass report?
Bronx JFK bridge is over 80%
Staying
now.
over 80, yeah.
Pretty good.
Yes.
Well,
We'll move to the financial report, page 45. Toll revenue year-to-date through March was $427.3 million, which is 5.1%, $20.7 million higher than planned. Traffic was also up 5.1% against budget year-to-date, as the mild winter weather helped considerably, along with the low gas prices. Preliminary April traffic is also up about 2.9% against plan. More than 700,000 vehicles, and revenue up 2.4% against budget, about $3.7 million. Those are preliminary. Year to year, we're up about 8.4% through March. Traffic, 5.4 million vehicles, and preliminary April numbers are also up about 2.5%. On the expense side, total expenses were $104.8 million through March, about $17 million, 14% lower than planned. Non-labor costs were 17% less than planned, about $8.5 million, primarily due to the timing of expenses and maintenance and other operating contracts. Labor costs were also lower by $8.5 million. That's about 11.9%, and that's primarily due to payroll vacancies. Overtime down 18% against plan. That's $1.38 million year-to-date, and that's helped a lot by the winter weather as well. Our support to mass transit, more than $264.7 million through March, close to $50 million, 23.2% better than planned. So that concludes the financial report. If there's no questions, we'll move on to the capital program status report. Joe.
Good afternoon. The report on the capital program begins on page 60. There was one commitment made in April in the amount of $14.8 million against the 2015 plan. The commitment was for enabling construction work associated with reconstruction of RFK Bridge Plaza structures. Year-to-date, 31 commitments totaling $37 million, or about 24% of planned annual commitments have been made. There were no planned or actual commitments made in April. There were 4 task closeouts in April for $6.7 million, and year-to-date, There have been 17 task closeouts for $43.8 million. Unless there are any questions, that concludes my report.
Okay, procurements, Gavin?
Good afternoon. Procurements start on page 73. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There are 2 competitive procurements. One is a public work joint procurement for construction services on an as-needed basis for the remaining 2 firms of the 11 selected for bridges and tunnels, and for those of Long Island Railroad, in the aggregate ceiling amounts of $95 million and $10 million, respectively. The other is a procurement modification to a personal service contract with Xerox to add funds for additional services through September 2017, and to also exercise the 3-year renewal option at a cost to bridges and tunnels of $150.2 million. The value of both these procurements totaled $255,200,000. Unless there are any questions, these procurements are described in detail in the enclosed staff summaries.
Why is Long Island Railroad included in this?
We
What's
did it-
being done there?
These are for pre-qualifications. We did a joint procurement. We went out for all agencies. In March, we went for transit as well, and Long Island Railroad wasn't ready at the time to vet these, so we're adding them now.
And what job on the LIRR does this represent?
They're as
Do we know
needed.
yet? As needed, okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion? Second. Discussion, all in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, and the diversity report, our final agenda item. Sean Moore.
Good afternoon. The MTA Bridges and Tunnel Diversity Report is reflected on pages 82 through 89. MTA BT's workforce composition included 22 new hires, 23% were females, 55% were minorities. Bridges and Tunnel workforce utilization has experienced an increase in the female workforce in the officials and administrators category. We are now within parity with the population. However, we are continuing to address the underrepresentation of Hispanics in the officials and administrators, administrative support, and service maintenance job categories. We also continue to address the underrepresentation of Native Hawaiian of the Pacific Islanders. The EEO and Title VI complaints are reflected on pages 87 through 89. For the first quarter, we have a caseload of 24 EEO complaints, 18 active internal complaints, and 6 active external complaints. We've closed 2 EEO complaints, and there are no reported Title VI complaints for this quarter. That concludes MTA Bridges and Tunnel Diversity Report.
Concludes our agenda.
Okay, thank you all for being here and for once again delivering another month where our revenues were higher than anticipated, our expenses were lower than anticipated, mass transit funding was increased, Easy Pass usage is up. Good job to everybody. I'll entertain a motion. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you please find your seat, Finance Committee is called to order. Good afternoon. Let me ask Mr. Johnson, are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
Yes, sir. Murray Bowden is here to speak.
What else is new? Good afternoon. At the Long Island Committee meeting this morning, at the Metro North Committee meeting, there was a discussion of the lights at railroad crossings. And there were all kinds of information and misinformation, and the question as to why red flashing lights, red, are used was never answered. Atlanta, Denver, Boston, Jersey City all have light rail lines. New York City used to have trolley lines, light rail, all controlled by traffic lights. For years and years and years, we've had railroads, because they're called light rail, because the cars don't weigh as much as heavy rail cars do, whatever that means, controlled by traffic lights. So why in this day and age aren't all railroad crossings controlled by traffic lights? And if anybody thinks that any driver knows that a flashing red light at a railroad crossing is different than a flashing red light at an intersection of two streets in a city, and one you can pass and one you can't pass, that's a little bit too much to ask of a driver today. So unless, well, my name is Murray Bowden. I was born in Yonkers, New York on June 11, 1933, and I put that into the record because it's searchable today. Somebody's going to search the record and say, were you notified that you are permitting an unsafe condition to continue? And in fact, you will save money, you will save lives, you'll reduce road rage, but nobody answers the question, why do you continue to use red lights? In East Hampton at the lumber yard, right in front of you are both sets of lights. Why? Because we've been doing it for 100 years. Well, I've now officially notified you on the searchable record that there is no legal reason to continue to use the red flashing lights, and in fact, they're confusing to drivers and there are accidents happening because of it. Answer the question yourselves. It is your responsibility because you're responsible for the finances of the MTA. Why you continue to use flashing red lights instead of traffic lights, and what happens when you get sued because of it. Thank you.
Since there are no other members of the public who are registered to speak, next is the approval of minutes. May I have a motion? Second. Are there any questions or comments on the minutes? Hearing none. All in favor of accepting the minutes? They are approved. Mr. Johnson, could you take us through the work plan?
We have no changes to the work plan today. And the next item is Budget Watch. So this month's Budget Watch will focus on April operating results and subsidy results through May. I'm going to start with passenger revenues. For the month of April, they were $13.1 million below budget, which increased the unfavorable year-to-date variance to $36 million. A lot of that has to do with lower New York City Transit fare box revenue, some of that being from winter weather impacts, but we've also seen just a lower ridership than the budgeted growth that we had projected. Toll revenue, on the other hand, which Don talked about at the last meeting, continues to perform well. Positive results in April increased the year-to-date variance to $24.5 million. So that $24.5 million offsets about two-thirds of the $36 million unfavorable passenger revenue through April. Expenses in April were $61.2 million, or 7.1% favorable. That increased the year-to-date variance to $151.5 million, which is 4.3%. Some of that are real savings from lower costs for labor, fringe, and energy. We also have some timing delays with some contractual services and materials. Within the expense category, we like to look carefully at overtime. Preliminary overtime expenses for the month were $3.9 million, or 7.2% favorable to budget, which was good news. New York City Transit and Metro North had favorable results largely due to lower weather-related overtime requirements. Monthly variances for the other agencies were minor. The year-to-date variance mainly is still modestly unfavorable, and that reflects higher track work-related overtime at the Long Island Railroad, and it still has the higher Jonas-related New York City Transit overtime that was experienced in January and February. Debt service costs continue to run favorably due to lower rates and the issuance of less debt. Moving on to subsidies, with the exception of the payroll mobility tax, if you look at basically all of the other subsidy sources that we have, they're running just at about budget. PMT collections were unfavorable in May, however, by $55 million, or 35%. We had been running favorably year-to-date, so now with the unfavorable added to that prior favorable, we're running about $35 million unfavorable through May. We're trying to investigate what's going on with that, whether it's a timing variance, whether it's an actual shortage. It could be just the way we calendarize from month to month. It's a little bit tricky. Yes, sir, Mr. Murdo.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
On the first page of the Budget Watch,
Okay.
we do not have a comparison year over year. Is that possible? Is it feasible? So, for example, the adopted budget in this year for subways expects a revenue of $1,115,000, or $1,115,000,000. What was it last year?
Well, it's funny, Bob and I spoke about that. We were just at last year's level, and we had projected the budget and expected an increase based on economic and other growth. There's a slight reduction in the month of April, in part because you probably don't remember, but we had a significant amount of rain on the weekends on the transit side, which that'll impact the discretionary ridership. So we're basically flat to last year, maybe slightly lower, as opposed to a budget which assumed a growth assumption.
How does that square with the fact that the ridership has significantly increased year over year?
Well, it's increased year over year, but in the first 4 months of this year, we haven't seen that from the numbers that I've looked at. Transit right now is developing a reforecast of their ridership and revenue in preparation of the July financial plan. They're looking very closely at these numbers as we speak.
And are they taking a look at potential reasons for why this is not materialized?
They are.
And are they doing the same for the other facilities? Long Island Railroad, Metro
Yeah,
North?
they all do that. There doesn't seem to be quite as much a story there. You know, the two stories right now is the toll revenue is very favorable. Subway ridership, not so much. The Long Island and Metro North, it's much closer to budget, but they each have staff that are expert in doing that analysis. Yeah, which we'll report on that in the July plan as part of the mid-year forecast. And these numbers will impact the forecast going forward as well.
Mr. Albert, I'm sorry. Are you done?
Just to say, so, I gave you lots of ups and lots of downs. If we were to sort of try to summarize and characterize the results, overall, we are somewhat favorable year-to-date. Like I said, the toll revenue's up, expenses are up, debt service expenses are favorable, I should say. Debt service is favorable. And the two downsides are the payroll mobility tax. We're not sure if that's a real downside, and the passenger revenue. Yes, sir.
And then Mr. Zuckerman.
Doug,
Oh, sorry.
who will you be asking about the PMT? Will it be the Department of Finance of the state, or?
We talked to DOB and the Department of Finance. DOB is our direct contact, but direct
Budget.
Finance does a lot of the forecasting work, which is very analytical, very detailed. Again, we've been up and down on that every month. If it was unfavorable, then we swung to favorable.
Is it possible that some counties are not reporting
It's possible,
accurately,
but,
or?
part of it could be on us. We try, we focus on the annual numbers, and then we have to try to calendarize it, and we try to look at trends, but they're not all, it doesn't always fit into the cookie cutter categories. It's not necessarily the exact same cycle every year. We're more focused on, obviously, the amount that we get in aggregate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Neil.
This is more of an education question for me, or at least a reminder. What drives the PMT? It is a percentage of what?
Primarily, it's payroll. So it's
payrolls. It's tied to, so it's drivers' employment levels.
It's the employment and salary levels in the MTA region.
And given the way the direction of wages are going, it shouldn't be going minus. It should, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's right. I mean,
interesting.
you also have self-employed people that may not pay on the same cycles that a larger employer would. So these are the variables that impact, the fluctuation. Okay, Paula Serra is here to take us through Finance Watch.
Thank you, Doug. Finance Watch is on page 18 of the committee materials, if you have the books. We have 3 transactions to report this month. On May 9th, MTA tendered and remarketed a $50 million MTA Transportation Revenue Series 2012 A2 floating rate note. The notes were remarketed on a competitive basis, with Jeffries LLC providing the winning bid. These notes will remain in the floating rate mode through June of 2019 and will pay a floating rate of SIFMA plus 58 basis points. Aura Carrington and Bryant Rubino served as co-bond counsel on the transaction, and PFM served as the financial advisor. Next, skipping to the bottom of the page, if you're following along, we have a summary of our monthly fuel hedge. This was bid on April 28th. 2,900,000 gallons of ULSD was hedged with Macquarie Group at an all-in price of $1.55. Additional bidders on that transaction were J. Aaron and J.P. Morgan. With regard to the transaction that is referenced in the middle of the page, last week on the 18th and 19th, we issued 588 million dedicated tax fund green bonds to pay off outstanding 2015 DTF bans that were issued last year, and also to refund 192 million 2009A and 2009B bonds. The refunding portion resulted in approximately $39 million in present value savings, which was nearly 21% of the refunded bonds. The transaction was lead managed by Bank of America Merrill Lynch, with MBE firm Loop Capital Markets, MWBE joint venture Siebert Brantford Shank and Morgan Stanley, and service disabled veteran-owned firm Drexel Hamilton serving as co-senior managers on the transaction. Nixon Peabody and D. Seaton and Associates served as bond counsel, co-bond counsel, and PFM served as the financial advisor. One last thing to report, the MTA has completed this year's annual combined continuing disclosure filing. That is in compliance with our municipal bond disclosure requirements. The disclosure document was filed with Emma online, and a copy is available on the MTA website. And we'd like to thank everybody who was involved with completing that filing.
Well, a couple of questions. What was the percentage savings on the deal you did last week?
21.
That's an extraordinary percentage for those who don't follow those things. That's terrific. Thank you. And when does it close?
This Thursday.
Oh, good luck. I think that reinforces the point that I'd like to emphasize, and I hope you're active in it. I hope not to ruin your late spring, early summer, but the bond market is in totally unanticipated and possibly record performance levels with low interest rates, at least in great territory for an issuer. And I hope we're pursuing as many refundings as possible. I'm sorry, but the staff might have to get tired. But you got lots of bankers and lawyers on your many firm team, and I hope we're taking advantage of it because
we
a lot of
absolutely
people are.
Yes, we absolutely are. We review refunding candidates every day, basically. And anytime we're in the market, we will add refundings to our transactions, or we will, if we're not in the market, pursue any refundings that make sense.
Well, I look forward to an even longer Finance Watch next month because I really hope you spring a few surprises to take advantage of these rates. And my last question, I appreciate your help. When is the status of the investment banking RFP process that I understand is underway?
We're currently reviewing proposals. It is our expectation to make a recommendation to the board in September, the September board meeting. And then we would follow on thereafter with recommendations for financial advisors. That RFP is not yet out on the street.
When do you anticipate that RFP being issued?
I think we're starting to work on it in the next month or so and hopefully out by September.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry, that's it.
Oh, thanks. Moving next to headquarter and all agency items. We have two report and information items. The first is to advise the board of the station maintenance billings for the period April 1st, 2015 to March 31st, 2016. That report is detailed on pages 28 to 32. For your information, we are billing a total of $162.2 million for the year, which is a $1 million increase over last year. Are there any questions on that? Okay. The second item is a draft of the annual pension fund report as of December 31st, 2015. That's detailed on pages 33 to 51, and Sean Crawford, our Chief Investment Officer, is here to present that report. He's with Maggie Connor.
Good afternoon. I'll try to walk through this presentation rather quickly and answer any questions as they come up. Oh, of course. If we could start on slide 2, the overview of the retirement programs, both those are sponsored by the MTA and those that are external. I think this highlights the enormity of a task that we're facing. I'm sorry, of course, I think I went the wrong way. There we go. So this highlights the enormity and complexity of our pension obligations, our pension systems. The first bucket are the defined benefit programs that we have sponsored and oversee with $6 billion in assets. The next bucket are the defined contribution plans, and then another $4.8 billion in assets. So again, highlights the enormity of the task and the responsibility we all face in overseeing these investments. We could skip forward to the next slide, just a quick market overview. 2015 was a pretty challenging year. The S&P 500 was up, bonds were up in the U.S., but everything else was basically down. Commodities, emerging market equities, developed market equities. So it was a really, from an academic perspective, it was an interesting year. From a investment perspective, it was interesting. There were a lot of things going on, but it was challenging to generate meaningful performance kind of across the board. The expectations going forward is that we continue to be in a low rate, low return environment, and that is going to challenge us going forward in producing results that meet our returns expectations. This is an overview of the asset allocation for the defined benefit plans and for OPEB. This is something that we are constantly revisiting and reviewing to make sure that going forward we have the best capital allocation policy in place. We're constantly taking advantage of what the markets may be giving us and constantly looking for ways to reduce risk across the portfolio. This is the big picture snapshot of how we're allocated today. And I think, as you could see, we're diversified across all the major asset classes we're diversified within the asset classes. And I think it's a really reasonable and responsible asset allocation policy that's been developed over the years with our external consultant, NEPC, for the defined benefit plans and for OPEB. So this is where the rubber hits the road. This is the performance for the retirement plans over the last 1, 3, and 5 years. As you could see in the 1-year period, there were a lot of asset classes that lost a lot of money, whether it was commodities or emerging markets. The outliers in performance were in the liquid buckets, so real estate and private equity. We're allocated across all of these, and in 2015, our plans were down between 1.2 and 1.8% net of fees. So a very challenging year. I think going forward, what we need to keep our eye on is continually reduce risk within our plans, keep our diversification targets in place, tilt towards quality, and tilt towards investments that kick off cash flow. And in the context of our historical performance, again, versus a generic blend of 60-40 U.S. equities fixed income and the peer group medians, we consistently take a lot less risk in our asset allocation and in our performance versus both. And I think the conservative nature of our plans and the performance of that has really borne out in the months in the past year where we've seen down markets and we've actually held in relatively well. So I won't go through every slide, like I said, but I do want to highlight this is our return assumption. Our return assumption is 7%. That puts us in the same company as the city and a little bit less than the state of New York. These are the 7% return assumption is a pretty conservative assumption within the public plan space. As of the end of 2015, the median assumption was 7.68%. So we're running it a little bit more conservative than what the peer group really is. Which means at the end of the day, we have to take less risk to get to our return target. And the funding update, this is where the plans stand in terms of funded ratio. MTA DB is at 73%, MAB-STOA is at 70%, and the Long Island Railroad is at 49%. Dramatic improvement in the funding status of the Long Island Railroad as contributions have been made over the past few years. Then we'll skip through the next few slides. These are the investment managers that we have in all of the plans. DB, MAB-STOA, OPEB, and DC. And I will conclude with an overview of where we stand in MWBE participation. MTA DB total AUM, if looking at the total plan, 9% is allocated to MWBE, MAB-STOA about 15%. If we look at only traditional asset classes, so equities, U.S., international emerging, and fixed income asset classes, we're standing at 20% in the DB MWB participation and 34.6% in MAB-STOA participation. This, if put this into context, the MWBE participation or participation, the composition of the investment universe, less than 5% of investment managers classify as MWBEs. If you look at number of strategies in the market, it's less than 4%. So in the context of the opportunity set, I think we're doing well, but there's always obvious room for improvement across the board. So with that, I'm concluding my remarks and happy to answer any questions. Yes.
Could you remind me, please, how the investment managers are compensated?
The investment managers are compensated on a traditional fee arrangement, so percentage of assets managed. So there are no other fees other than the basis point charges per manager per year.
So that's on the aggregate they're investing?
For us, yes.
For us?
For us, yes.
And is there so as the amount they invest go up, they make more money irrespective of the returns on those investments?
Assuming that the account is also growing as well, right? So while we're contributing, it's a component of both our contributions and the performance on the account. So if they have $100 with us today and it grows by 10%, we don't add any money to it, so now it's $110. Their fee is based on $110, right? So as the accounts grow in value, our fees go up in terms of dollar amount, but we also have in many places sliding fee schedules. So as the amounts go up, our fees actually come down. so that we get the benefit of size and for scale.
Based upon their performance, it's just based on the size.
It could be based on the size and could be based on performance. So if we have, an example would be a manager that has certain fee breakpoints. So say it's at 25 million, 50 million, 100 million. As you cross those thresholds, the fees start to come down. The percentage rate would come down. Yeah. And fees is something we spend an awful lot of time looking at.
What is the effect of the funding status? The slide you showed of the three different groups and how much they're funded. What is the relationship between that and everything else, if any?
So that funding status would reflect both the contributions coming in, right?
Right.
So as the contributions are made according to our annual target numbers, the big number would be, the big thing would be the slide in front of it, that's 7%. So this return rate assumption, if I go back to this,
Right.
that funding ratio is tied directly to this return assumption. So as you would increase your return assumption, your funding ratio would increase as well. If you decrease your return assumption, your funding ratio decreases.
And that's because?
It's because of this would be the amount that you're discounting the future liabilities at. So there's a benefit to having a much higher discount rate versus if you're looking at funded ratios.
Discount rate meaning the difference between 100% and the amount you're funded?
The discount rate in this case would be 7%.
Right.
Right? So if you moved it up to 8%, your funding ratio would actually increase because you're discounting your future liabilities at a much higher rate.
Okay. Because the controller sends me all kinds of stuff as a retiree, telling me he's at 7.5, and telling me why he's at 7.5. Notwithstanding all of that, you don't want to be at 7.5.
I think I can't comment on.
I understand,
what they're doing,
but there is a difference, obviously.
There is a difference, and in my view, so this is determined. Ours is determined by the actuary, and so there's a reasonable basis for that. But what it comes down to is, if you look at the world today, and you look at long bond yields at 2 and change, and you look at an S&P 500 of maybe you're going to get up into the mid-single digits in terms of return. If you look at annual risk premiums, 7% is going to be really hard to get to,
Right.
in a way, right? So anything above that, you start to really have to kind of stretch.
Yeah, Sean, let me jump in here. We are actually considering recommending, a lower rate. There's a lot of people out looking at public pension funds who believe that we've been using too high of a rate for too long. And the recommendations are that you look at something that's more like a risk-free rate. So perhaps a long treasury rate, or if you're a general obligation bond issuer, general obligation bond rate. That's too far of a stretch, I think, right now. But again, we want to have a very solid, conservative, well-funded pension plan. And I think one of the ways you get there is you start putting more money in the plan. And one of the ways that you put more money in the plan is you have lower assumptions rates, and that just forces you to do it.
That forces you to make a larger contribution because you're not making it up on the investment.
That's right.
Even I can figure that out.
Yeah.
Even I can figure that out, right.
The other thing is this gap that we have. We are reducing that gap every year.
Right.
So the unfunded portion of our pension plan, we are making contributions every year to reduce that unfunded portion, all things being the same. So again, we're on track. We're doing the fiscally responsible thing. We're not required anymore to do the actuarial required contribution, which would get you there, but that's what we're actually doing. We continue to fund that. Plus, as you know, on the additional Long Island Railroad pension plan, we're making additional contributions.
And that is of benefit not only to us making the additional contribution, it is of benefit to the retirees or prospective retirees, depending upon your point of view at the moment.
It's more certain the money will be there when it's needed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One of the topics, I'm not an investment professional, but as you read the popular press in the last year, 18 months, you read about entities like CalPERS pushing back heavily on hedge funds and private equity firms and their fee structure, and picking up a theme of Mr. Ballins. And if you look at page 9, we do see a fair number of hedge funds and private equity funds listed. So my question is, again, picking up on Mr. Ballins' theme, I don't see in here some sense of our aggregate expense for the various managers we have, and we have many, many strategies we're employing, from straight equity to private equity and the like. So it would be interesting to know how, both what our absolute, and you may not have this data now, and that's fine, what the absolute fee structure we're paying, not structure, but fees we're paying, but more importantly, how does that compare to peer funds in the marketplace that we would be akin to in size and scope and style, to understand what we're paying relative to those entities, and is that competitive?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. It's something that the data on the peer group is really hard to get to, because nobody wants to disclose what their fees are, to be honest with you on that. So maybe if I could take like the broader question about hedge funds and private equity. I think, I join those that are skeptics of those asset classes. I think they have, in a broad generalization, failed to deliver for a lot of investors over the last 5 years. We've actually got, in our plans, great results out of what we have. So, I think if you look at what CalPERS or the city has done, they might have a different experience with those investments. I think what it comes down to is everything in the plans has a very specific role. There isn't, I wouldn't call it a hedge fund program or a private equity program. Everything needs to have a place in a home, and then to diversify a specific risk that we have within the traditional asset classes. And then the reality on the privates is that we're never going to get towards our 7% without private equity. I think that's a big part of it. But as we peel back and think about the fees and about what we do there, one of my opening comments was we're in a low return environment. And I have really little interest in giving away half of our return in fees, right? That's the reality that we're facing. And we've actually redeemed from some of our hedge funds over the last, call it 6 to 8 months. And if we redeploy, it'll be at much better fee terms. So we're looking to bring those fee costs down across the board. We're revisiting every manager that we have money with and saying, we've been with you for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. It's time that you give us a break on fees. So that's something that is, in a low return environment, that's the one thing you could actually work on, right? That's the one thing that you could actually do to boost performance is to get your fees cut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Neil. I don't want to belabor this too much because I know there's a heavy agenda, and this is fascinating. But there are an extraordinary large number of investment managers. They all presumably are working hard, very bright people doing things that, I know I couldn't do. But the one check that we do have is through a process to make sure that they want to really keep the business. So could you give a brief overview of how these people are evaluated and replaced, what the RFP system is like? And then I want to have just one final comment before you do that. I know when I do work for public agencies as a municipal bond attorney, we have, unfortunately for me, but good for the public, we have lower fees for public entities than we do for private entities. And we have a similar concept baked into this. So if you can answer all those. And I don't mean to start a long, extensive discussion, but there's overview, please.
No, these are all important questions, I think. So in terms of manager selection, everything goes through, whether it's NEPC for our defined benefit plans or through Mercer for a defined contribution plan. So they're tasked with the due diligence, fund selection, and the initial idea concept. And then once it's really hard to separate the manager selection from the asset allocation. These are things that kind of go hand in hand, and that when there's a reason to change, and we've actually changed quite a bit over the past few months, in terms of the managers that we have within a portfolio. It's a very deliberative process with our consultant who brings the ideas to our investment committee, and we vet them, we interview them. You know, these are firms that have to meet a variety of qualitative and quantitative criteria in order to be selected. One of the things that we struggle with is really on fees, because a lot of these managers that we are looking to invest with, they're capacity constrained. So they can only manage a certain dollar amount, and they're unwilling to go above that certain dollar amount. So unless you're in a passive equity type of strategy, the pressure on fees, it's, you know, we want to pay as little as possible. The investment manager wants to make as much as possible. When it's a capacity constrained strategy, the ability to wiggle those fees down a bit becomes more and more challenging. So we have more success in large cap than we do in small cap. We have more success in developed markets versus emerging markets. We have more success in U.S. fixed income than emerging markets fixed income. So it becomes an asset class by asset class conversation in a way. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it's the start. I think we'll continue it as over time. But in the notion of discounted rates for government?
Some managers do that. It depends. There are so many factors that go into the fee conversation, but it also depends too is if they really want our business. And I prefer to work with firms that really want us as a client, that will respect us as a client, versus taking an off-the-shelf fee that's available to everybody else.
And there are a lot of factors. Their capacity constraint versus the amount of money we have per class. And
that's right.
You could go on and on. I see, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
Including your report?
That is the conclusion of the report.
Okay, good. Are we ready to go to procurements? And Mr. Barbosa.
Thank you. So for headquarters, there are 4 competitive procurements for a grand total of $71 million. I'll speak to a little more granularity into 3 of those procurements. The first, we're looking for approval for a contract award for all MTA office supplies in the amount of $21.7 million. Very competitive RFP process. 107 firms requested the RFP package. 14 of those firms were M&Ws. We received 10 proposals. The final award is to Staples. The baseline projected spend for office supplies for the MTA over a 5-year period is actually $24 million. Based on further analysis and negotiations and SKU rationalizations, we lowered that projected baseline spend to $19.7 million. So that's a reduction, an actual reduction over 5 years of approximately $4.2 million or 18%. The next procurement I'd like to speak to is all MTA IT hardware servers and computer maintenance services. Again, a very competitive RFP. 83 firms requested the RFP package. 31 of those were M&Ws and disadvantaged firms. We received 12 proposals. We shortlisted actually to 5 firms. We're awarding 3 contracts to Dell for desktops, laptops, monitors, and thin client devices, CDW for various servers and rugged laptops, NPA for computer maintenance services. The 5-year projected baseline spend on IT hardware for the MTA for all agencies was $69 million. Based on this RFP process and unit cost reductions for hardware and for services, that baseline spend now is $31.6 million. That's a reduction of $37.4 million, which is about 54%. The last procurement I'd like to highlight is the All MTA Managed Print Services Award. Again, a very competitive RFP. 85 firms requested the RFP package. 39 of those firms were M&Ws. We received 6 proposals, shortlisted to 4 firms, ended up going with trying to award to HP. The baseline spend, projected spend for the agencies was $24 million. So that was for 5 years. Based on the RFP and reductions and analysis, the baseline projected spend is now $15.4 million. That's a reduction of $9.2 million or about 37%. So overall, these were very competitive, very fruitful RFPs. I'd be remiss to say that not talk about at a very high level. We partnered with KPMG on these three RFPs, so they were very, very well run, and we ended up with a mass amount of savings for ourselves. Any, Vice Chairman?
Reporters, procurements, may I have a motion and second? Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Procurements are approved. Next is MNR procurements.
Yes, there are 4 procurements for Metro North for a grand total of $14.1 million. One is a non-competitive sole source procurement for a total of $664,000, and 3 are competitive procurements. 2 of those are for RFP, requests for RFP processes, and 1 is for a modification for additional funding for a total of $13.4 million. Chairman?
May I have a motion and second? Questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, abstentions? The procurements carry. Long Island Railroad procurements.
For Long Island Railroad, there are 4 procurements with a grand total of $56.8 million. 1 is a non-competitive sole source procurement for a total of $160,000, and 3 are competitive procurements requesting to use the RFP process for a total of $56.6 million. Vice Chairman.
Is there a motion, second? Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Those procurements carry. Transit and bus?
Yes. For New York City Transit and MTA bus operations, there are 3 procurements with for a grand total of $32.1 million. 1 is a non-competitive procurement for miscellaneous services for a total of $578,000, and 2 are competitive procurements. 1 is multi-agency for contract modifications for a total of $31.5 million.
Motion and second? Questions or comments? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Those procurements carry. Finally, bridges and tunnels procurements.
There are 2 competitive procurements requesting to use the RFP process for B&T for a grand total of $255 million. 1 is a modification to amend the personal service contract for additional funding. Vice Chairman. That concludes procurements. Thank you.
Okay, next is First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company. This is the month where they do their annual presentation to the board. Information is on page 82. I'd also like to note that their financial statements, actuarial loss reserve certification, and investment performance report are on director's desk and can be found on the MTA website, mta.info. Phyllis is here to describe this. Yep.
Excuse me, I'm Phyllis Rockman. We're here today for our annual report to the Finance Committee. The information was made available to you already on the web, and it included the audited financial statements and the opinion and determination of the actuary that the reserves held by FIMTech are adequate and meet New York State captive requirements. I'll update you on the major insurance programs, and then Sean Saya from Goldman will report on the investments. The All-Agency Excess Liability Program renewed October 31st, 2015. The program provides third-party liability coverage excess of the agency's self-insured retentions. FIMTech insures the first $50 million layer of the excess of the retention, and we procure an additional $350 million through the commercial marketplace. The $350 million layer renewed at expiring terms and conditions with a slight increase of 2%. The All-Agency Property and Terrorism Programs renewed May 1, 2016. The terrorism program was renewed with an 11% premium reduction for a 2-year period from May 1, 2016 to May 1, 2018. During this renewal, it was noted that incumbent insurers were limited in the amount of total capacity available in the metropolitan area, so the 2-year program allows FIMTAC to protect itself from potential future capacity shortfalls. As far as the property program, this year we increased the overall program limit from $600 million to $800 million. This includes an increase in limits of all risk and catastrophe coverage of flood, wind, and earthquake. The program now mirrors the CAT limits that were purchased prior to Superstorm Sandy on an indemnity basis. MetroCat continues to supplement the coverage for an additional $200 million in storm surge coverage, and that capacity is in place until the end of July. We now have the opportunity to eliminate the cost associated with renewing MetroCat. In addition, we received an overall savings of 18% on the property placement. The property program structure and additional limits were achieved as a result of a combination of factors, including a softening property insurance market, increased competition between property markets that have come back since Sandy, and new insurance markets interested in participating on our program. The insurance market has also evolved over the past few years with new products offered from insurance-linked securities market that are competing with traditional insurers as well as with cat bonds. This has led to significant capacity in the insurance marketplace while driving prices, terms, and conditions more competitively. These are the investment accounts and their values as of March 31st. Each account services specific FIMTAC-insured programs. The excess loss fund and the discovery accounts have very specific mandates, while the general operating account covers multiple programs and their specific claims, losses, and expenses. Now I'll turn it over to Sean Sayer from Goldman for an update.
So good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I have my chance to be here with you effectively once a year. And so what I like to do is kind of just, we're looking at results for the last 12 months, effectively ending March 31st. As Sean mentioned, Crawford, in his remarks on the pension side, we've been in a relatively low rate environment, and that's absolutely the case as it relates to the investment opportunities for FEMTAC's portfolio. We manage about $400 million in market value of assets for FEMTAC, and it's about 95% invested in fixed income. So really we're specifically focused on opportunities within treasuries, corporate bonds, mortgage bonds, asset backs, and so on. One thing I like to do, if you turn to the first page in the presentation, is just a quick snapshot of kind of what happened in fixed income markets, particularly during the last 12 months. And I think if you just look at the graph on the right-hand side of this chart, what you'll notice, we have two sets of bars. The blue bars kind of representing the total return, if you will, for each of those different fixed income sectors during the last 12 months. And you see that most of them were positive. So treasuries gave you about 2.4%. Corporates, depending on which industrials, utilities, and so on, but somewhere between 0.4 and 1.8%. But then when you take a look at the red bars, you see that most everything kind of is on the left-hand side, and that represents the excess return. So if you were to take the return of each of one of those risk assets, we consider them, and subtract from that the performance of treasuries, so kind of take out the risk-free rate, how did they do? And you can see that in most cases, most risk sectors, if you will, had negative excess returns over the last 12 months. And really that's a function the primary cause of that is that over that last 12 months, you've seen investors in the markets kind of move away from risk assets, so move away from corporates and move away from mortgages and invest in treasuries. And that's one of the reasons why treasuries had the best performance over that last 12 months. So when we're thinking about that, what we happen to see is the spreads have increased. So that's a spread is a measure of how much risk your investor is willing to take in, let's say, a corporate bond versus a treasury. and spreads have widened, which means that kind of that risk requirement has increased, and as such, we've seen kind of negative performance versus treasuries. If you turn to the next page, we have, again, a snapshot of performance for the entire FEMTAC portfolio. I think if you look at again, the table on the right-hand side, looking down toward the trailing, the last 1 month, or last 1 year results. So the portfolio returned about 1.7%, and the benchmark about 1.6%. So modest outperformance, but effectively in line with the benchmark. And really, when we look at what worked, what was the attribution associated with that performance across, we are running kind of different strategies for the different mandates. But when you aggregate it together, really our positioning with respect to interest rates, so how much maturity and duration risk we want to take, actually was a bit of a drag. So we actually had a little bit, we were underweight how much average maturity we had versus our benchmark, and that actually hurt us a bit because yields continued to come down over the last 12 months in aggregate. But what did help the performance was the selection that we had within both corporates and mortgages. So the bonds that we bought and the bonds we held did well versus the bonds that are held in the benchmark. So our selection process proved to provide the most of that positive performance. And the last slide I'll take you to here is just give you a snapshot of how we're currently positioned in the entire portfolio and let you know kind of what our outlook is as we move forward. So if you take a look at the bar charts on the left-hand side, the light blue happens to be where we were positioned a year ago, March of 15. The dark blue where we are positioned today. And I think the largest changes that you can see is that we increased our government exposure. So that again is a function of what was happening to rates and our outlook on Treasury rates. And we reduced our exposure to corporates. And that is in line with a couple of rationales. One, corporate bonds we've seen their spreads, their risk associated versus treasuries have actually done quite well over the last couple of months. So we think they've run quite a ways in the last, let's say 2 months. And we're also entering a season, typically from now until August, where it's relatively slow. It's actually a poor period of time for risk assets like corporates. So we're starting to pare back some of our exposure in corporates and mortgages and starting to put some of that exposure back into treasuries. And so that's one of the changes you've seen over the last 12 months. Other than that, there were no real material changes in the strategy other than wanting to kind of reduce risk in the corporate sector. And if you take a look at the snapshot of the chart on the upper left-hand side, I know the number's a bit hard to see on the board, but what you can see is when you look at how's our positioning versus the portfolio, we were overweight to commercial mortgages, we were overweight to corporates, and we're underweight to residential mortgages. And that's a theme that we're likely going to kind of maintain throughout the next couple of months. We think it's prudent to not take too much exposure in residential mortgages. We think it's imprudent to have some exposure to corporates. As I mentioned, we're starting to reduce that a bit, just in anticipation of this soft environment we're going to come into in the summertime. And if you look at the very bottom on the portfolio stats, so the portfolio is comparable to the benchmark from its ratings. It's about 1 notch lower in its ratings quality versus the benchmark. Our current duration or average maturity is also a little bit less than that of the benchmark. Again, positioning ourselves for what we anticipate is going to be some Fed movement in the second half of this year. And we've got both a yield and a spread advantage built into our portfolio versus the benchmark. And so we hope that will kind of cushion us to the extent we do see rates start to rise in the second half. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Then we're ready to go to Jeff Rosen and the real estate report.
Thanks, Freddie. We have 5 action items this month for your consideration and approval, each the subject of a staff summary. I hope the staff summaries are self-explanatory. I'd be glad, of course, to take any questions.
Questions or comments?
Just a quick question. I saw in exchange for getting out of the lease early, there's the payment for building a new station entrance.
Yes.
We have a number in there that if we did it would be $14 million. Do we know how much they're estimating it's going to cost?
I don't have that information. I think it's fair to say that it would be less. I think we need to look at it from both sides, and from our side, we think it's worth that much.
That was my only question. $14 million is a big buyout.
Thank you. Yeah, we need a vote.
Check, 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 check. Check one.
If everyone would take their seats, we'll get started in 2 minutes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the May meeting of the Capital Program Oversight Committee. Do we have any public comments?
No public comment, no public speakers.
Minutes have been passed out. May I have a motion to approve? Second, any comments or questions regarding the minutes? All in favor? Aye. Committee work plan, Mr. Stewart?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay, then we'll move into the Long Island Railroad program update. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon. I'm Rich Oakley, Chief Program Officer for the Long Island Railroad. Today, Glenn Greenberg, Deputy Chief Engineer, and myself will be presenting an overview of the Long Island Railroad capital program goals for 2016, along with the status for mainline double track and the Jamaica Capacity Improvements Phase 1 projects. With respect to our achievements in 2015, we have significantly increased our capital program goals for 2016. As of the end of April, we are progressing well against the scheduled commitments, starts, and closeouts. We expect the number of completions to significantly increase during the second and third quarter of this year as we close in on the scheduled design completions. Next. Here is a list of a few major starts and completions forecast for this year. As indicated, the list consists of projects in both the 2010-2014 capital program as well as the 2015 to 2019 capital program. These 2016 goals will be presented today in their respective asset categories. Let's start with line structures. On April 15th, we opened the new Ellison Avenue Bridge, and roughly 1 month later, we opened the new Colonial Road Bridge. These bridges were replaced under separate design-build contracts. Both took approximately 1 year to complete from start to finish and were done on schedule and within budget. Next. As we will also be using design-build delivery methods for replacing Post Avenue Bridge located less than a mile east of Ellison Avenue Bridge. It is a railroad bridge that supports Long Island Railroad's main line branch, and the project is being funded through the new capital program. The existing bridge is reportedly hit by road vehicles approximately 6 times per year due to its low clearance, requiring us to increase the vertical clearance from 12 foot 10 inches to 14 foot above the roadway. Given the critical nature of the railroad bridge to our operations, we will be replacing during one weekend, which will require an accelerated bridge construction methodology. Another line structure funded in the new capital program is Buckram Road Bridge replacement. This bridge will also be replaced using a design-build contract. Due to its low clearance, the bridge will be raised almost 3 feet. This will necessitate retaining walls and the relocation of track systems and utilities. Preliminary design is scheduled to be completed next month. There will be an option existing in the design-build contract to convert the bridge from a 2-span structure to a single-span structure, which should bring about significant savings. This project is scheduled to start the first quarter of 2017 and complete the third quarter of 2018 with a budget of $23 million. Now let's go to passenger stations. Next. Okay, the groundbreaking ceremony for Wantor Station platform replacement project was held on May 12th. This project will be done in 2 phases. The contractor has taken out the east half of the platform out of service in order to start construction. Wantor Station platform and substructure, as illustrated in the photos at the bottom of the slide, are in very poor condition. An extensive condition survey and substructure and design were required to adequately address the requirements of this project. Nonetheless, we were able to reduce the original construction duration from 24 months to 21 months based on prior lessons learned during Massapequa Station project completed last year. This notice of award was issued March 2016, and the construction schedule is scheduled to be completed January 2018 with a budget of $24 million. Early today, there was a staff summary presented to the Long Island Committee for the approval to award construction contract for Hicksville Station improvements. Hicksville Station is Long Island Railroad's third busiest station and a key transfer point for our customers. The only Long Island Railroad stations busier are Penn Station and Jamaica Station. In order to complete this work and return both platforms as early as possible, the contractor will be given full access to the north passenger platform for construction during the summer of 2017. This, along with the contractor's proposed construction methodology, has shortened the total construction time from 35 months to 22 months. This project has a budget of $69 million. The start of construction is scheduled for the second quarter of this year, and the completion is the second quarter of 2018. Next, Nostrand Avenue Station rehabilitation. With the approval of the 2015-2019 capital program, we will begin procurement process for Nostrand Station rehabilitation. This station is elevated and supported on the Atlantic Avenue Viaduct in Brooklyn, one stop east of Atlantic Terminal. The project scope includes new steel framing and supports. Besides the platform replacement and all the associated platform systems as shown in the renderings, the project will include a street to platform level ADA compliant elevators, pedestrian walkways, and stairs to both the east and westbound platforms. The scope calls for the installation of translucent canopy system that will allow passage of natural light. The platform will include new windscreens, railings, and station systems. Design was completed last year. We will be awarding the construction the fourth quarter of this year with completion the first quarter of 2019. The budget is $21 million. A recent addition to the new capital program is a $25 million allocation for the station enhancement program. Long Island Railroad has initially identified 5 potential locations for station enhancements and is in the process of contracting a consultant services to prepare station enhancement guidelines and conceptual design to meet the goals of this program. The goals of this program are to improve the appearance and public perception of the stations, to improve safety, security, customer amenities, provide art and customer information systems, improve customer experience, including accessibility improvements necessary to meet current ADA requirements. The design award is scheduled for next month, and the start of construction, which will be design build the second quarter of 2017, the budget again is $25 million. Now let's go to shops and yards. Okay. Mid-Suffolk Yard program is another Mid-Suffolk Yard project is another design-build project. The project will consist of a newly full-functional electric yard in Ronkonkoma off the Main Line branch for additional East End train storage capacity. There will be up to 11 layup tracks, a drill track, employee facility for operating departments, indoor and outdoor storage facilities, car appearance, maintenance sheds, 2 car inspection pits, yard lighting and security systems, as well as AC/DC power stations. The preliminary design is scheduled to be completed in July. Design build contract award expected the first quarter of next year, with construction the third quarter of 2019. Now we go to Morris Park Locomotive Shop, an employee facility. The existing repair facility in Morris Park was built in 1889 and is well beyond its useful life. Scope of this design-build project consists of a new locomotive shop, employee and material storage facilities, as well as 4 new outside storage tracks in Long Island Railroad Morris Park Yard. Locomotive shop includes 4 service tracks, 1 release track, a double-ended drop tables, overhead cranes, and a back shop. To advance the project, we are in the process of soliciting the services of Mentor Contract to begin early site work. The design-build documents will be completed in July. Design-build construction start the first quarter of next year, with completion the third quarter of 2019 for this project. Next is track work, okay, and we include Jamaica capacity improvements in that track work. As part of Jamaica Capacity Improvements Phase 1, we will be building a sixth platform at Jamaica required to support Brooklyn and Penn Station service, along with additional east side access to Grand Central Terminal. To make room for the added platform, the tracks in Johnson Avenue will be shifted south, and one of the outer Jamaica Station tracks will be shifted north. We refer to that track as the South Bypass. As illustrated in the top photo, this work has been progressing. The design-build contract for Morris Park for Johnson Avenue Yard configuration and the early civil work reached substantial completion in April, completed on schedule and within budget. The contract award for the Platform F is scheduled for July 2016, and completion of the platform is scheduled for second quarter of 2019. Next. Mainline Double Track Project. Construction of the Mainline Double Track Phase 1, consisting of 5.2 miles of double track between Ronkonkoma and Central Islip, is underway. Phase 2, consisting of the remaining 7.4 miles of double track between Central Islip and Farmingdale, is on its way. The design-build construction for Phase 1 site work is nearing completion, with all concrete retaining walls and earthwork needed for Phase 1 track profile expected to reach substantial completion before the end of this month. Track and systems installation started in August and is being progressed. Specialized equipment required for mechanized track installations is expected on site in July. We are still projecting an end of 2017 completion for Phase 1. However, the schedule is heavily dependent on the early delivery of signal equipment and is under review, as we complete the procurement process. As such, we added incentives to our RFPs for the delivery of the signal equipment. In addition, we are overlapping Phase 1 and Phase 2 activities and advancing installation of signal conduits and wires to level out the resources necessary in efforts to attain the earliest possible completion date for the entire mainline double track project. Staff summaries for approval to award the signal equipment and design-build contract for site work for Phase 2 will be presented to the board this month. The contractor has committed to accelerating substantial completion by approximately 4 months, which would permit Long Island Railroad to install track work and infrastructure systems ahead of schedule. This, combined with incentives in the RFP for early delivery of the pre-wired wayside signal equipment, is expected to improve our schedule, which is under review. Upon award of the signal equipment contract, we will be in a position to reevaluate our schedule. New platforms, as part of this project, new platforms at Wyandanch and Pine Lawn stations will be awarded under a separate design-build contract. Next. The risk assessment for the mainline double track performed in April identified significant cost and schedule risks and recommended that the Long Island Railroad seek mitigation opportunities. For each of those significant risks listed here, the Long Island Railroad will be implementing corresponding mitigation strategies. Concerning the long lead time for delivery of signal equipment, again, as part of the procurement process, the Long Island Railroad has requested that the vendor meet a very aggressive delivery schedule. Coordination of utility poles relocations. Based on our review of the final design documents, the number of pole relocations are minimal compared to Phase 1. However, Long Island Railroad is committed to having the force account resources available when needed to support the pole removals and installations. Delays to the early civil site work. As mentioned earlier, during procurement process, the civil site work has been accelerated by 4 months while negotiating a final cost of 10% below the engineer's estimate. Temporary support of excavation. The track settlement encountered during Phase 1, while driving sheeting has been mitigated, a monitoring system will be put in place to minimize the occurrence, and the contractor will be using specialized high-frequency equipment when installing sheeting to minimize the potential for movement. The required transformer upgrades. A load study associated with the additional switch machines is being conducted to analyze if the transformer upgrades is necessary for this phase of construction. I'm going to now turn it over to Glenn.
First area is signals and communications. The Babylon Interlocking Renewal Project will replace the obsolete 1950s era signal control system with a new microprocessor system. In addition to bringing the plant to a state of good repair, this will enable us to control Babylon remotely from a future central control facility. Design starts first quarter 2017 and construction is completed fourth quarter 2020. The budget is $51.9 million. Next slide, please. Under power substations. This project replaces 6 antiquated substations, most from the early 1970s, that have reached the end of their useful life, with new modular pre-assembled substations. Actually, the Queens Breaker House, which is being replaced as part of this project, was constructed in 1947. The design starts in 2016, and construction is completed by the end of this program. The budget is $81 million. Next slide, please. Normal replacement. This project consists of component replacement of both substations and the traction and signal power distribution systems to both increase reliability and to extend the useful life of the substations. The 5-year budget is $72 million. Next. The annual track program is the cornerstone of our normal replacement project, and it focuses on cyclical replacement of track components to keep the system in a state of good repair. The highlight of this year's program was the installation of concrete ties and new welded rail between Valley Stream and Rockville Center. This work was actually completed yesterday in that section. Next slide. Another important component replacement project is the signal and communication poles. These poles carry the signal and communication lines that are vital to maintaining control of the railroad, and replacement of the deteriorated poles is critical for both safety and reliability. And we're replacing 575 poles over the 5-year program at a cost of $7.7 million. And that's it.
Mr. Albert?
I don't know who this is for, but in regards to the reconstruction of the Nostrand Avenue station, what determined that that station was selected over, for instance, East New York, which is in really decrepit condition? I'm just wondering, is it ridership? Is it where it was in the timetable? Or what determined it would be Nostrand before East New York, for instance?
It's typically the rating of the assets and what condition they're in. All right. That station, although it looks pretty good, all right, I can tell you that, I don't know if we showed any photographs, but the steel that's supporting that platform is in terrible shape. In fact, when we replaced the viaduct a couple of years back, we had to put some temporary measures in place, and we were told by the consultant when we did it that those repairs are good for 5 years. So even though the platform looks good, okay, in fact, we put a little overlay on the concrete surface, if you may recall, okay, it's not in good shape, and there's a lot of things that.
But it's safe and reliable now.
It's safe and reliable, yes.
Oh, yeah. But it's driven by condition rating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
IEC?
Good afternoon. We'll start with the Jamaica Capacity Improvements Phase 1 project, schedule and budget review. The overall Jamaica Capacity Improvements Phase 1 project is on schedule to be completed prior to the target date for East Side Access opening day service. As you heard, the first construction contract, which was the Johnson Yard Design Build contract, reached substantial completion in April as scheduled. For the Platform F portion of the project, the bid date was postponed to May 24th due to contractor requests for additional time to develop their bids. On the budget, currently the overall project is on budget. Expenditures to date reflect the percentage of project completion. The IEC agrees with the progress reported by Long Island Railroad. A couple of observations. The independent engineer is satisfied with the agency's risk mitigation efforts. For example, the project site is constrained, requiring working in the vicinity of active tracks. In response, Long Island Railroad included strict contract provisions for separating work areas, for using flagging and track foul time during crane operations and/or for taking tracks out of service. A large portion of the work is being done by Long Island Railroad forced account, requiring coordinating between the design build contractor and forced account crews. To minimize conflicts, the contract documents clearly delineate the work scope within the work stages. Also, coordination meetings are scheduled frequently to avoid conflicts. That concludes my report.
Good afternoon.
Mainline double track.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the mainline double track schedule review, the IEC concurs with the Long Island Railroad's previous explanations of the mainline double track Phase 1 schedule delays. In the opinion of the IEC, the agency is taking appropriate steps to mitigate all schedule delays. For budget review, the expenditures to date reflect the correct percentage of project completion. Since printing this book, the IEC has received an updated budget, which is currently under review. In the opinion of the IEC, changes to the project schedule may significantly impact the project contingency. For risk, the IEC facilitated and participated in a risk assessment workshop with the Long Island Railroad for the mainline double track project Phase 2 on March 16th and March 17th, 2016, to identify the project risks and opportunities. Preliminary results show that in order to meet schedule goals stated by the Long Island Railroad, the agency will need to negotiate expedited delivery of systems equipment. This has the potential to increase project costs and add schedule risks. As a result, the project budget may need to be increased. Finally, for recommendations, the IEC recommends that the agency establishes interim contractual milestones for the remaining third-party contracts. The IEC also recommends that the agency concentrates on monitoring the status of intermediate inspection and acceptance dates to gauge force account performance and to mitigate project risks and issues. This would allow the project management team to sequence the project schedule and mitigate delays in a more efficient manner.
Any questions for the independent engineer? Okay. Metro North, John Kennard.
Good afternoon. Today's presentation will provide highlights of our ongoing capital projects, focus on two major projects that are tracked by us and the IEC, as well as take a look at some upcoming projects. The pie chart slide shows the comparison of our existing capital program and the proposed 2015 and 19 capital program. We continue to focus at the railroad on normal replacement projects, a small amount of state of good repair projects, and then a very select amount of system improvement projects. As the chart and the numbers highlight, there's a significant increase in the funding under the new capital program, increasing by 50%. On the next slide, we're going to focus on some of the commitments. In 2016, Metro North plans to commit 67 projects, totaling $415 million. Through April, we are on target to meet this goal. This amount of target is 18% of the total 15 and 19 program. In 2015, we committed $276 million, about 12%, so we're about 30%. We'll be 30% through at the end of this year. Next slide shows 11 projects, which represent 65% of the plan. The first item is positive train control. This number supplements the money that was in the 10 to 14 program. We'll complete the funding as we move towards the completion of that project. In 2016, we will begin to replace customer information systems at Grand Central Terminal, as well as expanding the customer information that we have at outlying stations. These two projects total about $50 million. And then the remaining projects on this page are focused on our M&W area, our track, our structures. Obviously, it's been a significant focus of the railroad for the last couple of years. These projects total about $115 million, or 28% of this total.
Could I just ask you, does that $102.3 million figure for positive train control include east and west of Hudson for Metro North?
Yeah, this supplements the money that was in the 10 to 14 program, which broadly was about $200 million, so total project for Metro North, east and west.
Thank you.
On the completion slide, in 2016, we plan to complete 16 projects with a value of $139 million. Through April, we're also on target for this, attain that goal. The major planned completions in 2016 include the 2014 cyclical track program, which has actually already been completed. That project was delayed as we focused efforts in the Bronx area of the Harlem line in 2013, so we pushed this project back a bit, and so that's why it's been delayed, as well as 3 projects, Fordham Station improvements, GCT leaks, and the beginning of the signal system replacement on the New Haven line. The first project is at Fordham. The railroad is making significant improvements at our 5th largest station. The $20 million budgeted project will include the widening of the outbound platform. That sees significant ridership in the morning as people go to jobs in White Plains or Stamford, other jobs in Fairfield County. We're also doing canopy work, widening the stair access from Fordham Road, making really significant improvements for that station. The project is forecasted to be completed next month. I think we're on target for that. Might be some minor punch list, and we are within budget. Excuse me. The next slide is GCT leaks remediation. Project addresses infrastructure issues and any leaks in and around the Grand Central Terminal area. It's a $32 million project, joint with the City of New York as well. The elements of the project are work up on the Park Avenue Viaduct, work on Vanderbilt Avenue and the sidewalks around there. The pictures that we show here are actually on Vanderbilt Avenue. In the series of slides, we essentially take up the pavement, expose the steel, make any steel repairs we have to make, waterproof the steel, and then replace the pavement with the appropriate striping. We have work on 42nd Street, and then there's 2 bridges that span 45th Street at the north side of the MetLife building, which the city is paying 100% of. Project is forecasted to be completed at the end of this year, is on time and within budget. The signal system replacement on the New Haven line, this $39 million project begins the replacement of that signal system. We are completing from Woodlawn to the state line, and actually goes a few miles into the state of Connecticut to an interlocking in Greenwich. It will optimize block spacing, it will help improve the capacities, and it will basically replace begin replacing the oldest signal system in Metro-North territory. We've working with the state of Connecticut. They've provided funding. We have begun designing the next phase, which will take us into the state of Connecticut as well to replace it all the way to New Haven. The project is forecasted, our share, this project's specific piece is going to be done in December of this year, and it's on time within budget. The next slide is the GCT train shed. We continue to make repairs. We probably started repairs in the very early stages of Metro-North's capital program back in the early 80s. The pictures that we show here on the left side, they're both the same place. The picture on the left is deterioration you see in the steelwork, the web, the connections between various girders. This basically, we cut the bad steel out and we replace it with good steel in the select areas. This $25 million project is moving towards completion in February 2017, on time and on budget. The 15 and 19 capital program will continue for more funding. It's a large. The train shed basically goes from 45th Street all the way to 57th Street, so it's a large asset for the railroad. There are 2 major projects that I said we focus on, as well as the IEC. The first one is restoration work on the Hudson line, resulting from damage from Superstorm Sandy. First area is communications of signals and power restoration from the Bronx all the way up to Croton-Harmon, as well as the replacement of 3 substations in Riverdale, Tarrytown, and Croton-Harmon. The first is a design build on the 30 miles of power and CNS infrastructure. It's a $300 million project. The first phase is underway from Greystone to Harmon. We've done excavation work, which is largely complete on the Track 4 side, which is the river side. We do elevated platforms in select areas to get signal equipment or power equipment out of the potential flood zone. These footings and these structures are underway. We anticipate moving to the Track 3 side in July. to continue that work. Right now, we've got about a 2-month delay in the project completion. We're working pretty vigorously with the design builder to try to pull that back. The project is currently on budget. The next slide is just some pictures that we see of some of the work we're doing, either concrete placement of duct banks, signal power conduit basically buried in the ground with manholes to provide access for our maintenance forces, as well as communications and signal trough installations along the right-of-way. The next slide is the second project is the Sandy Hudson Line restoration replacement of the 3 substations that I mentioned before. So all the foundation work, all the vault work has been completed at these 3 locations. Electrical equipment is being tested and will be completed in the beginning of June. So we're going to start moving into the next phase of the project. Delivery of the prefabricated substations and electrical equipment will begin in July. Those will then be installed on top of the vaults. They will begin in July, beginning at Riverdale, and then we will move from there north to Terrytown and then to Croton-Harmon. We expect that final wiring, testing, and commissioning of these 3 substations will be done by the end of the year. Next couple slides show the vault construction underway. The vaults are placed at a level or a height to avoid the flooding from potential storm surges, get out of 100-year flood zones. So depending upon the land elevation and the location, it guides the height of the vault. In this location, Terrytown, this vault is very high. It's if you're standing on the ground next to it, it's probably 8 feet above you. The next slide shows the Riverdale substation, different conduit work you can see here as well, and we're putting in a crew quarters at this location as well. The final slide of pictures is Harmon substation. We are working at, as I said, at the 100-year flood elevation. At this location, it's actually probably 4 or 5 feet above ground level. Our second major project is the Harmon shop replacement. We've talked about this, I think my predecessor and others have talked about this for some time. This is phase 5 of the project. We're right now in the construction of stage 1 of that. Stage 2 is funded in the 15 and 19 capital program. Stage 1 is at 1-1, which is on in blue on the slide, is the construction of a consist shop facility, 2 10-car consist tracks, working storerooms, lockers, lunchrooms, and then an EMU annex which will include some of our wheel shops and various shops that support the main shop building. These are ongoing right now. The next slide, we see that the budget is $360 million for this stage of phase 5, and we are working towards the design build completion in January of 2018. For this stage, all demolition is complete. I think the last time I was here, we probably had pictures of demolition on the east and west side of the main shop. The foundation work is underway right now. We anticipate that we'll begin installing structural steel for the EMU annex, which is on the west side of the main building, in May, probably this week. It may slip to next week. And then we'll begin the structural steel for the consist shop facility beginning in September. Project is on budget and on schedule for completion in January 2018. Next slide shows some of the pictures. This is the top shot is on the east side of the building where the consist facility will go. We're working on foundation work right now. On the bottom is on the west side. Again, foundation work is being done to begin to accept structural steel. Beginning in the next capital program, frankly, in the next couple of months, we're going to begin working on implementation of various projects. The following 5 projects will advance using design-build approach. Like the Long Island Railroad and the Transit Authority, we are looking to enhance stations in our territory. We've identified 5 stations: Harlem 125th, Crestwood, White Plains, Riverdale, and Portchester. We will hire a best practices consultant to provide some industry best practices and means to enhance the aesthetics, the amenities, and customer experience for our passengers. We're looking at to begin this process shortly, and then by the end of this year, award a design-build contractor who will begin to enhance the enhancements as well. We're doing this work. In addition, we're looking to complement this work with some of the work that we're doing in the customer information area so that we get enhancements through this process as well as enhancements through another project. We believe we'll award this at the end of this year at a budget of $16.5 million. The next couple slides focus on customer information improvements. The first is at Grand Central Terminal. The pictures on the left side are the existing infrastructure, and on the right is the proposal that we're looking at, sort of a cleaner look for the facilities. We're looking to make improvements to the central control area, base infrastructure, cable plant that has to support these areas, and replace these big boards and gate curtains. There's some work throughout the out the terminal as well. We'll try to clean up different areas so that it's a little bit clearer to our customers. We're making some awards this year. We'll continue those awards into the first quarter of 2017. The total project budget for this effort is $45 million. The next slide is outlying station area, making customer communication deployments, enhancing that we've already done at about 5 or 6 select stations. We will group this into various packages, grouped by stations. It's an expansion of some of the installations you've already seen at either Harlem 125th Street, Yankee Stadium. Again, we'll start this work beginning this year and into 2017 for a total project budget of $60 million. The second to last item is we're looking to do design build more and more at some of our structures. Right now we have a design effort ongoing for some bridges in the city of Mount Vernon, and we're looking, this one particularly is at 14th Avenue. We're looking to use design build. It's a $6 million project, and we look to make an award at the beginning of next year. And finally, going back to Croton Harmon, Stage 2, the EMU running repair shop, the last phase of the Harmon rehabilitation of the EMU, of the maintenance of equipment area. This $430 million project, we're looking to make an award in 2018. The preliminary design is ongoing right now. Our goal is that when the Constance facility and the EMU facility are complete, we can move right into this phase as well. So it's time to meet the end date of Stage 1. One of the questions that's often come up, I think, is once we're done with this, how much we'll end up spending. We'll probably end up committing about over $1 billion at the various phases of Croton Harmon. It is our main maintenance facility. Happy to answer any questions.
Excellent job, John. Any questions for John? Mitch?
On the customer communications at the stations, what type of system are you planning on using in that regard?
Well, what we're doing right now is we'll have a central control facility that will drive the signage in both in Grand Central and outlying stations. Our system right now is it's built, I'd say, using more of an IT infrastructure because we didn't have a brand new central control. Right now we use Dectronic signage. It'll be hardwired. We do have LCD installations right now at a number of our stations. Have the next 9 departures. Our goal is once we get this system running and hardwired, we would then take those screens off of the LCD system and hardwire into the system, so that we basically get rid of wireless charges.
And that system provides flexibility with regard to emergencies and other issues, which is something, unfortunately, as we've learned, the current Long Island Railroad system does not provide.
This would be for Grand Central more specifically. It'll provide much more flexibility at Grand Central Terminal. I'll say the system is a little old and inflexible. So the first thing that will do that, it allows for exception-based reporting so that we can use that system both. I'm not talking outlying station now. We can use that system both visually and audio to make announcements.
And how about at the outlying stations?
Yes, that was what I was saying, both at outlying as well, with GCT and outlying. It'll have more flexibility. You can make audio and visual announcements on those screens as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, the IEC project review, please.
Okay, first I'll talk about the Harmon Concert Shop, and I'll report on the schedule and budget. The project is presently 20 workdays, or approximately 1 month, behind the baseline schedule of December 2017 due to delays associated with demolishing the existing building. On the financial side, the project is on budget, and the expenditures to date reflect the actual percentage of project completion. In our opinion, the remaining project contingency is sufficient to reach substantial completion. The IEC agrees with the agency's reporting of schedule and budget. Several of our findings. The 20-workday delay resulting from demolition issues had been as much as 4 months. Most of that was mitigated by Metro North working with the design-build contractor to resequence the schedule. The building demolition is now complete, and the delay remains at 20 workdays. A major schedule risk going forward is testing and commissioning of equipment and systems. The design-build team is scheduled to begin submitting the commissioning procedures this month and will continue through the end of the year. Commissioning activities will start in 2017. If the schedule is held, there will be sufficient time for testing and commissioning. The IEC is satisfied with Metro North's continuous risk mitigation efforts. That concludes my report on the Harmon Shop. Next, I'll talk about the Hudson Line Sandy Restoration Resiliency. Talking about schedule and budget. For the schedule, we agree with Metro North that the overall Phase 1 project is currently 2 months behind schedule. The first continuous track outage stage, which is the inbound local track, or the one closest to the river, should be completed by the end of this week. The Phase 1 project is presently within budget. There have been no change orders of note so far. I'll present some of our findings. Metro North has undertaken recovery efforts to improve the schedule. An earlier contractor schedule delay was mitigated to 2 months, in part through working to achieve the necessary trough duct bank installation production rates. Metro North and the design-build team continue to look for ways to streamline the work and increase the production rates to recover those 2 months. A key schedule driver is the productivity for installing the cable trough. To date, the independent engineer has not observed that the contractor has achieved the production rates planned in the recovery. We will continue to monitor the production rates in future stages. Another key schedule component deals with Metro North force account. Metro North has provided the number of flaggers per day as outlined in the contract. The contractor has requested additional flaggers to increase productivity. Additional flaggers have not been available thus far. The independent engineer recommends that Metro North find a way to provide the contractor with additional flaggers in order to meet the planned production rates. And that concludes my report on the Hudson Line.
Any questions for the independent engineer? Okay, I think now we have Second Avenue Subway. Anil? Anil Parikh,
Thank you.
our most focused project right now.
Yes. Good afternoon. The Second Avenue Subway project is on target to meet December 2016 revenue service date. At 96th Street Station, the contractor completed permanent power to various mechanical, electrical, communication, signal, and traction power rooms to facilitate level 3 and 4 testing. At 72nd Street Station, facility power energization was achieved on April 29th. At 72nd Street Station, contractor made significant progress in installation of escalators, elevators, tunnel ventilation fans in the month of April. Contractor has increased its manpower to perform this work. All tunnel ventilation fans have been installed, and contractor is working on completing the electrical and control wiring work. 7 out of 10 escalators have been installed, and contractor is working on the electrical and control work. Systems contractor completed installation of 22,000 linear feet of track work. Only 400 linear feet of third rail installation out of 22,000 linear feet is remaining and is scheduled to be completed by end of the month. Systems contractor has completed installation of traction power work at 96th Station. This is required to energize the third rail. Next slide. Critical milestones. At Lexington Avenue and 63rd Street Station, the contractor encountered technical issues which delayed the level 3 and 4 testing for water mist, energen, and elevators. As a result, we lost 31 days of float. However, there is no impact to the revenue service date. Next slide. 72nd Street Station. The permanent power was energized on April 29th. Installation of 7 out of 10 escalators is on schedule to be completed by end of September, and the remaining 3 escalators for entrance 1 is scheduled to be completed by end of October. Installation of 7 elevators is scheduled to be completed by September 30th. Tunnel ventilation fans and HVAC installation are on schedule to be completed by June 15th. Fire life safety installation item was not included in the March 2016 CPAC report. However, project considered it to be a significant milestone and thereby including it going forward. Potential delay in delivery of water mist component is expected to erode float up to 31 days, and there is no impact to RST. Level 3 and 4 testing is on target to be completed by end of August, except for elevators and escalators, which is on target to be completed by November 30th. Next slide, please. 86 station. The permanent power energization was delayed by 25 days due to the rework required in installation of relays and wiring. Con Edison crew is currently working on energization, and we should have the power at 86th Street facility power by sometime this week. There is no impact to revenue service date. Installation of elevators and escalator is on target to be completed by June 21st. Installation of tunnel ventilation fans, HVAC, and fire life safety is on target to be completed by end of this month. These items were not included in the March 2016 CPAC report. However, the project considered them to be significant, so we have included it. Ancillary 1 was completed on May 12th. Ancillary 2 work was completed on May 20th. We lost 20 days of float, and this is due to the fact that the contractor needed to complete installation of the dry cooler equipments and complete the construction of station emergency control room, which was required to complete HVAC installation. There is no impact to revenue service date. Level 3 and 4 testing is on target to be completed by August 1st. Next slide, please. At 96th Street Station, installation of escalator is on target to be completed by June 30th. Installation of elevators is on target to be completed by July 31st. Installation of tunnel ventilation fans, HVAC, fire life safety is on target to be completed by end of this month. And level 3 and 4 testing is on target to be completed by August 1st. Next slide, please. Systems. The communication system installation is on target to be completed by end of August. Installation of police radio is on schedule to be completed by October 15th. Traction power energization at all 3 stations, including 63rd Street. 63rd Street is already energized, and the 3 new station is scheduled to be energized by July 11th. Track work installation is complete. 3rd rail installation will be completed by end of this month. Signal work is on target to be completed by July 18th. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Any questions for Anil? Independent engineer report, Ken Haggis.
Good afternoon. In our May update for the committee, we've observed that 2 out of the 4 target dates for installation and testing in April were met by the project. The completion of local testing at the Lexington Avenue 63rd Street station suffered a month's delay. In our review of the current project forecast for upcoming milestones, wish to make 3 points. The forecasts remain on target for about 70% of the upcoming interim tracking milestones that were identified at our March meeting. There's no improvement in the forecasted completion of the escalators and elevators at 72nd Street, which remain close to impacting the target revenue service date. Finally, the testing schedule for major systems equipment has been additionally compressed by the rescheduling of the start of several local system tests. In looking at, in a broader view at the other project reports, we note that the contractor's work effort at 72nd Street has improved significantly. We note that the backlog of changes without formal direction to proceed continues to present a risk to the completion of the testing program. And finally, that monthly construction expenditures having increased to $39 million in the last month, that's April, but increases to an average of about $49 million are needed to support the schedule to complete all remaining work by December. That's my report.
Any questions for Kent? Okay, that concludes the report on Second Avenue Subway. Capital program status, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, 2016 commitment completion goal performance highlights through April starts in your book on page 96. In 2016, agencies plan to award 41 major projects. To date, the MTA is reporting on 10 major commitments. 8 commitments were made on time and 2 were delayed, but the 2 have since been committed. Year-to-date, agencies have committed $1.8 billion versus $1.9 billion goal. By year's end, the MTA forecasts meeting its commitment goals of $6.6 billion. Completions in 2016, agencies plan to complete 43 major projects. To date, the MTA is reporting on 17 major projects. 5 were completed on time and 2 are delayed. The 2 delayed projects are East Side Access Manhattan South Structure and New York City's Renew 5 Liberty Line stations. Both are forecast for completion in May. By year's end, the MTA forecasts meeting or exceeding its annual completion goal of $4.6 billion. This ends the report. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? If not, that concludes the business of the meeting for today. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Thank you very much.
Welcome, and we're going to move along with our meeting. It's always a problem when you wear glasses, but you don't wear them short, you only wear them long. Anybody from the public looking to have a presentation?
No speakers.
No speakers?
No public speakers.
That would have been nice for a few times during the day today, I think. At least one I have in mind, I think.
The minutes approval. Minutes.
The minutes for the last meeting up for approval? Any other items that we need to bring up at the moment?
The work plan, there are no changes to the work plan.
Thank you. And we have a couple of new and interesting items that are on the agenda today. And Michael, why don't you begin?
Yes, great. Thank you, John. I wanted to first announce the hiring. At one given point in time, we had 9 openings in our staff, and now we currently have 1 vacancy. And I want to introduce Joyce Brown, who is our new Deputy Chief Diversity Officer for EEO and Title VI. We hired her from MARTA, and she's been with us every bit of 3 weeks. Welcome, Joyce. We hired James Wilson, who is a new DBE certification manager. He comes to us by way of Hofstra University. And Naeem Stewart, Stewart's last name, Rimbaud. Stewart is our new MW DBE IT person who is going to now be in charge of ensuring that our MW DBE data is accurately reported to not only to this board, but also to the FTA and to ESD. And so this is well-needed staff. We are starting to see some improvements already, and so welcome. First item of business is the outreach efforts and results. Z?
Good afternoon. So the Department of Diversity and Civil Rights continues to take the lead on the outreach events, and in front of you, you have the outreach events that we have actually participated in or are planning for the next 3 months. One of the highlights that we've had, a couple of highlights that we've had, is the Fix and Fortify Sandy Recovery Work Forum, which was an all-agency conference held at the Schaumburg, and we are now finalizing our program outline for the 7th Annual MWBE Annual Conference on Contracting Opportunities, which is also going to be an agency-wide participation. Thank you.
And that's scheduled for June 1st at CUNY, at the CUNY Graduate Center.
Scheduled for, yes.
And it is an opportunity for all of our certified MWDBE firms and our agencies and our third-party contractors and consultants to market and to talk to each other as we drive our MWBE results.
And we currently have over 170 firms registered for that so far.
DBE certification.
DBE certification, far as the first quarter applications received, is 23. Not much difference in 215 and 214. And as far as certifications activities concerned, we have certified, denied, returned, or withdrawn 29 firms, which is an increase over the last couple of years.
Great, thank you. Naeem Din.
Thank you, Mike. I will speak about the EEO and Title VI complaints. This covers the period January through March of 2016. For this reporting period, there were a total of 367 complaints. This includes complaints filed internally as well as complaints filed with the external anti-discrimination agencies. 151 were externally filed and 216 were filed with our EEO offices internally. And for the external complaints, Mr. Chairman, the most frequently basis for the complaint was disability discrimination, race, color discrimination, as well as the miscellaneous types of discrimination. This is similar to what we reported last time, and I mean, as far as the frequency of bases for complaints are concerned. And for the internal complaints, there were 216 complaints in which race discrimination, sexual harassment, and other types of miscellaneous discrimination was frequently cited. And between January and March, the agencies also handled Title VI complaints. There were 124 complaints handled for this period, of which alleged 132 separate allegations, and by vast majority of these complaints, race discrimination was cited as the basis for the complaint. The following along on pages 28 and 29, we have a breakdown of the complaints by the basis on which the complaint was filed, as well as the agencies at which the complaints were filed internally and externally. And after that, we have a breakdown of the Title VI complaints handled by the agency. As you can see, there were none at headquarters, capital construction, or bridges and tunnels. And following that, we have a disposition of these complaints. EEO, and then on page 32, we have a disposition of Title VI. Page 32 begins with the EEO complaints at MTA headquarters specifically, and those are cited there. As you can see, the internal and external complaints, the numbers are just about the same. And following that, we have a disposition of the EEO and Title VI complaints at MTA headquarters.
Great, thank you. And now we're going to have a presentation from HR on their or our MTA all agency military recruitment, as requested by the Vice Chairman, Chairman Malloy, and also Susan Mesker.
Good afternoon. Wow, that's loud. I'm Maggie Connor. It's a pleasure to be here and to be speaking about something other than pensions, the yawn-inducing subject I'm normally speaking about. This is an issue, actually, that I'm very, very passionate about. In 2013, Chairman Prendergast gave me the authority to dedicate one whole resource, very well-compensated resource, to targeting our recruitment on the military and doing it in an all-agency basis. And many of you have already been privileged to meet with Aleda Myers, who handles the all-agency military recruitment. And I'm sorry, Pat, I know I stole her from the Transit Authority. But Aleda was a particularly well-suited candidate because she had already been dedicated to the recruiting of the military. So she had already really made quite inroads into the military and introducing the MTA really as an employer of choice with the military. But what is even more important about Aleda and this program is that Aleda has been successful in creating what I like to call, and I hope it's not derogatory, baby Aledas, young HR folks that are really, really interested. So when I talk about this as being all-agency recruitment, it's not headquarters. It's every single one of our agencies have isolated very talented HR folks that are very passionate about this as well. And again, I'm so glad to be here to talk about something other than pension and something that I am really passionate about. So looking at page 1, it really gives you a quick snapshot of the number of military hires we're doing. And before someone says, wow, 259, that doesn't sound like a lot of people when you talk about 65,000 employees, it's important to note that's about 5% of our annual hires. And the availability of military folks, and when I say military, I'm not talking about vets, I'm talking about our Coast Guard, I'm talking about our National Guard, I'm talking about that group of folks. So that's about 1% of our available workforce, and we're tracking about 5% of our new hires. So again, I think this is a wonderful effort that's being done on an all-agency basis with people who are going out to the bases. They're training our HR folks on how to read military resume. And again, as Aleda keeps saying, making the MTA an employer of choice for our military. So again, I don't have the little control panel, but I think I'd really actually, again, like to jump to the last page, page 7. And that really outlines and illustrates that this is an all-agency HR initiative, that every single agency has dedicated their folks, and they spend a lot of time and a lot of energy and an awful lot of passion doing this. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I presume, Maggie, when you said, I don't mean vets, I mean Coast Guard and National Guard, that you really meant in addition to vets.
Correct.
Coast Guard
You know,
and
a lot of time we say hiring vets, and I just want to say it's military. It's people who are currently in the military, people who are Coast Guard, National Guard, anything that touches the defense of our nation. Thank you. Thank you.
I only wish that Neil Zuckerman were here to hear this, because he is a vet, too.
Neil was the one who originally spoke to me, and I did get a chance to speak to him today, and I showed him what was in here, and he was very pleased with that, so I'm glad to see it.
I'm sorry, because I'm passionate about this. I just want to make sure you know that we also run recruitment and training. We also go out to the bases and help actually the active military on how to change the resumes to translate it from military to English speak. I mean, not only are we interested in employing them at the MTA, but making sure they're employable as they come out of the workforce, because it's the right thing to do.
Well, this is the,
For us, this is just a starter. I'd like to see us to continue to advance this across the board, and I'm glad to see it as part of the diversity lineup and as a long-term part of that diversity lineup. So, and I thank you for all your efforts.
Great. George, Small Business Mentoring Program.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Our mission statement basically is to make sure that our emerging contractors complete our projects safely, timely, and within budget. Next slide. Next slide show Tier 1 and the number of pre-qualified firms, and it's broken down by their counties as well as their certification. This slide shows all three programs. We have a total of 203 firms that are currently pre-qualified in the programs. This next slide, demographics, showing the last 8 months, showing the number of hires, and not hires, but firms that have been pre-qualified over the last 8 months, in September 1st of 2015 to April 30th of 2016, and it's broken down by ethnicity. This next slide shows firms that are currently pending application, and we have 53 firms that are in the pipeline, and we are focusing and targeting three groups: Black, Hispanic, and Asian Pacific. And you could see here we have 15 firms that are currently in the pipeline. Hispanic, we got eight Hispanic firms, and then we got 3 Asian Pacific firms that are currently going through the pre-qualification process. Over the last 6 years, this slide shows all the contracts that have been awarded, the total number of contracts awarded, 226, and the total dollar amount associated with those awards, $204 million. The next three slides, slide 41, 42, and 43, shows contracts that were awarded by ethnicity for each of the program, Tier 1, Tier 2, as well as federal program. Slide number 44. This is our loan program. Very excited about this program. We continue to do some good things for our contractors. Over the last 6 years, we have had 73 loans totaling $9.6 million, and that's going to be climbing in the next 2 or 3 months. This next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Michael. We're very excited about this program. Michael will talk more about it, but this program will assist our increase our participation in Blacks, Hispanics, and Asian Pacific ethnic firms. So go ahead, Mike.
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman and Susan, we heard you loud and clear when we were here about 6-8 months ago. We changed state law. We created this program with the idea of admitting firms who have been historically excluded from the MTA and in the construction industry. And we woke up and we saw that we had created a pre-qualification process that was not allowing these emerging firms to get into this specialized program that we changed state law. And so we came up with a new emerging program, which is going to allow us to recruit and admit companies who, under ordinary circumstances, would not be admitted to this program. And we're going to put them on a fast track. We're going to train them with our mandatory courses. We're going to expose them to access to capital and bonding. And we're going to allow them to bid on projects up to $100,000 for 1 year in that time period. And so if you turn to page 47, there are 31 companies who will be admitted to this program when this program starts on September 1st. This is going to be the first class of emerging contractors who would be admitted to this program and under ordinary circumstances would not have been pre-qualified for this program because of our requirements. And the 31 pool is a very, very diverse pool of contractors. And we believe that with the focus now of advertising in the ethnic media in this program here, and going out and recruiting from a more broader, diverse pool of associations and groups, trade groups, that we will improve the contract of awards to our ethnic minority firms as we move forward in this program.
Any other questions? Susan?
These people, or these firms, didn't meet the standards that you had for the
Right.
original program.
Yes.
Did they have to meet some standards to get into this one?
Yes, they did.
And are they geographically diverse amongst all of our regions?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I would say yes, they are.
And how long is it? So they've got a year to go through this program?
Yes, a year, and then basically, if they do well in this program, they would automatically be migrated into the regular program.
Okay.
And
From
so
what
they-
I gather, this allows them the ability to get involved without biting off too much in the beginning. To kind of learn the ropes of who we are, what our requirements are, and to be able to handle a project and manage a project, and then work it to the next step.
Yes. And
Okay.
in allowing this pool of emerging contractors to bid on contracts up to $100,000, we are further mitigating our risk and exposure as well. And so it's the same adage. These firms will have the ability to learn, earn, and grow at the same time.
Smaller firms than
Yes, they
we
are.
normally see?
Right, yes, they are. George?
Yep, continuing on, page 48, some more performance results. All the projects that we have had over the years have contributed to approximately 4,800 jobs in the 14 service region. Also, bid solicitation, we have had 226 bid solicitation and 1,100 bidding opportunities. In our classroom training, we've had 318 firms that have participated in the training program. And this past spring, which we're completing the training class this Thursday, we've had an average of 40 firms that have attended each class. Next slide just basically shows the class, titles of those classes, as well as letting you know that in the fall, our fall class starts September 3rd. The next slide shows our forecast over the next 5 years. We're forecasting $500 million, $501 million put into the program, as well as 430 projects. And we anticipate that that'll create roughly 12,000 jobs in the process. Our next step, as we continue to recruit, we will focus on ethnic trade and groups and association. We'll also advertise in ethnic group media outlet. And we have 3 RFP that is currently out on the street. Should be getting it back within a relatively short period of time. Got the Construction Management Services RFP, as well as the Business Development Services RFP, and the Loan Program RFP. And that concludes my presentation.
Let me add on the Scope A and Scope B CM firms who we are going to hire. 96, during the first 6 years of this program, 96% of the resources was going for CM services. So we wanted to separate CM services for Scope A and business development services for Scope B to make sure that there are adequate resources allocated to both sides of the equation. Gwen Harrelson, MWDB Contract Compliance.
Good afternoon. The DBE report, page 54, please. The DBE report that I'm about to present to you are only estimates at this time. We're in the process of vetting all the information, and the information at this time has not been reported to the FTA. MTA's annual DBE goal is 17%. From October 2015 to March 2016, MTA awarded approximately $487 million in the federally funded portion of contracts. Of this amount, approximately $51 million, or 10%, was awarded to certified DBEs. During the same reporting period, MTA paid prime contractors approximately $848 million, with payments to certified DBEs totaling about $150 million, or 18%. Page 60. MTA's MWBE goal is 30%. From April 1st, 2015, MTA awarded approximately $2.3 billion in New York State-funded contracts, with $224 million, or 10%, being awarded to certified MWBEs. During the same reporting period, MTA paid $1.4 billion on prime contracts, with over $316 million, or 23%, paid to certified MWBEs. Page 67. Between April 2015 to March 2016, MTA's total New York State-funded procurements were $2.3 billion, with $261 million, or 11%, of the total awards going to MWBEs. Page 68. For MTA awarded $263 million on contracts that were $200,000 or less. Of these discretionary procurements, approximately $29 million, or 11%, were awarded to MWBEs, and approximately $16 million, or 6%, awarded to SBCs.
Let me add also that level of $200K is now being increased to $400,000. So now the agencies have the ability to go out to a pool of MWBE firms and get pricing without going out for bidding. The MTA in this year's budget, we're the only agency in the state that increased this from $200,000 to $400,000 as a vehicle of increasing contract awards to our pool of certified firms. Let me also add that starting in September, in the area of IT, legal services, and A&E, we are going to be reporting the agency's results at this board meeting. And so if you turn to the next page, B&T was the only agency to issue awards under this new state law. And so we're going to be working with all of the agencies to make sure that they fully utilize this new tool that we have, and once again, getting these contract limits increased up to $400,000.
Okay. On page 71, this is just to show you that DDCR processed 1,048 contract closeouts. The initial backlog was 968. We've cleared that up, and we're proactively moving forward with closing out contracts in a more timely manner. Page 74. Between September 2015 and April 2016, DDCR has conducted a total of 354 site visits as a result of the IG's audit recommendation that was issued in August of 2015. We are projecting to conduct at least 50 site visits per month moving forward.
You take a moment just to describe what we do out in the field?
When we go on a site visit,
Yes.
what we do is interview the certified MWDBE subcontractors. We speak to the prime if they're on site, most times they are. We review certified payrolls, and we look at the workers' IDs. We look at the work that's performed, and we take photos of that work that has been performed by certified MWDBEs and make it part of the record. They will interview certain subcontractors, MWDBE subcontractors on site at the time of the visit.
Okay, thank you.
Legal services, for the year, there was 10.5% MWB inclusion. I'm extremely optimistic that via the help with the agencies and our EEO officers, Sean and others, that the current legal services RFP that's out on the street right now, we are currently going over it and vetting it, not vetting it, but scoring to make sure that there's going to be a diverse pool of law firms that's going to be retained via this most recent RFP for legal services. And once again, we're going to be monitoring this, and we are also going to be reporting the agency's results with respect to the number of fees that's being assigned to New York State certified MNWB law firms. And mind you that this is the first time that we've gone out with an RFP for legal services since 2004 or 2006, Sean? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, you just gotten through saying that you're preparing to score these contestants. Is that outside of a selection committee rubric or
No,
independent of that?
It's inclusive. So basically, we have a number of our staff who is sitting on the selection committee, focusing on the diversity of the law firms who we are going to retain for this new contract. And so they are part of the overall committee. Second, on the underwriter fees, there is a current RFP that we are also scoring the firms as we currently speak right now. And the same focus is going to be on this to make sure that there is going to be a diverse pool of senior managers and co-managers that can assist us in driving our MWBE results in the area of investment banking. And so if you look, the results have been great. 37% of the fees that we paid during the last year have been paid to certified firms. However, we need to do a more effective job of bringing in certified WBEs, because if you look at our current metrics, 33% of the fees that were paid during the year were paid to certify MBEs, 3% were paid to WBEs. And so as we score the firms, we are keeping that in effect, that we must maximize the number of DBE firms who are going to be part of this syndicate.
And are we also looking to prioritize with respect to New York firms?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. That's one of the conversations that basically that we are currently having right now, and I would bring that message back to the committee that we should be focusing on New York-based firms. Got it.
Be nice if we could hire New Yorkers.
Right. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Asset fund managers, basically the dialogue is being started or has been started with Bob Ferran and also our new CIO. There's a major MWBE Asset Fund Manager Conference that's going to be held here in the city in June. We are also talking about the Emerging Manager Program, the Emerging MWBE Manager Program that's employed by both the City Controller and the State Controller, about if that kind of model could like also reside here as we further our quest to diversify our fund of asset managers.
I have a question about this. Oddly, we had our pension presentation today as well, and included in that were some figures about the minority components, and I tried to align yours with theirs and wasn't really able to do it because each of you has separated funds in a different way. The one number that I was sure was the same was exactly the same, so I was very happy about that. But the way things are put together defines whether or not we have any minority participations. So I started looking into it a little bit more, and it would seem that some of the traditional kinds of funds have minority managers.
29%.
Some of the more esoteric funds do not.
Right.
And that doesn't strike me as unusual.
Right.
I think that the pool of minority fund managers for those like hedge funds and things is smaller. So I was also curious to discover that only about 5% of the managers are minority firms under our definition. So all that said, when I look at some of the funds, I think you're doing pretty well.
Right.
And a program that helps people to learn how to do this would definitely be of use.
Definitely.
On the other hand, I also kind of feel that our responsibility for pension funds is a little bit different than our responsibility at the MTA, because we have a greater good at the MTA, but this is people's money.
Right.
And their lives. So I think we have to be especially vigilant that we get very, very good managers.
Definitely, and I'm in total agreement. I think what you're like really saying is that we need to balance opportunity versus risk, and that's where the conversation should be focused. And if there's areas in which there are smaller pools of firms, then what are we going to do to make sure that we can develop that pool?
Yeah, I think that the risk concept is a very important one, because our fund managers tend to be a little bit more conservative than I would want to be for myself.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's somebody else's money,
right,
I get very conservative.
I'm in agreement. Gwen?
Okay. On page 85, between April and September 2015, 28% of federally funded capital projects were awarded to certified DBEs, which exceeds MTA's DBE goal of 17%. During the same reporting period, on page 86, MTA awarded 21% to MWBEs, 11% MBE, and 10% WBE.
Great. Let me just end by saying I want to just take this opportunity to thank the staff as we're building our team. I'm leaving here some nights at 7, 8 o'clock. I still have staff here. That's working. So they live, eat, sleep, and breathe MWB inclusion. I want to also thank the board bringing focus to these programs and making sure that we are held accountable in order to drive results. and I thank you for your focus.
You know, I just want to say that having been here for a fairly long time now, you've always had a spectacular staff, and the agencies have always had people that really knew what they were doing. It's a lot of the programs that have been developed here at MTA and are being used elsewhere, and that is a credit to the people who work here and at all of the agencies.
Thank you.
Excellent all the way around, and again, I want to welcome our two new members who I had the pleasure of meeting Friday morning, and they'll keep us on our toes. I want to thank you both, and thank everyone else, and any other business? Motion to adjourn?
Okay. Thanks, John.
See you around.